sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Call
You're
Shane
good.
to
No,
order.
you're good, you're good.
Let the
Sorry, I
record
just
show
wanna
all
hear you.
persons are here.
My hearing's not so good, so.
There's on the way, she'll be here in a minute. Okay.
Thank you, Judge and members of the board. Always good to see you, and thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules, particularly this week, as I know everyone is preparing for the first of the holidays that approach us. At your request, we established a retreat workshop where we will be going through a period of, a number of items that we need to follow up on and ensure that we're up to date. We'll begin with a discussion of policies and procedures. I know the judge had a 5 a.m. phone call from the judge, and you say you're up at 3:30. I now know it's true. And so we'll begin with that. After that, we're going to go over. I've asked Dr. Penley to come forward. We're prepping for our decennial visit with SAC-COC, Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, which will be in 2022. Our report is due in the spring of 2022. In addition, there'll be a site visit in the fall of 22. And so we will be submitting our report, and part of that is to look at our policies and to look at the bylaws. And so I've asked Dr. Penley to come in and cover some items on the board bylaws. Dr. Penley is the Vice President for Research, Accreditation, and Planning. She's done a great job. And so this is part of her responsibility, and at the institution, we look forward to that. We have a break scheduled, obviously. I know that we had talked about the strategic planning workshop. We had done some items in there, and I know the board had looked at some self-evaluations. We want to wrap those up and ask everyone to submit those. We've allocated some time for that. I also know that Ms. Sanchez and Dr. Graham, Ms. Robles, I know that when you all went to the NALEO conference in Chicago, you came back with some ideas of what we could do and how we could move the district forward in partnership with our ISD partners. And so I know that we're working on that. I know Ms. Sanchez and Dr. Graham wanted to provide an overview of that and some planning that we're hopefully having a meeting in the spring. I've also shared with you that we will be meeting at UTEP at the Hoover House. Dr. Wilson is hosting. Apparently I am co-hosting with her. Her staff has reached out, which I'm thrilled to do. We will be meeting with the big three, with EPISD, the superintendent and their board, the Isleta ISD and Dr. Latorre and their board, and then Dr. Espinosa and the Socorro board along with our board, Dr. Wilson and I. And we're looking at some similar items, moving the needle on some particular areas, in particular participation. So you each know that the state has a 60 by 30 Texas plan. I know that several of you all got to hear Commissioner Keller. Commissioner Keller is really, really bright. I was privy, he was very kind to send a group of us that are serving on his transition team his comments the night before he delivered them. So did read his state of higher education. Harrison's a really sharp guy. I've worked closely with Harrison in his role when he was at UT Austin, and negotiation with community colleges on some policy items that went through this particular session. Senate Bill 25 on the transfer bill was one of them in particular. There's some things though that Harrison will need, Dr. Keller will need some assistance from us. His knowledge of community colleges is one of those things, and so we're working closely with him trying to ensure that. We will move forward. Participation is one of my biggest concerns. So the state's goal is that 65% of high school graduates will matriculate immediately into college by the year 2030. We have fallen to under 52% as a state. And so this is something that I have very large concerns. I'm all about the completion agenda, but we have to remember the access agenda as well. We can do both, they're not mutually exclusive. And so this is one of the items that I know that we will cover with Dr. Wilson at the Hoover House. I know that you all have other ideas that came forward with NALEO and how we can move the needle. Look forward to that. And then finally, we're going to go over some deferred maintenance items. And also, I've asked Ms. Shaughnessy to come in and cover some of that item, as well as what the budget is on deferred maintenance and what we've looked at over the last several years, up to a decade back, what we've been able to accomplish with that. And also look at what we had said. We decided that the timing wasn't necessarily right, given the fact that we still have approximately 256,000 square feet of new classroom and labs that are coming on. Plus, that are coming on between the spring and next fall. And enrollment being somewhat flat, slightly down this fall, less than half of 1%. We're gonna bring that, we've asked Ms. Urbina, so Josette Shaughnessy will come in, Ms. Urbina, our financial advisor, will also come in and provide some context. So that's an overview, Judge, of the day. My time is your time, so I know you have a set schedule, but should we go along, I'm here, we have plenty of food. So, that's an overview of the day, Judge. And any questions up front that we need to be aware of, or that we need to have any additional prep on?
Okay, and then I asked for a few minutes to talk about, we had a vote last, board meeting on personnel where we approved it except for one position. And, I just wanted to remind everybody, because we do have some new board members, when I started thinking about it on the way home, it's almost like micromanaging. Because like Dr. Graham said, she got a few calls that day. I think we undermine Dr. Serrata and his team when we do things like that. My personal, the way I handle stuff, because I get a lot of calls when people get upset or they think things aren't happening, and I say, I will discuss it with Dr. Serrata, and I'm sure he will handle it. But I think it kind of undercuts his legs if they know they could call a trustee and get it taken off of the agenda that night. And according to SAC, we're not supposed to be micromanaging, we're not supposed to, and there's policies and procedures. If something that Dr. Serrata and his team does to any employee here at the college, we have policies and procedures to follow that they can address that. I'm not saying you're not supposed to take calls from because they are your constituents, but my personal way, because I've gotten a lot of calls about one of Dr. Serrata's teammates. I've addressed it with him, he says he's working on it, and I take him for, that's his job, that's what he's supposed to do, it's not our job. We don't work with these people day in and day out, and we don't know the background, and if somebody calls you that day, they're only giving you one side of the issue. So, I just wanted to bring that up to you all, that you're gonna get a lot of calls, and somebody's gonna be complaining, but you can handle it anyway, you're all elected officials, just like I am, but I think the best way to handle it is to go through the president and let him take care of your concerns, and he gets right back to you, he gets right back to me.
So I have a question on that then, on the process, because it is on the agenda for approval by the board. And so, you know, just broadly speaking, when it's on the agenda for approval by the board, I don't know and totally, because I think there's a lot of reasons why you don't want to micromanage and get involved, and I'm totally on support of that, totally get that. But then are we to then maybe look at delegating that higher authority, contractual authority, then giving to the president versus coming back on the board's agenda for approval? And the only reason I say that is because if it's on for approval, then there is the idea, then there is a due diligence part on our part as board members, since we're the individuals that are approving that, to then, I guess in my mind, if that's the case, then it would be almost appropriate to question that. But if not, if it's more a ministerial act that the board is supposed to just approve it, then I guess that's the case. But if we're looking at truly then delegating it, then maybe that's the route that we go, and I'm not opposed to that at all.
Here's the problem I see, is that they're calling the day of the board meeting.
Right.
If they would have called a week earlier, and if that trustee would have went to Dr. Serrata, he could have pulled the item. But when you do it the day of the board meeting, it gives the impression that, oh, I just have to call a trustee and they can get it pulled.
Right,
And I think if the person was calling would do it
yeah.
a week in advance or the day of the board meeting, you know, and you can relate. I get lawyers calling me up 2 minutes before court. I need an extension.
Right.
And that ain't happening.
Right.
But
Judge,
you
Judge,
gotta
I appreciate what you have to say, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that as a board, we need to speak with one voice, okay? And I think that if we have somebody to come in, no matter what the instance may be, we need to step back so that, and furthermore, I think when we speak outside, I think we should actually meet here and discuss with, no matter what the timing is, discuss. But when we talk to the public, I think we send a mixed message if individuals start talking to the public. I think we need to come to a consensus or at least understand where everybody stands. But when the board speaks, I think the board should speak through the board president, okay, to the public. I'm not for us making individual agreements, like you say, or making public statements for the board. I think we should come through the board.
I definitely agree that there's no public statements on behalf of the board, but I will not relinquish my individual vote as an elected
And
official.
we're not asking you.
Right, no, but I don't want that impression to be made. So, yeah, I mean, and of course, at the end of the day, we have to be supportive of whatever decision, or move on from that, and hey,
Yeah.
went the other way, that's what it is.
And we voted, and I voted yes with it, because I wanted to make sure that we were showed, because it was already, all you guys said is, I just wanted to bring it up today. These workshops are great for this, so that when you do get calls, just don't do it the day of the board meeting.
Can I ask another question on that? So Dr. Graham, what we were talking about was the pulling of the agenda item with the exception of on the employment matter that was on the agenda. And so that there's issues with that. Judge Hagerty was indicating like you really shouldn't be doing that the day of and expressed some concerns about that. So appreciate the comment, but on the side issue that I have with that, and I don't know if we speak to it now, is there something on a liability perspective or issue that we need to be mindful of as well if when you do those sorts of actions, kind of pulling it at the last minute?
Yeah, well, I was gonna offer, if I could, Judge, a couple of practical considerations. I mean, I didn't know specifically what were the issues with respect to the last item that was pulled. I'm completely unfamiliar, but what I could offer, just more practically speaking, is I understand the tension as individuals who were voted on for this public seat, that if a constituent calls you, whether it's an employee or somebody else, and they express a concern on an employment matter, that you want to be responsive because you're put in this position and they want to make sure that they hear back from you. The concern is if it's an employment matter, and if you meet with them, you hear them out, they share with you their concerns, you talk to them, there's a concern now that you just made yourself a fact witness. So you don't have the same level of protection that you would if you were collectively as a body making a decision, because it's a decision made by the board and not necessarily you injecting yourself in a situation where you're taking a call, you're meeting with someone, they're expressing concerns, you're responding to them, and now somebody could certainly come in and take your deposition and say, well, when did you meet with this person? What did they say? What did you meet? What was discussed? What did you do? If you didn't do anything, or you did something and maybe you didn't do the right thing according to procedure, policy, or guidelines, then that could be seen as though, depending on what the lawsuit is, evidence of retaliation, a hostile work environment, or discrimination. So you put yourself in a position where you shouldn't necessarily put yourself in. The other practical consideration in my mind is there could be some employment decisions that are taken up and considered by the board. So if you now make yourself a fact witness by speaking to them, engaging them, offering them advice, hearing them out, it could potentially be something that could reach the board, and now you're a fact witness and also a decision maker, and that creates a potential conflict of interest. So in my mind, I think it's a whole lot easier to your suggestion. You could hear them out, and then ultimately you could say, you could talk to Dr. Serrata, and he will follow up with you and take whatever course of action needs to be taken. It's that simple, I think, and it offers everybody more protection.
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up is because we do have a couple of new board members, and I just want to make sure that, because we get calls all the time. I've been here 25 years. Some of these people think we're best friends. I've never been to their homes. I've never had dinner with them. I see them once a month, and they're nice people when I see them, but when they call you up the night of a board meeting, you're only hearing one side of the issue, and like you say, you're putting yourself, because if you're a fact witness, then you have to actually get out of the room when the board's discussing, because it's a conflict of interest.
That could be an event.
So my suggestion is, it's just my suggestion, I don't want to take anybody's rights away or whatever, is to say, hey, I'll bring this to Dr. Serrata's attention, He will address it. And we have policies and procedures in place that you can follow if you feel you've been wrong. And I just wanted to bring it up because it bothered me a little bit the other night. Because I've been getting the same complaints, and I tell them all the same thing. Talk to Dr. Sarate, he's working on it. We understand there's a problem, but it's been addressed. But I just think that it undercuts the team, or Dr. Sarate and his team, if somebody can go do an end around and go directly to a trustee to pull an item the night of the board meeting. And I just thought it was not the way to go, but I just wanted to bring that up. So that's all I have on that. Anything else on that? We can move ahead to the next.
Dr. Penn, you ready?
Just waiting for it.
Did the doctor say you're all right? You're gonna live?
Yes. So
That's good.
frustrating. I was just waiting for my results.
So if we're going down
the line with the agenda, I don't think I need. Okay. That's the open seat. Why don't you stand up here? Whatever the board's will is.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
If you're hungry, there's plenty of food.
I have a vegetarian sandwich. So I understand that there are a couple of things that we'll be discussing together with my time with you all. The super fun parts, the bylaws and the strategic plan. So, I did not know if you had copies of the bylaws handy, so I brought some copies.
That doesn't look like the big brook.
I'm sorry? These are yours, so they are as thick as we need them to be. There are a few things in the bylaws that I would like to have you think about and make a decision about whether they need to be updated. There are two items that are missing from the bylaws that I would very much like to see added. In the conversation about the bylaws, though, the conversation may transition to TASB. So there is a lot of overlap there. So where would you like to start? Would you like to start with the bylaw document itself? Would you like to start with the conversation about TASB?
The bylaws.
The bylaws, okay. So, as you see on the cover page, the bylaws were approved in 2001 and revised in 2011. This is a bit of a red flag because it suggests that we only look at these intentionally when we're looking at reaffirmation. So some of the work with TASB will address that moving forward. So in the bylaws, the first flag that I have is on page 5. And my question to you all, in the third paragraph before the bulleted list begins, the third line from the bottom of that paragraph, it talks about,
Excuse me, I apologize. The pages aren't numbered.
they are not numbered. I printed this straight off the website.
This is the purpose statement?
It is the purpose statement.
What would be
yes.
the number? I have 1.1040, so where would it be in relation to that? Oh, the purpose statement before this.
They are not numbered at the bottom. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, on the purpose statement. This section talks about admission to the college, and it talks about students who have earned a high school credential or who are enrolled in their senior year. Currently, we do allow students to enroll in our courses for dual credit when they are juniors or sophomores. And we also have our early college students who could conceivably be taking our courses in their freshman year. So that statement about enrolled in their senior year may need some caveats, or it may need to be modified more significantly.
Let me ask you a question. At this point, if you have a concern and there's something, is this the point, Judge, where we discuss it and come to agreement, or do we delegate the authority to somebody to come up with appropriate language, or do we agree, or ask how to study it, or what happens?
This is a workshop, so you can make a suggestion of what you think, and then we can discuss that, and then if we all agree, we'll propose.
And we're not gonna take any action today because it's, like the judge said, it's just for workshop purposes, but this could be something that could be put on an agenda item going forward, so we could revise and implement the revisions.
Yeah, so we can all agree to say that, have Dr. Surratt to set up a team, with Dr. Finley,
I suggest we do that, because we could have lots of discussion, and we can spend an hour discussing what I think, or you think, something like that, so let's just ask Dr. Surratt to.
this sounds pretty easy, just correct it to make sure that it includes freshmen, all that, high school.
Discuss it.
I mean, that's a pretty, open and
In your
shut case, yeah, in my opinion. But, well, we're allowing them to
Yeah.
But it's better for them to create the language for it and then
and
bring
then we
it
come
to
back.
later.
Perhaps we can recommend that the modifications to the bylaws be submitted at the next board meeting for action.
Well, you can have, we can have like 3 readings. In other words, this is the first reading on the changes to the bylaws, so we can take it back and read it and see if we can wanna change anything, and then we can come back for a second reading, and we want a second reading, and then for the final reading. That way, they can take it, then they can give us their changes, we can read it. If we have any questions, then we can come back, and then we could have 1 or 2 meetings on, and that's the way we can handle it.
Okay, so I can just present like some general issues that you all
Yeah,
will
we're
decide
gonna
how
check
we
it,
will
we're gonna check it off, and then I
addressing.
assume we're gonna get together and talk about it, and
Okay.
figure out which committee, or just give it to him, and say, take care of it, give it to us for a first reading, a second
Okay.
reading, or a third reading,
Sure.
whatever we decide.
All right, later on in that page, the 4th bullet from the bottom, where it discusses educational, personal, and career counseling, I think that there's still some confusion at the college, the extent to which we want to go into personal counseling. So that will be something else that may need some attention. On the next page, section 1.1000, subsection 1.1040 about the board authority. That first line, I am just confused about. I'm familiar with the Texas University system set of regulations, but not with the Texas college system or Texas College and University. I don't know if that's one large entity, if those are 2 sub-entities, and whether that's still correct. So,
I've heard of the coordinating board, and I've heard of the legislature, but I've never heard of the Texas College.
exactly, and since this document hasn't been intentionally looked at in a few years, I didn't know if some of that was updating. So we can look into that and give you all our recommendations. Staying within that section, 1.1040, item G. This is one of those items that is missing from the bylaws that I would very much recommend be added. We need a statement somewhere in our documentation that you all evaluate the president. Not
So should it read the employment and
and
evaluation?
evaluation, yes, yes. And this is not necessarily a legal requirement, it is to,
For SAC,
to document for SAC COC. We have the evidence of the evaluation, but we have nothing that states that it's a requirement or the scheduling or so forth. So that is one of those two, omissions that hopefully can be addressed. Several times throughout the document, it references, the timing of elections. And repeatedly in the bylaws, it talks about the elections being in even numbered years
change that.
or being in the month of April. So that's one of those flags that, I have several flags, but it's the same issue, so we,
Yeah, they changed our election years to the odd year.
okay,
And the elections for the board should be the, when those new board members come in.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
it was in April, because the elections are in May.
Right, right, so those are fairly simple, updates that can be made. Okay, so that's that one.
Yeah, that's at 1.2, right there, it says 2 consecutive even numbered years.
On that last paragraph under election, get with me, because the 45th day and 30th day, all of those things have changed also.
Exactly, so I flagged them where I could throughout the document, but yeah, I'll, we can get with that. Okay. The second item that is missing from the bylaws, we talked about the CEO evaluation. The other item that needs to be included is your own self-evaluation. I don't know where to recommend that go, but a logical place could be under section 1.3000 where we talk about officers of the board. But it could really go anywhere.
You could just entitle it officers and duties of the board.
Exactly, exactly. But again, for the same rationale, you all do the self-evaluation and we can provide that evidence to SAC COC, but nowhere does it say the scheduling, the requirement of it. So it would help us strengthen our compliance documentation for SACs.
I would put it there, just put 1.3034, 1.3134,
Okay.
board self-evaluation.
Let's see, and it's interesting that I have these page numbers on my document and you all do not, but under the, maybe halfway, 2/3 of the way through the bylaws where it talks about restrictions in the establishment of a junior college.
There's page number now. on
You
there.
do, okay,
Oh,
so
okay,
page
yeah.
16.
Okay.
And this may be a question for the folks in the legal community. We talk, the very last, section, Texas Education Code, a petition praying for an election. The very last line, or the next to last line of that page, where it talks about,
It says a petition praying for an election therefore shall be presented in the following manner.
and my question is whether that is correct, that word
It
praying.
might be this tracks the statutory language, but usually what I see it is as a petition calling for an election.
Okay.
But it might just be a statutory reference
Okay,
there.
and I didn't know how this document was originally created, if people were manually typing it, or if they were copying and pasting.
And you do see that in pleadings and motions, and the judge would, is nodding his head. I mean, when you see at the very end,
Okay.
it'll be called the section, if it's a petition, it's called a prayer for relief.
Okay.
And sometimes you see lawyers actually use that verbiage. I don't use it, it's a little awkward, but you do see that. But I'll go back and take a look to see if it's something that is referenced under that specific statute under the election code.
Okay, all right.
So we went down to 16, but can I make a comment on the section before that?
Of course.
The only thing I would ask is for Mr. Ortega to double check the provisions regarding public comment, because those have changed. So if you can take a look at that, just to make sure that we're compliant. It's very detailed here, but the legislature was pretty clear on their changes to it for session.
More examples of the scheduling of elections. Let's see, May versus April. All right, and then on page 23, criteria for programs for the disadvantaged.
The single member districts have changed.
Okay.
Did you know that? Single member districts on page 19, those have changed when they added new precincts.
Pam, you have that information?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll update those.
So, yeah, we need to compare.
As I said, you and I can keep doing an update of the election information.
And some of these districts are gonna change, man, because you're gonna be doing redistricting this year.
Every 10 years it changes.
Oh,
Or it can
okay,
change. It's
okay.
possible.
They changed the numbers.
So on page 23, criteria number 2, again, this is similar to the first point I raised about how this item might need to be adjusted to reflect our students enrolled for dual credit or early college high
What
school.
page are you on?
Page 23.
Under criteria.
Under criteria number 2.
Okay, measure 18, yep.
And then the last page that's numbered is page 25, but if you turn the page to the Code of Ethics, SACS COC really wants us to use the full acronym. So that's a wordsmithing change in the paragraph, rather than refer to it as Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, to use the full name.
What do we put, SACS?
Oh, Commission on
Southern
Colleges.
Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. So the whole acronym is SACS COC.
So when this was last time, there was.
Exactly, at the time, it was current. So again, general categories is to look specifically at the election information, including the districts and the timing of elections, to look at the, some of the language in light of the legislative changes, and to look at making sure that the document is accurate in terms of dual credit and early college students.
How often should we be reviewing this? I know you mentioned we only.
So that's the trick, and this is where my conversation bleeds into TASB. When TASB completes its work for us, I envision this conceivably going away. And then everything would be inclusive and complete in the TASB legal policies and the local policies. So we may not even need this document. However, we need it today. So unfortunately, it's a little bit of work for you now that will probably not be sustained once the local policies and legal policies get better.
Judge, I have a couple of questions. So we'll work with Mr. Ortega and draft the corrections, and the suggestions rather for corrections for the board's consideration. The board bylaws, part of policy and procedure.
Separate.
So then I don't see how TASB affects board bylaws.
Right, we would still review that every year.
Correct.
You certainly can. I'm having limited conversations with TASB right now. There are still some delays in the invoicing, so they're hesitant to have a lot of in-depth conversations with me right now.
You don't know, they wanna make sure you're.
Till the check clears.
So if I can
And the reason-
contribute to that, the one at SISD, we just recently reviewed the bylaws, and they haven't been reviewed for maybe 10 years. There was no need because it's under local. So, you know, since we will be reviewing all our own local on a cycle, whenever the time is for review, it will rest in the local ones. And then if we see that there's a need for change at any time, we can review it, but if there isn't,
So what I would say, Dr. Graham, great point. What I would say, in order to attempt to respond to Ms. Sanchez's question, is that every legislative session, laws are gonna change that could theoretically affect the board
Yes.
bylaws. So my recommendation to the board would be that we review it at the conclusion of every session.
but remember that the TASB's part of their job is to inform us that there's been some changes in the
Correct.
legislature that require that we revisit this document. So
Correct.
they will send you an update asking that this
So
should
they
be
would
on
have to pay
the,
you extra.
on the agenda.
But there's some provisions in the bylaws itself that are very specific
Yes,
to the college, so it makes sense, right? I mean, we may be wanting to put in there, you know, a different format for public comment or something else. So I think there are specific items that we should revisit every year and I think it's easy to separate that out, so.
That is certainly one option, and it does make a certain amount of sense. So I passed out a couple, documents, and Dr. Graham is probably familiar with this because she already has some experience with TASB. But if you look at the, printout with, all the check marks and the rows of information, those are the policies that TASB will be beginning their work with us focusing on. So what I'm presenting are the categories that directly impact your work as our board. And I'm giving you two examples of what is on the TASB site right now. What Austin Community College has and what Dallas County Community College District has. As a review, I know that you all were on that call. The legal policies are those legislative issues. And fortunately, our contract with TASB will include automatic updates. So we don't have to worry about having outdated legislation in our documents. TASB will take care of that for us. The legal policies, although they are automatically updated and we don't have to worry about them, the caveat is that you all do not approve those because they are based on legislation and based on court cases. So in order to show that you all are fulfilling your role as the governance and governance oversight, that's where the local policies are going to be partnered. And the local policies are what we have right now that you all have approved and revised periodically. And you can see on this chart how many legal policies are in play compared to the number of local policies. Looking at the bylaws, everything in our current bylaws is addressed in the legal policies. And that's why I said one option may be to either eliminate this document or, as some of you have suggested, maybe this document still exists but in a different form. I would caution against maintaining this document as it is along with TASB because we are going to find ourselves possibly in the situation where we have two separate documents that are not completely aligned.
Well, I think if that's, I mean, so I'm just speaking for myself here, and please, I think it is important to have a distinguished set of bylaws individually for the Board of Trustees, whatever we could agree on. Whatever would be in that document would not be duplicative of whatever is in those TASB policies. That wouldn't make sense. And so when that comes about, I would imagine somebody's reviewing that to ensure that there's no overlap on any of that, and that really the intent and the four corners of those bylaws documents is what it is, and that's it. But that's just my suggestion. I do think it's worth maintaining that separate piece.
So, I mean, I wasn't here, what I'd ask is a question, just to, as a point of clarification with, similar to what Ms. Sanchez. So the board chose back in 2007 to add a year to the term based on law that was passed. Okay, so here, our elections are now odd years. That's not the same throughout the state. So therefore, that law wouldn't change that part of the bylaws.
So at that time, I think Mr. Haggerty can remember this also, when that happened, I think that you guys were on the board too, it was given a choice.
Correct.
We have the
The board,
choice.
and the board chose to maintain elections in May versus keeping them in the same year and moving to a November election. So a lot of college districts did choose to go with November, but we chose not to. And by keeping it, we wanted to keep it in May, it had to go to the odd year, because the county was, county administrators from the block going to support that.
Okay.
On an odd. Or even year.
That's a board decision. And if we review them at the conclusion, and again, TASB will hit the legal pieces, but I would imagine that there's some local pieces within the bylaws itself that may change based on legislation as well. And I think that we'll just put it now, I'll put it on my, in our office's responsibility with you, Dr. Penny, that we review them every other year at the conclusion of a legislative session.
So it
Now, if the board
actually,
chooses to do it every year, we're happy to do that, but that's the board's.
so it actually you end up creating something similar to this?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just end up on a rotating basis, reviewing with administration. The college reviews our own local on an ongoing cycle. But let's say that we have this document and we're not sure if it's already in conflict with another document, or do we need it? Would whoever you authorize to deal with TASB can receive a copy of it, and they screen it, they look through it and see if it's needed. If it's not, they give a recommendation. Ultimately, it's the board's decision on anything having to do with local. TASB does not have a say, so they just recommend or suggest. But if we want to keep it, we keep it.
Is that agreeable?
So in terms of the review every other year during the end of the legislative year, I think there's value, and I don't know how it lines up, but I think there's value in also reviewing it after, when you have new board members, right, after the election. So we can just ensure that it gets reviewed again, just if anything for informational purposes to the other board members. And so there might be some additional changes that are not necessarily aligned with what the legislative changes
And the
are.
way our elections are, the new board member like yourself
Sure.
is gonna be sworn in right after legislative
Right.
session.
Right.
So you can do them both at the same time.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So, going back to the document we have today, the bylaws, I passed out one, set of documents for, how Austin and Dallas both approach the idea of CEO evaluation. There is no legal policy in that chart I passed out. You'll see that there are no check marks in that column, but both institutions have that addressed. And you'll also see some similarities in the content, of course, although the format and Austin has a little bit a different approach than Dallas, but the spirit of the evaluation is still the same. So this might be something that we can embed into the current bylaws or language like it if that meets with your approval.
What is in the bylaws now?
Right now, there's nothing.
The presidential
It doesn't even
evaluation,
It says that you all will hire the CEO.
but it, nothing about an annual evaluation.
Isn't
I
that the
can
change?
actually tell you that there were not annual evaluations of the president until Richard Rhodes came in. He asked that that be included as part of his contract, that there be annual evaluations.
Actually, there were no evaluations of a lot of employees for a long time.
I was gonna ask, is there anything in the contract with Dr. Serrata that spells out when, how, in what format?
Yes.
Yes, in the contract.
Because on the flip side, if you already have something in a contract,
Okay.
and if you have something where you put a policy, whether it's a bylaw or a local policy, then you tie yourself up for something in the future in the event that there's a change in the contract, where we have to go back and revise the local policy for that. So that's the flip side. If you do it that way, you sort of cabin yourself into a specific set of guidelines of what to do and potentially change as maybe the contract changes down the road.
You have not read his contract?
I'm
You
sorry?
have not read his contract?
I have not. I haven't been given a copy, and I don't think I don't know if it's gonna come up or not.
It'll come up when we do the evaluation. He hasn't
And
been.
we're gonna be evaluating him in January. You might wanna
We will get you a copy.
get a copy of it and
I
kind of.
have one on my desk.
All right.
Good luck making heads and tails out of it.
This is his first time
Yeah.
that legal would be a part of it.
But based on what you just said, is a contract, more vulnerable to changes than to have it in a formal institutional policy that this will happen?
So there's two schools of thought in my mind on this. So you could have something that says, in a policy or in your bylaws that says that the board, like you suggested, has the right or the duty to hire and evaluate the president, and that could be it. And now, how you choose to evaluate him may be subject to contract, the contract that you have with the president. And if that contract changes down the road, you don't have to necessarily go back and amend the policy, because if you do that, you're gonna be potentially amending it frequently, depending on.
Well, if you look at the example that you provided, like for the Austin Community College, I mean, that's broad. It's not setting a time in which the board reviews the evaluation. I definitely think there's value into incorporating it into a policy. But, you know, then you look at the Dallas County Community College, and it's state specific. So there's, I mean, I think it.
Yeah, that's why I said two schools of thought, because on the flip side, if you put it as a policy, it gives everybody the ability to know what the expectations are, what your role is, and what you're gonna do. And that's why I was asking, if there's something in the contract that already spells that out, then it eliminates the ambiguity in terms of people not knowing what specifically the evaluation entails and what everybody's supposed to do.
The contract might as well be in Chinese, it's so difficult to decide. I'm sorry, but it's, you know, what I'd like to see in the future is a very systemic, easy to understand, 2-page, at the most 3-page contract. The one that we have, and you'll see, I mean, but you look at it legally, maybe that's good, you know, it's out. But you look at it from a layperson's side, I'm not even sure how Dr. Serrata keeps track of it.
I feel like as a new board member, I am not familiar with, you know, or I have not seen, I'm not familiar with the, you know, the contract and how, when it comes to the evaluation, I'm kind of.
You'll have a copy. We get a copy of it before we evaluate it. You know, you'll have a copy of what we have now.
I think.
Would it be possible to get it like, kind of like a little bit, you know, like before the actual evaluation
This month?
You want just the contract?
Yeah, just so I can read it and I'll be aware of, you know.
We'll turn it on there.
Yeah, because I'm like totally clueless of how, you know.
So so if you just have, everybody has it, we'll
Send it
send
to
it,
the entire-
I'll send it to everyone. And, I won't do that through email, I'll do that through a hard copy,
Okay.
just so that it keeps it more clean.
It's open, right?
Yeah.
Don't want everybody to see.
Mr. Ortega needs it as well.
Yes, I have notes of that.
But I agree that we, you know, if we look at the one from Austin, it just addresses that there'll be an evaluation, but then everything else can be addressed on the content itself. Because again, we don't wanna go back to how we were when there was no evaluation of the president, and then when Mr. Haggerty tries to fire a president, he goes bonkers, if you all ever saw him when he was trying to get rid of the president.
Yeah, let's not. I don't recommend it. Trying to get rid of a president that shouldn't be.
It's a nightmare.
Oh, yeah. wasn't that.
But you did a good job. You were like a dog with a bone.
So, I'm gonna put that on your back burner, that at least add and evaluation, into the bylaws, the hiring and evaluation, that would make me personally very happy. But if you want to add anything else, if you want to, it looks like TASB will likely recommend a local policy, but again, that's up to you to decide to accept or not accept. The second, handout that I,
Just
yes,
let
ma'am,
me
I'm sorry.
understand. So they make recommendations on this?
They
Okay.
do make recommendations for the local policy, and they will, ask, obviously you all would have to approve those, but they would also, ask that our local council review those. The only ones that they are gonna automatically drop in are those legal policies.
They also, excuse me, Dr. Bennett, they also draft new ones if, like say this whole thing with the smoking cessation on campus and all that. When there's something like that, you know, if we don't have somebody that will draft it, they'll draft it for you, but if you have somebody that will draft it in administration or the president and then run it by our legal and then send it to them, they'll say, well, you might wanna revisit this because it's contradictory to that or whatever. They give you they give them feedback. So by the time it comes to the board, it's already pretty clean. Everybody has looked at it and, you know, just kind of say, yeah, this looks good, or we have alerts on this piece is contrary to something else, some other policy, once they've got them all together.
Okay.
So the second pair of local policies that I gave you had to do with that second point about your own self-evaluation. There's not a legal requirement for this, but there is a SAC COC requirement, and so institutions across the state are adding these policies into their materials. And again, you'll see how what Austin's local policy looks like and what Dallas's local policy looks like. This is probably a good example of what you were asking about, Ms. Sanchez, because these are almost identical, with the exception of Austin included another clause about soliciting suggestions from the president. But otherwise, it is word for word, so that tells me TASB probably drafted it.
I like that, having the input from, I'd like the president to evaluate us and see how we do.
So again,
before his evaluation, or after his
Make sure it's
evaluation.
anonymous.
And we got some walk on water.
so again, at least some reference to the fact that you all will go through a periodic self-evaluation. If you wanted to get more wordy in the bylaws or in a separate policy, that would certainly be up to you all. But I wanted to give you those examples of what is likely going to be changing once we start working intentionally with TASB, once the check clears.
Is it gonna be music part?
My area will be the contact, yes.
Good.
So,
One of the things that I favor of the ones from Austin Community College is because they're the board that has kind of been at the forefront of a lot of the issues that we've seen that require policies. And they also have been, I don't know, not that word endorsed, but they've been praised by Baldrige, which is pretty tough to get their endorsement or their, you know,
Recognition.
yeah, recognition, thank you. And they have received that, so whatever they have, when I do searches on policies, usually Austin Community College already has something that's pretty much the guide. So they're at the forefront. We spend a lot of money on that.
Do they have how many millions of,
Right.
yeah, we were there, they said $500 some $1 million.
Yeah.
And we're like, wow.
And they've got some, like Roberto Zarate is on that board, but so is Dr. Katz, the former superintendent, so she's very visionary as far as policies. She's a lady that dresses up to the occasion.
Yes.
Like for Halloween, she's
Oh,
wearing
yeah.
all that kind of orange.
Oh.
Oh, an outro.
Christmas.
She had the turkeys.
Yeah,
She had the turkey, the sweater with the turkeys.
Oh, yeah.
and the
That's
Harvey's
really
kind of-
Bracelet,
Oh my
or shoes, you name it, she's very
Mhm.
classy, but very classy.
Yeah.
Oh,
she is.
okay.
Yeah, no, no,
Very
she
classy.
looks nice, yeah.
Yeah, I was really curious.
But doesn't she look classy?
Yeah.
She looks elegant, is what it is.
Elegant.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know the right word for it.
So, what other, questions, what other information can I share with you about where we are with testing, policies?
Well, I guess my question would be, once everything clears up and you start working with them, is how are we going to, here, your department or the college, going to prioritize the policies that are gonna be on the review? Because we don't wanna start from A, B, C, D, but I would suggest that the first ones on the list should be all the ones that are applicable to hiring and human resources. Anything having to do with HR in my opinion, should be the top priority. And that's gonna take you a long time to go through those, because there's so many, and but there's where we have seen, or I have seen the bulk of concerns and issues and possible violations or lawsuits, you name it, it's been in HR related. So to me, that would be, what else, Dr. Serrata, do you think we should be like, because that's gonna take about this many pages, these many policies that are just HR related, probably more than this. And then that will take us probably a whole year to go through those, a review of those.
So Dr. Graham, I guess I'd respond in a couple of ways. So TASB, now that we're under contract, as soon as the check clears, they will go forward with a review of all of the legal, all of the policies that are in place now. And as a result, I think we give them that opportunity to go through there and have them send their feedback to us. What I would say is the local policies, since TASB's not gonna review those probably are the ones that we should take on initially. So that TASB's doing the legal piece, we're doing the local, they both get done over the course of the next 2 years as we prepare for our site visit from SAC, as we prepare to submit our report to the Southern Association for Commission on Colleges. And that is due March of 22, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, we will be locking down the evidence December of 2021, because to, sort of lift the needle on that, and then we will use, when we come back in the spring of 22, make sure all of the, hyperlinks are still accurate, the org charts are still accurate, any last minute documentation gets, but we're hoping to avoid significant 11th hour changes in the spring of 22.
And so that provides us with 2 years from now to review the locals. We at the institution, under the board's leadership, direct us to do that. And then we have TASB go forward with all of the state. And I would imagine that 2 years is sufficient time for us to complete an entire review. That's what I would suggest.
One of the things that happens is that, we get so busy with our day-to-day business that somehow it starts to stay behind. That the way we work on it, and I'm not saying we have to do it the way Socorro does it by any means, but the way that we have it is that we have a standing meeting, policy committee meeting with the board members, with 2 or 3 board members at a time every month. But they do that with a lot of different, they have the HR, they have the curriculum, they have, different, so board members are constantly busy going to these monthly meetings, and they're always at 6 o'clock in the evening, so it's a huge commitment. But I think for the sake of us not falling behind on the policy, because that's been such an pressing issue, that, we need to consider that, if we wanna somehow position ourselves to make sure that this is ongoing every month, who's gonna be in it, because one person can't do it by herself, there's just no way, so, and, you know, at our meetings, the superintendent is never involved as far as, sitting on those board meetings. The person that's in charge lets the superintendent know what policies are coming up for review. And then, you know, board members just come in, they sit down, they go through it, and then,
The resource person in the room, Dr. Graff, you're with one of the assistant superintendents?
it's always an assistant superintendent there. And then, what happens is that if it's controversy, like say for example, that the administration is recommending something, the board doesn't agree, then there's no decision being made at those meetings, but they inform the superintendent, this has become a controversy, you know, how do we move forward? Then he talks to the board members, or he brings it up at the board meeting. So by the time a policy comes to the board, it's already vetted by 2 or 3 of the board members. They're very familiar with what the discussion was, why we're making the changes, if any, or why we're keeping it the same. And then they go ahead and move forward with voting on it because the others have already. I'll give you an example. There was a huge discussion on whether or not we should go back to 2-year contracts for top administrators instead of 1-year contracts. A few years ago, they used to be 2 or 3-year contracts, then the board changed it to yearly. This is exception to the superintendent. His is not in the, you know, it's everybody else's. So it becomes a huge discussion, you know, why do we want to go back to 2 years? Why not keep it 1 year the way we have it? So all those issues are discussed there in those board meetings. It's very informal. They talk about, you know, it's nothing but policy. But again, they express ideas on something else that they feel that we need as a policy that maybe we don't have it in the books. And it's an ongoing, it's on the schedule every month.
Well, I was gonna suggest, why don't we just have a workshop every 3 months and we can cover this stuff? And that way it's not so intense every month
We could.
at 6 o'clock. I would rather do it once a quarter, if you guys don't mind.
So, I'm sorry, so we would schedule like an extra board meeting for that month to just.
No, a
address the-
workshop,
okay.
every quarter,
Right, so a
Quarterly
closes the
workshops.
meeting, right, yeah.
yeah.
Special meeting, another special meeting, okay.
To me, especially if we're gonna be doing this for the next 2 years.
Because all it is.
And then that way, everybody will stay on top, because she says it kind of goes,
So that it's inclusive of everybody, so not a committee?
no, it's everybody. A workshop, just like this today.
Wouldn't committees work better though? I mean,
I seem to miss out on committees. I don't get report back from committees either. Yeah, I'm just speaking from experience. But, I would prefer a workshop like this, at least
Or if
once
it's
every
a
quarter.
workshop and let's say 2 of us are not available, or, you know, then the others show up because you're not voting on anything, you're
Yeah,
just there to
it's
discuss.
a chance to discuss what's going on and we have an agenda. And
But then we would get something
We can
similar
set
to
the-
this
yes.
with the updates as to which.
yeah, and we can keep an update with her, like you say, so it doesn't get behind. That's just a suggestion I have.
I like that.
Yeah, I
One
like that
every
idea
quarter.
too.
And we're gonna have, this thing that you guys are gonna be talking about later anyway. So we may wanna have a workshop to see what we learn from that. So, I don't know, when do you guys schedule? To get all the boards to meet, this.
Oh, we haven't.
dinners?
We haven't.
We'll bring
Oh,
that
with the
up a little
legislature,
bit.
you mean?
No, with this,
No.
with all the boards.
no, they're just gonna
We
There's
haven't
not a
scheduled.
date
day
yet.
and then
We
we'll
haven't
schedule it later.
You know, I heard something in March, that's why I said a quarter. We can do another workshop like in April, so we can discuss what happens at that.
I like that. 4 times a year we get together to talk about policies.
And other things, policy and other things,
Are you?
whatever we wanna put on the agenda.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's fine, however it goes. I just think that there's value in like a little committee. I mean, my suggestion would have been we post it as an open meeting. You know, there's the designated 2 or 3, not a quorum, who wants to attend, but again, posting is an open meeting, so whoever other board members could come, could certainly come. It's open to the public. It's a public discussion as well. I don't know,
This is open
so I just, I just find value in just really kind of getting hands-on little by little. I feel that sometimes if we kind of have it all at once, it's a little overwhelming, and, by hour 3, we're a little overwhelmed too much, unless, if we go down that road, I would just suggest that we could really maybe just focus it on like 2 or, we're honed in on that, we get the material beforehand so that we can review it, so it could be really substantive and we're not dragging it on too long, but
So one of the things I can do is maybe get Dr. Serrata a copy of how that looks like, the agenda, because we get to the board members, just like you do an agenda with the copies of the policies, we highlight what we discussed for changes and all that. If we start with quarterly, but then we see that we're not gonna get to the end of it in 2 years, then we can certainly move it to monthly, but
yeah, that's just my concern, that it's just that we're not moving it along. And so the goal is we kind of put it by the back burner, we don't see it. I mean, I think it's easy to get lost in a quarterly update versus a routine scheduled standing committee that meets. But of course mindful of everyone's time and work schedule as well. That's just my thought. But,
Well, I don't think it's gonna get behind because Dr. Finley's in charge, so I'm sure.
Well,
she-
and right now,
I have all my faith in Dr. Finley. Not so much my
No pressure, no
Oh,
pressure.
right now, there are over 270 board policies. And we, in the college, have been working on, sunsetting procedures that we feel are no longer needed, but obviously policies are your, purview and your oversight. So doing the math, 270 divided by, trying to get them all done in 2 years.
Yeah. It's a big one.
Now, some of them are probably good for all eternity, but we would still like to see something documented that you've at least looked at them, they're updated.
On the format of the policy review, how does that go? Is there a recommendation from the department, from the college, that they would come to, like, okay, this is what we saw, this is what we recommend, what's your feedback, that sort of deal?
Yes.
Right, okay, so it's not just a.
No, it's
okay.
it's a shared governance policy mechanism that we've had, the college has a long tradition of, where it goes to each of the constituency groups, they provide their comments, everyone eventually signs off after the period of time where it's out for open comment, where we bring it to cabinet. Once we have all of that, then it goes to the board for consideration.
Those are the procedures
Correct.
for review. The policies, we sort of fast track them, we look at them,
Because it's
executive level, so
right.
that like, Ms. Shaughnessy brought you all the policy last week. That didn't go out for public review, because frankly, that's
That's the board's policy.
for you. So what I have seen happen, and we don't review policies, or historically have not as much, is I would look at the policies that oversee my area's work. I would make recommendations to Dr. Sarata, put it on the board agenda for you all to look at, and that's it. It doesn't go out the way a procedure does.
Could we have, I don't know if it's possible, I mean, totally mindful of your time and all the other stuff that you have to do, but could we, and does it make sense to, get the lay of the land of all these policies that are there and categorize them as maybe some that we can kind of just get through, right? Like, okay, fast track, these are the ones that are gonna take more time. These, ones that are gonna take more time, we're gonna have to go through the different constituency groups. These, maybe we'll need some more discussion or some other feedback, so that we have maybe so we categorize by that, and then also maybe just do a timeline and start hitting those timelines for those reviews, so that we can ensure that we're on track and it's on our schedule, and then we start calendaring those meetings as soon as that exercise is done, right? And
That's
so-
an excellent idea, and then maybe you can look at also like the ones from 1974 and versus the ones from this.
Sadly, we do have some.
We have some.
Wow.
We do. Some of those don't even need to be probably in the books anymore, but
But we
they're
still have to
there.
look at it and say, okay, we're.
Now, what I have seen, and again, I've only really gotten into Austin and Dallas's business with TASB, many of theirs, and Midland, their local policy has been adjusted to say the board of so-and-so will comply with, and they will reference the legal policy. For many cases, that will work, it's just documentation of we are aware that there's a legal oversight. We are committed to, adhering to that, done. And those might be examples of ones that can be fast-tracked.
Yeah.
The ones that are a little bit more, complex, a little bit more nuanced, those maybe one or two in each of your quarterly meetings would be all that would be.
And what also bogs down the ones from the PCC, in my opinion, is that the procedures are embedded within the policies. You know, it's not like, for example, the Socorro school says, you know, all students in attending SISD may or may not wear uniform. That's it, that's what the policy says, you know, so it's really the legal one. Then the local one says, all high schools, all elementary and middle school students will wear uniforms. Then the procedure is totally separate. It's under regulations, you know, that they will wear khaki pants with a white polo shirt, and you know that would be universal, and this and that. It gives us specifics, but it's not a piece of the local policy. Here, when you look at the policies, the procedures are all within the policy, and that kind of makes it like.
And Ms. Shaughnessy, you know, that's exactly what she did last week, is she took all of the how out and just gave you
The what?
the what. And that's what a policy should be, you know, the spirit or the philosophy, therefore the board directs the president to create a procedure on X, Y, Z, and you all aren't burdened with 10-page
No, let me ask you,
policies.
is TASB gonna have a separate area for that, for us?
So we have-
regulation, I don't know if
We have not
negotiated
contracted,
that.
we've not contracted with TASB to look at our procedures.
Okay.
We're
So
still waiting.
they will be working on our policies, and we will, continue to maintain our procedures.
Yes.
And that's what we do, we maintain our own at SISD. But we just had an icon there where when you go to TASB, then you can go, or you go board policy, then TASB, then you can go regulations, and that's maintained by the district.
And you all don't have to worry about that, but that's what, we're wrestling with in my area, is how to make these available as these transitions occur. But we'll figure that out.
We have faith and high expectations as per Mr. Hager.
Just get her done.
Thank you.
Right,
This is so exciting, we're finally getting to this after 13 years.
It is, and I shared with Dr. Graham at the Texas Legislative presentation, it's gonna be a lot of work for each of us in different ways, but the end product is gonna be terrific. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, anything else I can do for you today about, the bylaws or about, board policies?
So what we will do, what I've heard from the board, we will categorize the policies. Those that can be fast tracked, yes. Those that can be fast tracked, those that will need some additional thorough review, and then we'll start to put them into separate categories. For instance, human resources, instruction, finance, student services. We'll pull those together, and then we'll come back to the board with a recommendation, and it's really the board's decision, whether you choose to do them quarterly or monthly. Once we get through those that just need a cursory review, we'll see what we're really left with on the number, because you're right, I'm going through, and quarterly means that we're looking at 8 meetings between now and the end of next year. If there's 270, then we're obviously looking at about 35 per meeting. That we would, if it's quarterly, if we need to review them. If there's all of a sudden 100 that can be fast tracked, then it's much more manageable.
Okay.
But we'll bring that forward to you.
Like even rotate the committees, even if we do them, you know, if we break it up, like not all of us have to, you know, this group does this group does this group does this, so it's not so onerous.
But thank you for taking this on.
You are very welcome. I hope the check clears so that we can actually start working. I'm excited.
It's not a hot check, so it shouldn't
No,
be
no,
there.
no. Ruben assures me there is money in the account. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. Do you want
it's the board's
We're
decision.
okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Here, give it to me, Doc.
This is where the PowerPoint is gonna come in.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
God forbid we get that.
I'm sure that I will slow us down once we, Ms. Shaughnessy, once we get to finance. We'll go a little shorter at that point. Yes. We there, I'll take these, thanks.
Should we?
You want a copy of the paper?
Sure. I may have made too many copies. Alright. Should we wait for Mr. Epstein?
No, we'll catch him up.
Okay, so you have two, documents, you've got a copy of the PowerPoint, and then, you have the same information in a Word document. What I wanted to do today here is to give you, an update on where we are in cabinet with the strategic plan. It is contingent on where you all are with the mission and vision statement. And so that we can document it in this conversation, so it's on the agenda. So, I think you've seen a lot of this at your summer retreat, so some of this can go through fairly quickly. As a reminder, you all are responsible for taking the lead on the mission and vision statements. Cabinet and the rest of the college will respond to your guidance with those statements by generating the goals and outcomes to fulfill that mission statement. And then once we have a strategic plan, locked and loaded and hopefully approved, then the individual departments roll up their sleeves, and that's where the area planning comes into play. So all of these pieces do, depend on one another and do support one another. So currently, our current mission statement in our 2016-2020 strategic plan is on top of that. What I understood you all generated as a proposed mission statement in your summer retreat is here at the bottom. Keeping in mind at the very top of the slide, the mission is the big picture, and it is supposed to be inspirational. It's supposed to be motivational, driving everything else we do. So first of all, I wanted to verify that I understood this is what you all left with in July. Does this look familiar?
That's correct.
Okay. As a draft, nothing's been formally approved yet, but I just wanted to make sure that I was starting at the right point. Again, this is your statement to generate. However, Cabinet did look at it, and we had a friendly suggestion.
They hated it.
And they
An edit.
I don't know if this rises to the level of an amicus brief, but it is a friendly suggestion. You can take it or leave it, and I will be the messenger on that. The statement was, the last part, from entry through completion, there was some concern that may not translate well outside of the college, that people may not really understand what we were getting at. So one suggestion was, equitable educational pathways from start to finish, sort of to align with our slogan, the best place to start and finish. Alternately, if that does not work for you, we thought entry to graduation might resonate with external constituents a little bit more clearly than entry through completion. Totally up to you.
No, my only question would be like the ones that come in for certificates, they're not really considered graduations, right? But they are considered completion. Could it be possible to have completion / graduation?
Anything you want.
Whether they're finished or.
We could say from entry
I like
to
to start
to
forward,
finish.
but, you know,
Start to
they're
finish.
Say that, well, say
There's
that
always
again.
gonna be people that are.
Like the ones that have just a certificate, that they
Okay.
don't, and then they keep coming back and they, but they are finishing their certificates, they're walking away with.
Versus
their
that,
certificate.
versus the, like the
Graduation.
the graduation, like the associates.
Associates.
Like associates versus just the,
So would start to finish cover it?
both.
Because whenever
So
they,
you're saying add to,
I guess let's just say for the sake of discussion, if somebody takes, 30 hours and they stop, are they finished? They're finished with us because they're going somewhere else, but they didn't necessarily graduate. That's the only concern.
But they finished.
but they finished
They
here.
can drop out.
They finished here with the 30 hour.
Right, they finished with us with the 30
I like
hours,
to start
but
to
not
finish
necessarily
because it
graduate.
goes with our motto.
Mhm. From start to finish.
but again, I think it kind of makes sense, like finish with their they graduated or they finished the requirement of credit hours versus the graduation on associates, or is that what you're saying, Doctor? Like,
Yeah,
It's all saying the same thing in slightly different ways. It is totally, whatever you are comfortable with. Keeping in mind, this will be on our website, it will be, in printed materials. It's how is it understood?
I love the proposed, don't get me wrong, I like that it's shrunk, it's quick, it's, it's very nicely put. Pathways can be any of the, elementary to completion. I'm okay if we wanna leave it start to finish.
No,
No,
I don't like it.
what's your?
What happened is that language right there is good for us in here that's familiar with it. You look at somebody that's sitting in the 10th, 11th, 12th grade, somebody that has been out of the workforce, and they're gonna look at that quality, affordable, okay? You're gonna see the words pathway and entry, and I just, to me, I think they're both good, I think the intent is good, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of those people that are not familiar with education and maybe not quite as far along in understanding that. I just think that the language in the first one reads to those people that will be seeking, they'll be looking for academic or professional growth. I like the idea of putting the workforce in there, okay, because that's what it is. And I don't like the idea of pathways, because pathways, what does pathways mean? We've had a hard time discovering, we have a whole separate program here of pathways and a definition. And somebody's gonna look at pathways, and I think prospective people that are not familiar with it are gonna get turned off and nothing else but that word. Again.
Although pathways is the word that's being used by the legislature and everybody.
Exactly, it's been used by
that's
professionals and legislators, but it's not been used by those people that haven't even finished high school or haven't finished community. It's a vocabulary thing.
I would like to go with the proposed, with it saying start to finish, I really like that. Just get it smaller, get it done.
I think it needs probably a little bit more of an explanation if we go to start to finish. I'm okay with whatever, but.
what about if we would add, okay, start to finish and maybe get them ready for the workforce, because a lot of, some of the kids, they might not visualize that, okay, my goal is to go to a 2-year entity and for me to be ready to start my job, my career, versus others, because to me not everyone has the means and the capacity to go into the higher education. So for me, the fact that it's gonna be the 2-year might take me, my associates might take me to start, in the workforce, I think that would give them, kind of like a sense, but I don't know how would it be added or worded to make it more understanding, for the, for the younger kids, I don't know, it's what do you think, Christina?
I agree that I just feel it kind of just abruptly stops if we just put from start to finish.
What if we add, from entry to completions and then start to finish, comma, graduating to advance our regional workforce?
But I still don't think that that acknowledges that not everyone graduates. I mean, when they receive their career technical degree, is that considered a graduate?
It's a certificate of completion.
It's a certificate of
Yes,
completion.
From entry to completion. I do like the start to finish to be embedded in there only because it's new. And then, but I also agree with, Mr. Oxer that the workforce word in there, we could even do away with regional because they don't necessarily stay in the regional area. It's just the graduation advances workforce. And you thought this was gonna be easy?
No, no, I thought
What
I
do you
was
think,
just
Dr.
revisiting with you. And we don't have to decide today. It would be helpful if the mission and vision statements could be, approved by
People you're talking to,
January,
turn
February.
over.
Because again, looking at the chronology of what needs to happen. Would you like to stay on this for a little bit? Would you like to pause this and move to the vision statement?
I guess we can.
Just pause it so we can all talk about it, or we can all think about it, think of different
What
ideas,
do you
and then
think,
come back to it.
Judge Kathy, what do you think, like, what would be your,
My personal opinion is I like to start to finish because it is, I don't have a problem with pathways.
we will leave that at
But
first.
me coming to the college when I was 47 years old, it was I wanted to finish my, but there are students that are in 11th and 12th grade, they just want to get a certificate in welding.
But
Why?
finish to
And
them,
that's
you
why-
need that
and that's
certification,
why I
I
like
would
Why do you
finish
think that,
the
why
well.
do you think that they just want that, that certificate?
Because a lot of these kids come from homes where they're single moms.
Single moms,
And they
what do
gotta
they need
help
to
the
do?
mom,
Work.
and they want a job
So I
that
think
pays
that,
them a decent wage.
yeah, and I think that's what we need to stress that, like, you can,
I don't know what the statistics, you're the statistic guy.
you
How
can
many
start and
households are
finish,
single mothers?
and be ready to,
Yeah, cause finish can mean their certifications, finish can mean, whatever it is to them, finish is.
yeah.
So what are the key ideas or concepts that you want, the wordsmithing will take care of itself, but what do you wanna say?
I mean, I
You
like
wanna
that key,
emphasize the workforce?
We wanna say something that will make them come to EPCC. That's what we wanna say. That's what I wanna
But
say.
how are we different from any other entity?
well, from a
Cost.
technical, the expense, the
Cost.
the
Cost,
affordable,
affordable.
the technical school, you don't get an associate's if you wanna continue higher education. To me, sometimes it's like a waste of me going to those 18 months if I didn't get, if it's not gonna be valid, if I try to continue my higher ed at the university. So, so to me, it's going to EPCC, it's affordable. I can decide whether, once I'm there, whether I'm gonna take my certificate or my associates to continue my education in the
Well, I think it's accessible, it's different, it's
That's it,
accessible.
Yeah.
location, we're everywhere.
It
And
has less
accessible also
barriers
means-
and obstacles
So they
than
want-
other institutions.
So we're going back to the original one.
Well, we may have to end up going up there.
Yeah.
The accessibility is also even for students that are just coming in during the summer to take courses, because they're in UT Austin, but they come here to
Oh,
be
yeah.
here in the summer,
Well,
and they
Which
take
they
classes.
do,
That
which we
can
have
be
a lot of
accessible.
those.
You know,
Yeah.
and even might take out professional
Yeah.
growth.
It's accessible for
I mean,
whatever
and personal growth.
means you wanna use.
Yeah, but that's not,
Do you vote for students for academics
They're going to school because they want an academic
and
professional.
advanced?
Parents says you don't.
But I say,
So,
I'm a professional.
What, so we wanna, we
intervention
want
or,
to separate
better
ourselves or put ourselves in a different category from other institutions because we're affordable, because of the transferability or flexibility. It gives our students options what to do next. Accessibility,
And time, if we can do it, we can finish quickly.
okay,
Yeah.
Time.
all right. So some of the things that are in both the current and the proposed mission statement are not on here yet. Does that mean that they're not important, that those are on the chopping block?
Affordable and accessible is,
But you know what, the other thing that I like about the new one is, you know, that it does speak to the different pathways. You don't have to be coming in to go for an associate's degree. You
So
can
what's
just
it-
come in to get,
So what's another word we can use besides pathway?
So,
pathways is a word that's going all
Opportunity,
over.
educational
even in high school, they
opportunities.
talk
Even in high
pathways,
school, everything is
constant.
pathways, everything. I'm sure that Dr. Serrata's son is already being
I
exposed.
worked there recently,
Aren't
so
they
I
making
can.
high school age kids?
No, middle school. Middle
Yeah,
school,
middle
they're
school.
learning the pathways and which one they're gonna follow. If you're gonna go into engineering, this is what you're gonna take. If you're gonna go into the medical field, then this is what you're gonna take. Everything is pathways. It's all
So they're familiar then with the word pathways.
Yes.
and
The
before
only
they
ones
think-
not familiar are probably the parents.
Correct.
Well, even the parents are, because now they're having to look into what pathway their kids are choosing.
Yes, they have,
Because
they have constant messages sending out to us saying, come in for pathways to blah, 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 meeting for your students, cause they have to pick their pathway.
That
And so
they're
they
gonna
have
follow.
us go often.
I think, Mrs. Serrata was gonna go to one of those.
What do you suggest, Dr. Sadata?
So I think there's several different ways for us to look at it. And so part of what we were doing when we went through this and with the board is equity has become a large part of the dialogue within the academy with regards to mission statements and ensuring that so you see that equitable came into our particular area, our particular proposed mission that the board had. And so pathways is the nomenclature that's currently utilized. I do worry that if we then turn to another catchphrase that becomes popular. Pathways has been going probably for the last 5 years. We were part of the original pathway, the 30 original pathway colleges. So I go through, I just think through wordsmithing as something that I'm unfortunately trained on. So it's one that I worry about because there's so many different ways to say what we're trying to say. So I know that part of what we're looking at, the mission of El Paso Community College is to ensure equitable higher education and workforce training. And then we can either say opportunities or pathways and then from start to finish. But each choice we make leaves out certain pieces as well. So you see that we don't necessarily have workforce anywhere included in here anymore, in the proposed. And it is, and I just caution, we're really moving towards providing additional workforce opportunities at the institution. With what we're adding through the master plan.
The big key that EPCC offers is affordability. That's what we do. We rank our tuition, we rank everything. There's a big deal about student tuition debt. I don't know, so to leave out the concept of affordable seems to me to be wrong. We don't put in there the fact that, hey, it's, you can do this.
You can do it if you really
You're
want.
not-
What is wrong with our current missions?
There's nothing wrong with
So
it.
now
It's
instead
just-
of proposing
correct.
a shorter.
No, and actually the proposed
It's
piece
too
was,
long.
yeah.
Is what?
It's too long. The grammar. How about career options, Dr. Penley? Instead of pathways, educational career option, oh, there you go.
Sure,
We're on the same way.
That's good, I like that.
Pathways, there, it's a good word.
Right. Some more.
Career,
ensure equitable education
Yes.
and career pathways, start to finish.
Yes, there you go.
To ensure equitable educational
We're back.
and career
Pathways,
pathways
start to finish,
from start to finish.
to start to finish.
Opportunities.
Does it need the AL on there, or just equitable education? Career options.
There you go. That doesn't look, it's nice and short.
No.
Career options. Vocabularies. Yeah. we're getting
I like
close.
that.
She hit me, it was on camera.
They're with
That was a
us.
silly notion.
Okay, so we got that little piece there, that,
Yeah, because from
These-
entry through completion is kind of repeating that from start to finish, like the graduation is kind of like this.
It is gonna be any.
Can
okay,
you
so,
put,
I
can you
don't
put,
like all the E's, but that's just
can you put affordable after equitable?
equitable and
Yeah,
affordable.
sure,
Lot of E's.
education and.
Or whatever, you said we're leaving that out.
So how is
well, how about if we get
equitable
affordable
different from
first?
accessible in the conversations?
I think his point is that he's trying to stick, to make sure that the message is that it is affordable, the most affordable. So maybe take out equitable and see what it looks like with affordable.
Education and career pathways from start to finish.
'Cause I don't think a kid in the 11th grade is really worried about quality. He's looking at how can we get this done as cheaply as possible.
Mm-hmm, yes.
Ensure affordable education career pathways from start to finish. I like that.
Ensure
We don't have any, I mean, we say
Yeah.
that we're affordable, but not that we're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
we're,
sounds good. I
it's
like it.
affordable,
Ensure
but that,
affordable,
yeah, I like that.
high-quality education career
High
pathways
quality.
from start to finish. Yes.
So
I
where,
like that.
where were you in July?
I'm sorry?
Where were you when we did this in July?
She was on vacation.
Probably a sexy.
She
No,
actually,
Dr. Wheeler was
Christy,
here.
do you like that?
Yeah, it's good.
She likes it. I like it. Bonnie likes it. Sir?
Well, can we
It's
do
okay.
that?
I mean, frankly, I would
I
just
like
knock a couple
yeah.
words out of the first one and go
Oh,
with that.
okay. So,
That looks good.
so hypothetically, we have the mission of El Paso Community College is to ensure affordable, high-quality education and career pathways from start to finish.
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
and we will not be bringing this back.
So it's high quality education, right? Or it's high quality, comma, education and career that way, or
From
is
start to finish.
So-
ensure affordable, high quality education and career pathway from.
And can we get away with just putting the mission of APCC instead of the whole?
No, not in
No?
the mission statement, we have to be
Okay,
clear.
we have to clear.
Yes. Yeah, we spell it out in the mission statement.
Okay.
And actually, I think, I wanna say it goes back to an accreditation item years
Yes.
back.
So I'm putting it in parentheses there, but
It's
note
gonna
to
spell.
self, we have to.
The mission of APCC is to ensure affordable, high quality education.
and career pathways from start to finish.
Yes.
Does it roll?
I don't think that, I think it's a it sounds better a high quality education, because if you put high quality what? If you put the comma, it separates the, so ensure affordable, high quality education and career pathways from start to finish.
So the other comma also gets deleted?
No, the comma that you had at high quality, because we need to,
So I
high,
wiped it off.
It's on.
I mean, I don't know.
That works. I agree, because high quality and education affordable.
Ensure affordable,
And affordable.
affordable,
I'm just saying.
You know, I don't think
No.
we need an and there.
no, not the end there.
You don't-
No, ensure affordable and high quality education and career pathway from start to finish.
Is to ensure
affordable and high-quality education and career pathway from start to finish.
Two hands.
But the column.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If not, I mean, that's,
I think it's good like that.
yeah,
If we're getting down to and or comma, we're basically there.
yeah, no, that's fine, yeah. That's good, that's good, that's good, let's not,
So,
It's not the other first.
yeah.
I know that these, this is a workshop. Would this be something we could present to you all next month at the trustee meeting to get
Yes.
it documented
Yeah.
and approved?
Yes.
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 And don't leave it up for discussion, because we'll be there for another 3 hours.
Under board visit.
All right.
And this says you can't go on vacation.
Okay, so then,
Yeah, you can go vacation.
I'm trying to think what days in December my supervisor approved. The CSC meeting, okay. All right, so again, big picture, we know what separates us from the pack, what we aspire to be. So now here is our future state. Now that we have a tentative mission statement, subject to approval next month. Again, here's our current vision statement, and this is what I understood you all came up with in July. With some friendly suggestions. But first of all, looking at the teal, and I know it's hard because the teal and the blue are so close. But what I heard you all come up with in July was EPCC will be a progressive educational leader transforming our future. Okay. So what Cabinet thought about that was perhaps consider replacing B with remain, because B sounds like we're not there yet. So EPCC will remain a progressive educational leader. Just a thought.
It's an active voice, so we can.
I'm sorry?
No, that makes sense.
Okay. And then the last part is where it got really sticky. I'm not sure any of us are comfortable with this. The thought was transforming our future. The assumption is that it's a positive transformation, but to just say transform our future, it could go both ways. So we thought maybe a little bit of explication there. Transforms the future for the better, positive impact. I don't think Cabinet was real thrilled with what they came up with either, but.
I like what our future of our community, just adding of our community, keep it short. So EPCC will remain a progressive educational leader transforming our future
Period.
for the better.
Well, if you're transforming it, you're not gonna transform it for the worse.
Well, you hope.
But
You know,
you're
the
hoping, but
vision-
she's saying-
The vision statement's gotta be very short. We're supposed to know.
I'm trying to keep it very short.
Motivated. You're leaving this room?
So
Are you fine?
I heard that you all were
Happy
okay
Thanksgiving, Miss.
with replacing B with remain in the first line?
EPCC will
Will
remain,
remain.
I like remain.
Okay.
Progressive educational leader transforming
Our future for the better.
our future.
Well, keep it short, that's the way to keep it short.
Transforming our future. And again, this is your vision for us.
See, I like
These are
it
just
right there.
friendly,
Short and
Suggestion.
clear.
Yeah, short and clear, because if we're transforming or the future of our students or something like that, but not going to a lot more than that. The community and region and all that can be elsewhere, but not on the vision, it's just transforming.
and they're both important, but I will say that, the mission statement, we do have to have documented in a lot of places. Some institutions don't even have a mission statement. They just go from mission to the goals. Not to diminish the
Come on, Christie, what else? That's it, just.
That's good, it's short, I mean, I get
I
it.
like it, it's short.
It's on a roll card.
I remember it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the,
Remember, we're special efforts for
What's our
the
vision?
future.
What's our vision statement?
What do we wanna be when we grow up?
We're already grown up because we're saying we'll remain.
Well, we're mad.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep,
I'm very.
I used to be
Honestly.
very
Come on, you-
hardcore in
you-
our
honest.
community, but now.
So,
make your, cause you know, you,
yeah, it's
let
just.
us know.
Okay, so I have time here and then I have time with cabinet, so I have it 2 times. So, yeah. Vision statements are a desired state. And so this is cabinet and I disagree. I understand the pride, no one has more pride in this institution than I do. But vision statement is a state of what you hope to be, right? So if we're remaining, then we're not, right, we're not necessarily getting better. I always wanna get better.
Okay,
What
that's,
do you
that's a good
suggest?
point.
Huh?
Remaining, like we're staying the same, that's, we can
Then
take
it's not
that.
a vision.
Yeah,
We're staying in status quo.
Okay, so what would you say?
Well, that's why you always say
As long as we
be.
keep it short.
I agree, Dr. Graham, and that's why actually the board had already said it, will be a progressive, and most
Oh.
institutions will be, because it's vision, it's a desired state. I understand the cabinet's concern that I believe we're an outstanding, but I believe we can get better.
Everybody.
but it doesn't matter what we think.
Yeah, the thing's getting
It
worse.
That's right. I mean, these two are really the boards, whatever the board feels comfortable,
Things-
it's not that we're gonna stop, I'm not gonna
Things
stop
don't
trying to.
remain
our
the same.
community college
Correct.
will be
They're
a
gonna either get better
progressive
or get
educational
worse.
leader,
So you
transforming
don't
our
remain.
future.
I'm comfortable with that. Christie, are you okay?
I am good with that.
Yeah,
She changed it.
yeah, they,
Yes, I'm good with that.
Put it back, put it
No, I'm
back
good
to
with
me.
that. I don't like will be, but that's just stylistic, but I'm good with that. I understand the point, so
Yeah.
I'm okay.
We're okay, so you got 2. Bunny,
I'm okay with whatever you guys
3.
said.
Belen left, so she's 4. Judge?
I say add,
Are you comfortable?
add, our future for the better. That's what I thought, that's what I
For our
think.
future. So the judge is okay, that's fine, instruct 6. 6, okay, you got
Don't take
everybody,
this.
Dr. Ben.
Positively transform.
We're all in agreement with that.
a
Will be
possible
a
college
progressive
will be a
educational leader
progressive.
transforming our future.
So you just so in order to do it, we'll be a progressive educational leader positively transforming our future. No? Okay.
Yeah.
Then you
But
don't-
transformation
I get that
doesn't
look from you way
already,
too often.
I already.
Like change,
I
yeah,
agree.
Yeah,
yeah, change, yeah.
otherwise it would say damaging the future or something else. Transforming is already for the better.
Should be.
Changing it already, yeah, transforming for the best.
Just take the
So
boats,
what-
take the boats and run, we're all.
What about,
Yeah.
we're keeping this?
Yes.
That one.
Okay.
That's what you're doing, we're gonna keep that.
All right, so then this will be coming to you next month in your, board agenda.
Yes.
All right.
Did you feel like you handled this change
Judge,
from
what
our
we did
July
last
step?
Yeah, it won't be.
That's okay, as long as we have 4 votes.
But it's the way that these.
Keep that thought, Dr. Graham.
You do a lot of damage
I'm
when
on
you're
board.
done.
Yeah, but you can always bring it up again the following month and I'll go to the.
So now that you all have done the hard part, you can sit back and look at what cabinet is wrestling with. And you can turn the tables and you can offer friendly input on our part. We are looking at cabinet going from 5 goals to 4, and we are thinking about consolidating our current goal 3 and 4. And that's really the significant change. We weren't really sure how to build national awareness, so that's why that kind of fell out.
Well, you could grow partnerships in that already up here.
So again, these 4 goals will help 10 caps moving in the same direction, so I feel pretty proud of it for that. Right now, this is what we're looking at for providing quality education, focusing on transferability, transitioning, marketable skills, professional development for employees, so that we can in turn be better leaders and mentors for our students. The second goal is driving student success, focusing on engagement, focusing on outreach to the college community on a larger scale, the Operation College Bound, the Adoption Elementary School, partnering with middle schools to build that culture and foster that engagement in continuing beyond high school.
Wait, can we go back to goal 1, because I'm still hung up on this one. So when we talk about improving college transitions, how is that going to be measurable?
Excellent question. We are going to leave this to the departments that are focusing on that part of the area plan. This could be a transfer from EPCC to the next step. It could be a transition on the front end from high school or from military into EPCC. Or it could be both.
Right, but I guess I'm struggling with that, because if we're going to put it on there as to improve it, how do we know, like, do we have a baseline data, like did 500 students attempt to transition and they couldn't, so now we're gonna shoot for it to happen, or how are we measuring that we're being successful?
It's a great question. So what we'll look at, and the reason that we're somewhat nebulous on college transitions is that we're really looking at, okay, initially you have the transition from K through 12 into the college. And so we look at those with regards to, and this is very timely. I was just having a discussion with one of Dr. Penny's colleagues on looking on how do we improve that transition. And so, and it's very easy for me to measure, just based on, let me just pull it up since it's something I just sent on Friday. So our region's share of high school students matriculating immediately into higher ed continues to decline. It's actually going the wrong way. From 58.1% in 2016 to 56.4% in 17, and then last year, which is the latest data available, we don't have 19's data yet, the CB hasn't provided it, was 54.7. So we've lost 3.4% in 3 years. And right now the reason is the economy, from my perspective. What you're seeing is in fall 2016, we had 3,100 first-time college students. And not that I'm in competition, but I do look at what others are doing.
I am in competition.
Well, no, I'm in competition with procrastination and apathy. I'm not in competition with another institution. And so, for instance, but the other institution that I look at regularly is UTEP. So we had 3,116, they had 2,624.
So the answer is you don't have data?
I do.
Okay, so
I do.
that was my question.
That's from the schools, from the school districts to the college. Then the reason we don't say just that, because then the intent, 80% of our students say they want to transfer to the university.
I'm sorry, how many?
About approximately 80%.
80.
Yes.
To our to our college.
From us, no, 80% say they want to transfer from us to the university.
Got it.
So then we have a measure of seeing how many are transferring, and it's nowhere near 80, based on the definition that the coordinating board does. So their coordinating board definition, we're at approximately 24% currently.
But they're only looking at the transferability over 2 years,
Not just
3 or
that,
4
they're only
or 5.
looking at a define that they measure. So
Right.
in order to be considered a transfer student, at the coordinating board, you have to have completed 30 hours and then transfer.
Now, if they didn't have that rule in place,
Yes.
that percentage would be much more impressive.
Dr. Graham, 74% of baccalaureates earned at UTEP have PCC credit on their
Okay,
transfer.
so
So the truth is somewhere in
that
between.
one doesn't bother me or
But we want to see the 74% get higher. So that's why we're looking at transitions. And then the third transition that I would reference is Those that are in our workforce programs, are they successfully transitioning into the workforce? And we measure those too. But that's why we said.
So we got the
We
data.
do,
Okay.
And what are we doing about, every time I'm on the radio,
yes.
I hear about, Arizona State seniors come back to school,
Yes.
have an education, what are we
There's a
doing?
bunch of
to them?
baloney.
Well, they have the money.
They do have a lot of resources.
I don't know if it's true or not, but what are we doing about getting those people to spend some money?
That's,
To come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do a campaign, it's not as successful as I'd like to see it, on stop outs, on students that have earned a certain number of degrees, a certain number of hours rather, but haven't earned a degree. And so we reach out to them, Judge, to try to pull them back in. The adult population, I mean, there's 3.9 million Texans that have some credit but no degree or certificate. They're a very difficult population because they're not captured, they're everywhere. The reason that I tend to focus on the K through 12 population is it's a captured audience. They're all right there, and we're going the wrong way.
So why don't we do it?
And we're gonna address some of that, Tuesday and I with our.
With your piece,
Yes.
yes ma'am, great.
are you gonna include like, what about the transition from high school to the EPCC? For those that they already have like dual credits and everything?
Correct.
How do we reach out to them so they can take advantage of that and not just leave them behind like, because I know it's easy for them because it doesn't cost them any money, but at the same time, we need to encourage them that you already have those free credits, finish your, and one of the things that, how do we reach out to them, and I don't know which one of us were discussing that, how do we reach out to them, like if they sign up for the orientation and then at the last minute, they did not come for orientation, they decided not to, how do we reach out to them to encourage them to come back to EPCC and enroll in
Sure. And so what you're looking at, that's a segment of the population that continues to grow. So the prior dual credit and early college high school student population is one that continues to grow at the institution. And so there's two things that we look at, Ms. Pena. When we look at, for instance, if you're looking at the percentage of students that are prior dual credit, we measure this too. It's one of the benchmarks that I look at. And I'll just for reference, this is a debate that the 50 of us, the 50 community colleges have on a regular basis. Dual credit is a significant portion of all community college enrollment now. And so what they say is we're providing it, and then I have a colleague that's in the Dallas, that's in North Texas, and says they get 8% of their prior dual credit students to then matriculate with them. They take the credits, but they go to the university. Currently, we get 44%, and we've hovered anywhere from 58 to 44% of those students to come back to us. So we get a much larger, and then they outperform every other segment. So Dean Badillo Tony is working on, she's the Dean of Dual Credit in Early College High Schools, of doing better to try and increase the number that we have. The percentage, I can assure you, will continue to go down, but the percentage is of a larger number, so the number should continue to rise. Only because UTEP's doing a great job, and the early college high school student, they're gonna graduate, we're not gonna get them. But the tradition.
But the ones that start, and then, because I know Bonnie said something that, I don't know if it was you, Bonnie, that one of your friend's daughters,
my daughter.
or your daughter, your daughter's friend, they were so insistent, from, she's like, I don't know, I'm debating whether I'll go to EPCC or UTEP, but what happened? EPCC never reached out to her versus UTEP, like constantly, like, hey, Amber, what happened, are
And
you
they
coming?
contacted me and then her dad and then.
And then, you know what, and then, I think that's what we're like not reaching out to versus other EPCC colleges. And one of the workshops, they said that they make sure that they reach out to them by calling them, by sending an invitation, by guiding them, and being friendly as soon as they walk into the first impression is like, oh, they were rude to me, I don't even want to go back. I think that's one of the things that we need to focus on
And that's
making
part of
them
our
all-
plan, so maybe we should
Good.
just let Dr. Kennedy finish her part,
Okay.
and then we'll get into the other.
No, but these these are the conversations we're having in cabinet, and this document has not gone out yet. So when we send it out to the college community for input, I'm sure that they will bring up these points. And that's what we're focusing on is, are these the right outcomes for this goal? And how do we know?
Yeah.
How will we measure them? So, yes. So student success, again, like Dr. Sanata said, equity is a big, concept in all of the conversations we're having. And we're looking intentionally at some disparities in the data and how we can address those.
On the previous one, I'm still back on the
That's
previous one. Support high quality professional development. I would like to add the word staff development, because otherwise it gets lost, because we're alluding to student transitions and student marketable skills and co-curricular learning, for students, but this one is specifically professional staff development, because it's not for the kids, it's for the staff. That would be my only suggestion on that one.
Okay.
And then the one on the next one, number 2, promote a college-going culture. I think you guys have been doing an awesome job at promoting it. We just need to either continue or advance the promotion of a college-going culture, but to indicate that it's an ongoing, that it was already, it's being done. We just need to either continue it or advance it or some.
So this is, of all of the proposed outcomes, this is the one that hurts my heart, because I am struggling to figure out how to measure this. How do you measure a culture?
Well, number 1, we're not doing very good if we measure by the number of enrollees. Number 2, we could do very well by having identified some of the college-going activities that the college has been engaged in since Dr. Serrata took over. He's got the partnerships with the elementaries, he's got the partnerships, going on with the early college high schools, the dual credit has enhanced. So there is a lot of data that documents that it has been increasing.
So some of it, yes. The elementary schools, try as we might, we're not quite at the point where we can admit those elementary school kids into EPCC yet. And so we will be tracking that certainly. And the adopted schools that we've been doing since 2012, 2013 in time hopefully will bear fruit.
What are you guys doing with the 8th grade?
I'm sorry?
What are you doing with the 8th graders that are about ready to go to freshman year?
Exactly.
Register for early college.
Exactly.
We
And
test
some of
them.
it is indirect, not just the adopted elementary school. We're doing some terrific things with our libraries, with community events, and getting the parents involved and getting them to think about their own future, their own educational opportunities.
So there is some way to document that it's happening, but maybe we need to accelerate it somehow.
So what I am doing right now with our Department of Institutional Planning is looking at what the college is doing right now with their area plans, mapping them onto the strategic goals to see, are we measuring our goals now? And if not, is there a way to measure them, or is this a goal that is not measurable?
It's what you think that we can't really measure the college going culture as far as like the elementary schools until those kids are of age. So we really can't track it. So
Well, that, and then also, how do we know, and I tend to be very conservative with my data, how do I know that the fact that we did Operation College Bound
that's what that.
at O'Donnell led them to enroll in EPCC? How do I even know that that child was there that day when we had the flag raising and we gave them all of those things?
But you can see it by a percentage. How many of the Fabens kids have enrolled at EPCC? I can tell you a few years when I was at Fabens, there was almost 0. Now I guarantee you there's a lot more.
Isn't that, would this be somewhere else where this problem would then go and not necessarily drive, I mean, I think it's a component of it in terms of what we offer instead of a part, but I'm not, but if that's the challenge, which I agree, you can't really measure that, concretely and whatever, how do you define that? So maybe it goes somewhere else.
Well, and these are still, in progress, and absolutely, I think it's an important piece. Is it something that we want to double down on by putting it as an outcome of our strategic plan? Or do we want to put this somewhere else, like an internal campaign, like an employee commitment or a college commitment, or something within a strategic plan in a department or an area plan within a department? We're still wrestling with some of these issues, but we definitely believe in the idea of
College good culture, but whatever's here needs to be measurable and it's not, so it's, what do you think?
Well, because this, as I said, we debate these, or we discuss them with the board, we debate them at cabinet. The debate went much faster the day that Dr. Penley was not at cabinet. She was attending a function for us. And we talked a whole lot. I certainly understand what she's saying as far as how do you measure culture. I get it.
And it's true though, I completely agree that you can't really measure it as much as we'd like to.
Yeah.
There's,
I think we can.
no.
all right, so here's where I consolidated two goals. The spirit of engaging and partnering the community outreach, we decided could fit well into one goal. But it's an ambitious goal with a lot of different outcomes.
Do we not already have the diverse employees, or are we still needed as a goal of?
We have a very diverse, employee breakdown, Dr. Graham.
So is it necessary to put it out there, or is it just for looks?
Perception or what?
Like, it's
No,
just
it's
to
a
me
really-
that, you know, if it's a goal, it's because we're gonna reach it, we gotta get there. And that one, to me, I thought we had the diverse employees.
We do, but we do say retain, so we wanna retain that diversity as well. So on the recruitment, you're right, I don't think theoretically we need to increase the recruitment of a diverse employee population, but to retain them, I think is something, and we don't have high turnover, fortunately.
How about just, so then you continue to retain qualified and diverse employees and take off?
Well, no,
Is that
if
what
you're
you're
gonna
saying?
retain, you might as well keep recruiting, because he's
Yeah.
always recruiting.
Right.
And promote innovation, how are we gonna measure that? Any your commission decide.
Well, this is a collective effort, and
You can throw us under the
poor
bus.
Dr. Sanata, he's heard me say, this is not my strategic plan. These are not my goals and outcomes. This is a collective.
But we all own it.
We do. So some of
We do.
these I relate to more closely than others. I personally, I'm with you on that. How do we document that we're promoting innovation? It could be grants, it could be new efforts, initiatives, programs.
But, and then responsiveness. See, I don't see the word responsiveness, what was the thought there? Responsiveness. 'Cause
I
promoting innovation-
suspect, trying to get into my colleagues' brains, that is related to this, that we are responsive to workforce needs, to gaps in our community where we can serve a role.
And I can see responsiveness belonging to number 6, but I just don't see it in promoting innovation and accountability. I would move responsiveness to the number 6. reputation piece. So I would just move responsibility.
I don't understand, again, it's on this topic on the how that really goes to the overall goal of the foster engagement and partnership, so when I read that, not only was this one. Yeah, that to me reads as you're talking about your outside community, your community engagement, regional, state, national, and so how, I don't understand, can somebody explain what students supposed to mean? Is that like innovation with our business community, other educational partners, responsiveness in terms of us connecting with businesses? What does that mean?
So it's sort of startling to see it in its cleaned up version because it highlights the challenges. Originally, number 2 was part of foster engagement, but it was a separate goal. So originally, that was seen as a way to engage our students and our employees.
With whom? With what?
With everything, with the learning environment, with one another, students engaging with faculty, employees engaging with one another, with students.
So internal engagement?
Yes.
Internal
Yes.
engagement? Okay.
Yes,
But
that
it
was
also
the spirit originally.
Right, and it also alluded to engagement in the community, because they were working on, like, say for example, the blood drive, you know, EBCC kind of holds the #1 spot, just engagement with the community in general.
Yeah.
It became part of the what do you call it, SCAG's accreditation, remember, or the theme, that it was community.
Learning about
engagement.
the community as a community.
Learning about the community as a community, very good.
And originally, I had proposed consolidating number 5 and number 6, and on your Word document, you can see the response to that idea. I didn't understand the difference between 5 and 6, and it was explained to me that 5 is a quantity and 6 is a quality. And the sense was very strong that those needed to be separate. So that's why those are there.
You know, let's go back to that, number 5 and 6, right? Because it almost can begin with number 6, align with regional educational, economic, and workforce demands and opportunities to increase the number of business and community partnerships. It's almost one.
But if we have, is the number important, or is the quality of those partnerships what's important?
I think to me the number is important because if we look to see what we had before as partnerships, I don't think that number has moved the needle. I think we're still. Let's say that I'd be very surprised if it does move the needle on the number. But I can live with them if there are 2 numbers, I mean 2. Versus 1.
Well, we're still chewing on these. Any other feedback for us on all 3? Last one, sustainability. These are largely untouched from the current strategic plan, and this goal in the current plan, with the emphasis, and I think that this was your original input over the summer, which is incredibly important, to put the focus on campus safety.
On number 3, the only thing I would add is prioritize campus and student safety, or
Campus and student?
well, I guess because I see it more just, not just the campus safety, but the students and the staff. And that goes to say that you can tell me, you know, the campuses are safe, we have police officers there, we have, you know, the proper locks on the doors and all this. But if the students and the staff don't know what to do in an emergency, then I'm sorry, but we can have the campus very safe, but not if the students and the staff don't know what to do. And I always ask the students, you know, if there was an emergency at EPCC, do you know what you need to do?
in his town hall,
State of the
where are we?
college.
November, State of the College. With personal safety and an individual feeling that they are not gonna be, targeted because of their demographic, or religious or political, categories. So that could be embedded within there.
But again, how do we reflect it on number 3?
I'm sorry, how do we do what?
How is that reflected on number 3?
So we could wordsmith it to say, promote campus and personal safety, or, promote, commit to safety, campus safety and safety of individuals. So my wordsmithing is starting to fail me here.
That's okay, I don't like the word prioritize, because I don't know that we have made it a priority, but I know Dr. Serrata has, but I don't know that across the board we have it, across the district we have it as a priority. But just so you know that it's gotta reflect that it's not just the building safety that we're concerned about, the board is concerned about the safety of students and staff.
I just talked to the guy that the chief hired, he's a retired fireman, and he's the one that's doing all this. They're gonna do mock exercises so that the students and staff will know what to do if there's a mass shooting or, so they are planning it.
Yeah,
And he
that'd
did,
be
and I guess they hired this guy about 3 months ago. So I was talking to him at the run, and that's why I know that they are prioritizing this campus safety.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they're not, sir, I'm just saying that we need to reflect it on our goals. So that if the tax people or somebody, Tom, Dick and Harry is reading our goals, that they understand that the priorities on campus and staff and student safety altogether.
So that's what we are working on, and now that you all have a tentative, agreement on the mission and vision, then we can move forward with the goals and outcomes more confidently. Anything else I can share with you about our, strategic plan, where we are now with it?
I think it's good, we're certainly moving in the right direction.
On time too. No budget involved, so on time. I'm just going to, well, we can ask the Jeff.
Dr. Peña, are you gonna, is she gonna stick around for the next piece? Because it ties into our strategic plan.
She can, sure. I want her to eat something, because I don't think she's eaten anything. But beyond that, absolutely.
So you're taking pills. Would it help you?
The other one, the chairs right now are good, a little bit.
Julie, check with Val, because I know I told her to put your sandwich down.
Please. Please eat.
Do you want to take a
I'm
break?
sorry,
and
please
come
eat.
back for?
Please eat.
You guys ready for a break?
Yes,
We're about 11 minutes.
That's
We're
perfect.
actually
Get her
right
food.
on schedule. Good job, Dr. Penn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, I
Thank you.
appreciate
But we
the
want
time.
you to stick around for the rest.
I don't think I've seen Dr. Graham this excited in a long time.
No. You guys are sick of me, you have other high stakes conversations.
No, because it's the strategic plan.
So the next portion where they speak, we would like for you to be here.
Okay, well,
Sure.
So get your lunch.
We're gonna take a break right now.
I was gonna say, I've had 2 bottles of water.
We're gonna take a
You're ready for a break.
Would like to take a break.
Of course, thank you.
Right.
So you're excusing everyone, sir, for 10 minutes?
Take a break.
Oh, I can't remember.
Me sé que se acabaron.
Chair Ivory, have we reconvened? Have we reconvened yet?
Yes, we're reconvened,
As of now.
Time is 2:49.
49. Let the record show everyone's present except for, Lynn Robles, better leave.
So are we gonna talk about the evaluation, board
All
evaluation?
all I would say on the evaluation, Dr. Graham and members of the board, is that, so we have received, a number of them. We haven't received all 7, so we would ask, again, those of you that have completed it, thank you. Those of you that are pending, thank you that you'll complete it. I'm sure that as we go forward, you can work on those, or should, you need time and need the staff to excuse themselves, we're happy to do that as well. You will turn them in to, Dr. Penley is receiving them via PAM, okay? And so I know that we've had 4 that have been submitted. I don't know what board members have submitted them, but we have had 4. So the 3 that are pending, I just asked, and if it's Mrs. Robles that's pending, then we'll continue to work on it. But we really need all of the board members to submit them. That provides the value of the document itself that is compiled. That's really all I have on that. And so we have, the next item is Dr. Graham and Ms. Sanchez.
Well, I'll start it off So, Dr. Graham, myself, and Ms. Robles attended the NALEO conference, Higher Education and Governance Conference in Chicago in late September. This was the inaugural season where they did one on higher education, and then the other one was specifically geared toward, I think, community colleges, if I recall. And so that was very nice, nicely packaged. It was a small group. I think the information was very relevant. And part of the discussions, and at least some of the conversation with the speakers and the folks that were there, they were from all parts of the country. So it was different speakers from various institutions. Was really this idea of how do we move the needle forward? How do we really engage in those partnerships, specifically with our K through 12 partners? And so that was really enlightening. I think for Dr. Graham, who has this background, she started jotting down her notes, had that background ready to go. But for us, and at least somebody like myself, it's how do we engage that more? We know that we have great partnerships with some of our ISDs, some that we could use more. We can build on those partnerships as we move further along with our own goals as an institution, and as we are looking forward to, and at least particularly for me, seeing and hearing time in and time and again, and Dr. Sanatha does a great job of this, keeping us informed in terms of where we are regionally, where our population is, what the stats are in terms of our enrollment, where's that gap, where we still need to capture those students that are not attending either the community college or even receiving their certificate. What can we do? And so with that mindfulness and knowing those issues, the next step is then how do we advance that conversation? And so one of the ideas that came out of our meeting, and just briefly talking with Dr. Graham, is how can we then engage other of the ISDs to talk about it? And so one of the concepts, very broadly speaking, without any focus or without any agenda, is a convening of the ISDs, possibly with a community college, to one, letting them know the college is here, we're ready, we're affordable, all those issues that we talked about in terms of our mission statement and our vision. How can we be a better partner, more of a partner, and be more engaged? And so with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Graham, who had really specific, I think, ideas in terms of how we move that needle, and then of course some of the conversation pieces that were started at the conference.
So thank you. That's an excellent introduction, because what we want to do is kind of use this time to brainstorm more than anything else. Definitely what we have agreed on is not that this is the only way or whatever, but to kind of elicit more feedback, more ideas. So with that, do you have a clicker?
Yes, do you want me to click it?
Sure.
Okay.
With that, these were the important takeaways, and certainly we'll leave the PowerPoint so you want to just have the notes. But one of the things that they emphasized, and they had excellent speakers, probably one of the better ones that we've had, that were experts in their field. So one of the ideas that they spoke about was to reject the paradigm that as the economy goes, so does enrollment. Because they said that we are all accepting that, and and then we kind of almost come to a standstill because we're believing that, and that it should not deter our efforts to continue moving forward with trying to recruit and enroll the students and help them finish. So that was one takeaway. The other one was that do we reach out to students to find out why they did not enroll at EPCC? And I know that some time ago we talked about possibly having a list of all the students that enrolled and did not complete with us to find out what happened, but that there needs to be, beyond the dialogue, there needs to be a strategic plan decision as to how are we gonna get this done. Who's gonna call them? Is it gonna be the board members getting a list of the students so we can come in one Saturday and start making the phone calls, or is it gonna be staff? When is this gonna happen? And a timeline for us to follow up, so, because we need that information.
Can I just add something on that one? Very quickly?
Sure.
On that one too, I would also add, and is this the most effective and strategic way to reach out to those students and either to enroll or to re-enroll? Is there something else that we're not considering that would be more effective, or even reviewing and looking at what that messaging already is? And is there something different that we could do? Is it not resonating? And so, just wanted to add that.
Are we doing anything now, Dr.?
So there's a couple of things. We're not doing enough. I'm the first to say that we got to do more. We have to be more effective with regards to the way that we do. So there's different campaigns. Traditionally, what students and this is just not anecdotal, but this is much more not specific necessarily to us this semester, this time. But what students tended to say is when we reach out to students why they didn't enroll, the two pat answers are personal or cost, finances. Those are the two things that they tell us. That doesn't necessarily get to the truth of the matter. And so what I'd say is our first time in college students is actually, as I was indicating earlier, is actually it goes up and down, but it's in the black, if you will. Right now, what we're seeing is, and we're digging deeper into the data, Dr. Penley's office is digging deeper into the data based on our definition of a continuing student. So we're trying to dig deeper to see, is that truly where we're losing students? So our first time in college students are rather flat. We were up 14 first time in college students from last fall to this fall.
14 kids?
14 students,
people?
yes ma'am. UTEP was up 20, total enrollment, UTEP was up 26 students. They were up in first time in college students. They were up in graduate school, master's and doctoral level, and their retention rate, freshman and sophomore, went up. But you can't only be up 26 students because they're losing rising juniors and rising seniors. So they're losing their continuing students
So that
as
was
well.
26 total.
Total.
Wow.
Yes.
That's not good.
Right. But I would take 26 in the black versus 158 down.
So one of the suggestions that they made that the speakers were talking about is that when you do the follow-up, why they didn't re-enroll, that we're going to be looking at a changing landscape, and that we're going to get answers that are going to really surprise us. For example, that childcare is an issue, or I don't have transportation, the issue of supplies or the books, that they can't afford them. The food was a very pronounced one as well. Clothing, gas, room and board. So these are some of the feedback that they received. So that's what they're talking about, that once we talk to them to see why aren't you coming back, we're gonna find that there are some barriers that we could have eliminated if we knew about them, or if the students knew what else they could do, that that they would be back in enrollment. So The other was to reach out to find out if there's demand for what we offer. If there was no interest in the courses or the classes that we're offering, no, because I wanted to go to this because they're gonna be faster, or we're gonna finish, it's gonna cost me less, and things like that, then we would get, again, another source of information that we didn't have before. And then they also suggested that as a board, we should be laser focused on what we are getting behind each semester, because they made the point that, we get so excited and gung-ho about getting all these things done, and we're kind of unfocused because we're trying to get everything done as quickly as possible, but that we should pick like 1 or 2 areas and just focus behind that for one semester, but that the budget needed to reflect that goal, and then we accomplish that one and then move to the next one the next semester and laser focus on that, because if we focus on it, we're gonna stay on top of it to find out, okay, where are we on this? Have we completed it, and are we getting closer to? So, like for example, let's say that for the upcoming semester, we decided we're gonna increase enrollment no matter what. Then the budget needs to reflect that, and then we're going to have, again, the measurable outcomes as we go along. So that was part of that. Anything else that you need to add to that?
No, I think, and I don't know if this comes along later in your conversation, but I know like Ms. Mina we were in our last conference, had a really great ideas in terms of talking about how we are marketing certain courses. You had mentioned like the architecture program, and like what are we doing to really
like the transportation,
Yes.
Facility.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, and the fact that I was telling Christina and Ms. Nájera about the pride where that student was talking about how he was so grateful of all the facility, that now it's not only giving him now the vision of continuing the education as a engineer, and it's like, okay, I think we should do something to let the other ones feel the same enthusiasm. Yeah, that I do want to go to that, because look how he's talking about that. And then when they talk about the opportunities and the different places where they can go and start at the body shops, or even working at the dealerships, in the mechanical, which they will be making good money, or going out on the fields, in the oil fields where there's a high demand right now on the trucking, the diesels and everything. I mean, that's something that we need to let the students know that, hey, we're here. We offer that here at EPCC too.
What if we have people like that present at the mother-daughter conference or the father-son conference rather than our admin, which is great to hear from them, but I think our students and parents would rather hear from.
I think it's a great idea.
And the girl, I mean, we think like, oh, that profession is not for me, but look at the girl. Yeah, that lady how.
I know we filmed that.
We did.
So we go to the.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Go to the
awesome.
high school, because they're gonna relate to them.
Yeah, the
Much
kids,
better.
they go to the level, they see it more like, oh my gosh, I want to be like him. I want to have the same opportunity. And it was just very.
And that was one of the points that we heard a lot, that our students are the voice of the college.
Yeah, I
And
believe
we
that.
spend a lot of money getting newspaper, getting
The
TV
billboards
ads or
and-
whatever,
yeah.
the billboards, but that the students are the voice that are gonna carry the message, and we'll see that in a little bit. Go to the next one.
Oh, yes.
For example, the students that presented at the Bellwether Award,
Yes.
those would be fantastic at those conferences. Have
Can
them.
you go back just one?
Sure. Can you go back?
Yes.
But would you look at while challenging landscape of students at EPC, really all that, if you look at all that, that's just an expression or result of an economic condition,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, it's
So reality.
yeah.
But I also think it's a reality for a lot of our students. I mean, we're not just having, kids, or there's a concept that they're just right out of high school, but I mean, our students are
Families.
single moms, these are second career choice, or somewhere later along in life. And so I don't necessarily, I think yes, that it translates to our economic condition, but I think this
It's-
kind of has always been, our students, I mean, these are our students.
Have you been to Amarillo yet?
I have not to the Amarillo,
You two need to go to Amarillo, see what they're doing.
I heard from him at a previous conference, so he was really engaged.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, and in Amarillo Community College, yeah, he did a good job.
What we need to do, if we're gonna address it, we need somehow for them, for the student to be able to view their finances in a way, you know, I mean, it's not necessarily giving them money, I mean, you know, but they need to be able to view, all of those things are where they have access to funds so that they can do those sort of things, and so, you know.
And some of these foundation scholarships and things like that are being left behind, we just need to promote them.
Kiwanis, all these-
Yeah, because a lot of them don't know.
Have to. Yeah.
So the next one is, that we should develop a plan, a recruitment plan that starts with the board and into, have increase in student enrollment and provide the board semester data reports. One thing that was emphasized also that we must ensure that all employees understand that need for recruitment is at all levels and departments. And I did see it on the goals that you have presented. Establish practices to create recruitment systems at all EPCC campuses and departments. Because many times what's happening is that you don't really see everybody else's recruitment, that it's only the recruitment team or office. And I use NMSU as an example because there it's like you go talk to the custodian, he's gonna talk you into going to NMSU. You go ask, where do I pay this tuition or whatever, they walk you to where you pay that tuition. They don't take a chance on you walking away without registering.
Yeah, in my classes as an MSU graduate, I was talking to everybody there at UTEP about how good New Mexico State is and they ought to go there. They don't appreciate that.
And I think it ties up with what I was saying, that as they walk into the first person that they see, whoever they see, they wanna make sure, that they're acknowledged, they're welcome, and that's, what you're saying, that it's very important.
Yeah,
He's willing to
it's,
come to us.
so urgently focus all EPCC employees on providing excellent customer service. I'm not sure how we can accomplish that, but I know that Dr. Sagat has tried working on that. And then also to identify the target specific untapped internal and external markets. They talk about, and we have some ideas a little bit further down, but they talk about the previously incarcerated, that we should have some kind of announcement that, hey, if you were previously incarcerated, come to EPCC, we'll help you finish your education or get your GED or whatever, wherever it's, that we need to start. Other markets, they talked about going to the companies and actually talking the companies into, if, can we offer classes here for your employees, and selling the college to those company owners to see what kind of partnerships we can agree on.
And I'll just, if I could jump in on that, and I'm not by any means proposing this, or I don't even know college students, but for example, I'll just give us an example. I'm sure you all heard in the news, probably last week or the week before, EPISD has decided to look, and it's controversial in a lot of ways, but it's an option to look into providing incentives to businesses that come. And so like their idea is that if we are incentivizing or offering the incentive, we can possibly build enrollment within the area that we're losing students. Downtown El Paso, for example, that encompasses EPISD and some of the other areas that they're losing at. And also part of that concept is that they're also looking at, and the idea is that it's part of a bigger picture where you really are not only bringing those businesses in, but establishing those partnerships with those businesses so that they can, train students and provide students different opportunities before they even get to college. So it's really that getting in early and starting them in early to establish those partnerships. Again, just a different concept of where they're going, but and if they're able to make that work, because for K through 12 students, probably more so the middle or high school students, it should absolutely be a major issue and initiative that our college takes on to do. And so we, out of anybody else, should be able to do something with those types of partnerships. And those opportunities are there, and I hear it all the time. We just haven't seen it move.
And we have a list of some of the other considered untapped sources. in another slide. So another one was to coordinate countywide ongoing events and tours for parents and students, you know, because we kind of just leave it to chance to see who shows up to register instead of us going out there and providing the information through other events. You know, for example, one of the things that we've learned with our charter schools is that we have to be more proactive in selling the district to the community, because the charter schools are just being built right next to some of our high schools or some of our elementaries. And so, you know, many times that marketing piece, we're just setting up a tent out there that has the name of the district and people that are sitting there passing out information, recruiting students. And, you know, in my opinion, we didn't need any more students, but that was not the vision of the superintendent. He was smart enough to know that, yes, we do need to hold on to our kids. So the same thing could be done for EPCC, that we have these enrollment promotions in the middle of the mall or in the middle of the, you know, heavy traffic, people traffic areas, and tours for parents and students to come in, either by invitation or cohorts or groups. And then, like even when we have the new student enrollment, you know, we had tours for the parents are also gonna carry the voice to their nieces and nephews and, you know, that kind of stuff. Create events to educate counselors about EPCC and showcase programs. I think we have some of that going on. I know we do with a lot of counselors, but I don't know that we're reaching all of them, you know, but that certainly we could expand that. And then that we needed to kind of identify steps in our recruitment plan for the board, you know, but that the board needs to get involved. This is not just the staff or the administrators. It has to be that we are all in it together. Establish practices that create district-wide recruitment systems. Those systems need to be put in place. Focus employees again on creating a seamless enrollment process. Again, that we don't have it as much as I wish we could say, yes, we have a seamless enrollment process. We don't. I know that I send Dr. Serrata emails on stuff that comes my way because the students trying to enroll and all these barriers or, you know.
Can you expand on that? Because I'm not familiar,
Sure.
like what are some of the issues that, and are these students from high school, or are these a specific kind of demographic of students that are having issues?
They're
Is it-
both, you know, for example, it can be somebody that comes in and, you know, they don't receive their customer service at the window. The person is not friendly, they say, well, you need to go get this or that, but I already did that. Well, you know, and then they go through what do you call it? Ignoring the person that's standing there, so the person walks away. Luckily, that young girl called her mother called me and said, you know what? This is what happened. She gave me a bad report about the person that was at the window that was so rude and uninviting. But then she gave me a very positive report of the previous person she talked to that was an EPCC counselor that helped her with the transition of classes to UTEP. But then the one at the window that's doing the enrollment was very cold, and we need to weed those people out that are not there, you know, for the students, because if they're not friendly at the window, the kids get discouraged, especially the millennials that are used to a different approach. So, and we
We're
have
trying
both.
to,
Yeah, we have those.
So would you say that's more like customer service oriented?
Definitely
Oh, okay.
customer service. You know, we have other issues, like we were having transition issues from the, the transcripts, you know, either from here to UTEP, and we don't quite have them electronically yet. I'm not sure why, but they've been working on it for a long time, but it's still a challenge. But we also have them from the high school, the dual credit to EPCC and then on to UTEP. So there's challenges along the way, and it should be a seamless transition, that if they're coming to us, but I don't know, there might be some other issues, do you know?
There is, Dr. Graham. I mean, it's not seamless. There's still more that we have to do. And customer service is always a challenge. When I ran student affairs, I would tell, you know, I know that maybe the 1,000th time we hear that question, but it's that student's first time asking it, and how you respond can affect them.
Or even the body language, like this last young lady that complained, she said she just stood there at the window and the lady wouldn't even lift up her eyes to say, I'll be right with you, or can I help you, nothing. And then, she finally, after quite a while, she said, did you need something? Yes, I need to know this, blah, blah, blah. She told her, I've got my paperwork here. Well, what do you want? What do you need? Rudely and, that kind of approach. Now, this is a student that could already transition to UTEP. She's taking classes with us and all that. But of course, her mother didn't let her because she said, no, you're going to finish there and get your associates there and then you transition. So those kind of issues.
Right, and I guess even more to the point though to that, I mean, it's maybe people should know, but informing the employees or educating the employees, if you will. I mean, these are first-time students. This is already going to be a hard process as it is for a lot of them to even want to take that first step to enroll in college, and that maybe they've been down and out before, and so that's just yet another barrier where you have a very dismissive person not allowing you to assist. So maybe it's just that, education, you're here to serve the students and reinforcing that down the line all the way to staff. So when you indicated earlier that it's not just professional development, it's staff development, and so that trickles down all the way to them.
And then having an ID, because when you ask people, so who was it that was mean to you? What's the name of the person? I don't know. She has short hair, and on the corner of her desk, she's got a calendar with little cubes, and she's the third one on the window, whatever, they give you all this, but everybody should be wearing an ID so that employees know customers know who the person is.
That's a great idea.
It's
As simple as that.
And then they should have it on the window forever, because that eliminates the, I don't know, she had short hair.
And I'm sure y'all get tired of hearing us say Socorro ISD, but that's what we're familiar with. But we had mandatory training, customer service training from the custodians, all of us, and it was, the student is your first customer, and the parents, and then how to communicate with them and how to talk to them. It's some things that you expect people to know. Sometimes you need to be reminded that if you do not do this, and this is the
We still get
procedure, we still, yeah.
And you know what, they need to know that because they have a job because of those students. We have a job because of them.
They pay the bills.
They pay the bills, exactly. So,
The other ones, again, the internal and external enrollment markets, the internal ones where we are encouraging our own employees to take classes and facilitating that process, and then going after the companies. Again, there was another one that was, how many times have our people gone to the companies and which companies? Because if I make a relationship with, let's say, Burger King, and I keep going back to Burger King, that's really not, I can put down that I've been there 50 times, but that's not expanding the landscape. How many other companies besides that one did I go to? So to keep an eye on that, coordinating the pre-semester events that target non-traditional populations, that the beginning or before the beginning of each semester, we should be asking, okay, so how many companies were visited this time, and how many students did we pick up from that? And then target information delivery to families and students 4 times a year. I think that's where Bonnie is talking about that, UTEP sends not only a welcome to UTEP letter before the students graduate, but they stay on them constantly, and they don't just address it to the student, they address it to the family. So the parents are getting the information in English and in Spanish, and so is the, and that's what some of the other companies are doing. They're, Western Technical, I know, delivers all kinds of information to the students. Assign student workers to recruit and provide follow-up communications. This goes back to the message that we got from the gentleman that we heard the other day. What's his name? David Trejo, the machete guy.
Danny Trejo.
He made a point to say that, because there was a Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, of course, I don't know how many thousands of people were in that function, dressed up in a tie and a suit and all formals and all that, and he says, one of his messages was, if you go and talk to students in the schools, you know what, they're gonna be on their phone or they're gonna fall asleep as soon as you start talking. versus me. He says, if I go and I tell them, don't use drugs, stay in school, because it's important that you get a college education, he says, they're gonna listen to me because I have been there, I bring the message, you know. And that's the same thing with us. If we are sending some old folks to talk to the kids about coming to college, they're not gonna listen to them as they would other young people that are already, and I think that the student government guys, you know, or ladies, they're very, they look young, they have like a very fresh message that they could deliver, so that we could recruit and provide follow-up, have those students be helping with recruitment. So assign student workers to recruit and provide follow-up communications, accelerate development of relationships between EPCC and all high schools. Some of the other people that were there at the conference, they were nowhere near where we are, where EPCC is with those related. It was like, oh yeah, you know, to us, we've already got that in place, but not in all our schools. We can even go after some of the others. So one of the things that they suggested was that we create an EPCC or a college team, an EPCC team that becomes the face of the institution. Again, going back to what Nina said, Bunny said, if we have those young people, you know, acting in that role, reaching out to the community as the face of the institution versus the rest of us. Develop relationships with companies, schools, nonprofits, businesses, etc. And emphasize what makes us the best choice for students. Why would a student want to enroll with us? What do we offer that others do not? And I know that you shy away from saying, you know, the other colleges, but we don't need to name our company. We just need to say the others offer this, this is what we offer. Because then the price would be a very significant, attractive recruitment tool. Detail the easy enrollment process. Again, we go back to including everything from admissions to financial aid, the advisement, registration, everything in one package, so that the students, they know they can come in and get enrolled quickly without having to go through all these hurdles. And then we need to be very clear as to when, where, how can students enroll, and the scholarship or aid that's available. And we don't have like a listing, you know, that, you know, say for example, the foundation has $6 million that have been awarded, or, you know, the financial aid has awarded this much, so apply for this and apply for that. That we should be marketing that, all the availability of funds. Showcase the success of EPCC students with general and specific examples, like they suggested, you know, if you know that the guy at the bank took classes at EPCC, showcase that, you know, or that somebody that's a car, what do you call it, a race car winner or whatever, attended a community college, showcase something like that, that we should have those role models out there, models of success, specific examples that people will relate to. Like I understand, what's his name, that guy that graduated from Americas? Khalid. You know, he took a couple of dual credit classes. I bet you we approach him, he would allow us to use his face.
Rapper.
Because
Or
all
like-
the kids know him.
Yeah, or even having like the cross country and baseball team, softball team, present to the local high school. So if it's a track
Yes.
team, go present to them and have,
Your crew.
you know, tell them, look, this is how, because look at their grades. The track team, it's about academics too. And so, you know, this would just align with everything.
Set up mobile recruitment sites and position students to recruit other students again. And you know, the way that we have it set up over there is that we bought these tents, and I don't remember how much they were, maybe $1,000 or whatever. But at the top of the tent, it's got the, you know, the name of the district, and then the table covers has the name of the district, and they set them up all over the place. You know, in the corner at Walmart, they set it up at wherever they're, you know, to promote the
Sponsor water at the cross country meets, and then you put your
Even
table
like-
there, and then you have all the different schools. They're all there at once. And try to talk to all of them.
Like a culinary school here, they can go and recruit the culinary from Eastleigh High School and everything is like continue here. I mean, that's what it would be like really good to inspire them, you know, to continue.
Just out of curiosity, Dr. Sartor, we do have some of that. How do you, it's, you know, there are people are here, the kids are going to school full time. How do we incentivize them, if you will, to go and spend time? It costs them one
It's
way or
part of
their
the
time,
courses.
or do we reimburse them, or how do
We use the STS and student government students a lot. We have them as part of our panels. We have them with us. The recruitment staff will take some of the part-time students as well. But a student who's going full-time, who's working, we don't necessarily capitalize our cross-country students. But just won, the men won, the women were second this weekend. Those students, just based on course load and training, that's a little more tricky. We'd work with Coach Hinojosa though on determining when we could utilize those students.
And then the other one is to use students again to carry our message. What can we do to empower them as advocates? You know, can we set up some stipend? Can we set up some way of incentivizing them so that they can be a cohesive group of advocates that we can tap on to help recruit?
Do we have anything that we send out to county employees, city employees, fire department, police department? Because you can't get promoted on the fire department now without a college degree. You gotta have a college degree to make district chief. So we need to. And what's funny is the state pays the tuition,
You gotta pay for it.
For them?
and the county will, the city will.
So it's applicable to the deputies and the constables, where there's now an incentive that was built into the last collective bargaining agreement, where there is an incentive for them to get higher education.
It's with the sheriff's department.
So,
Constables don't have a collective bargaining.
no, sheriff's office, but they just built that in for the constables though, to do the
I
narrative.
understand, I know, but it's a discussion in our office.
You should encourage it, Judge.
Only if you come here.
But
Only
I
if
mean,
they come here, right, say
There-
no to anywhere else.
but I just think we're missing a boat, cause it's not only, and they get an incentive for having so many years plus an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree.
They have the skills,
They-
but they don't have the piece of paper that we're given the.
And I,
Can we have a little bit of that on the next one?
and I don't know if we're getting that message out to them.
So one of the important things that they ask that we look at is researching the competition. To identify higher education institutions in El Paso County, it used to be just EPCC and UTEP, but now we got all these other, and we should know who they are, where are they physically located, and what do they offer that we don't offer. How do they target and reach students? Which population do they target? Are they targeting like populations at the companies? Are they targeting the high school kids? Are they targeting the dropouts? Who are they targeting? What is their enrollment process and what is the cost? You know, the academic calendar that they have compared to our calendar. You know, do we have similar calendars? Do they make it more accessible, have more flexibility on hours and all that? What type of recruitment events do they hold or participate in? Do they have a plan to reach parents of young students? I don't know that they have that in place.
I think
haven't
Western
seen
Tech,
it.
like yours, because I've been asking questions, and so like my daughters never got any information from Western Tech, but my neighbor's daughters who go to Options High School did. So they're going to Options High School, Keys Academy, all of those, they're gearing their information towards them because they're more than likely to go with them, because they're not gonna do their homework as far as cost, and ours is about, you know? As horrible as it sounds, but that's what they're doing.
Next, so the other one is an action plan that we need to identify the labor unions and education unions in El Paso. That was a big emphasis on that. Have we talked to the plumbers, whoever's the head of the plumbers? Have we talked to the head of the welders, who was the head of the fire department. people,
What is it called?
all the unions, all the,
Association.
the associations
I
that,
think it's General AG, Association of General Contractors, AGC.
the associations of education entities, like, the
Teachers
ones that we
Association?
have for teachers
Local Education
associations.
Association,
Yeah,
AET.
all of those, they say we should have already given them information. If not, we need to set up a wine and dine and bring them in to, get together so they can meet us and find out about the college and what we offer. Because they are in a position, some of them have, monies available to pay tuition for some of those, people that they can recommend.
And I was just approached from the lady from the technical. They're having problems with the prisoners, the county, and we need to get with Joe Moody or the state legislators we have to see if the state will give us funds to pay for those guys to come to class. That's what they're asking for. They're asking me as a judge. I said, I'm a Class C misdemeanor. I can't give a court order for that. It's above my pay grade. But we need to get with the legislature and see if they can come up with a Pell Grant for the state for these prisoners that are over here in the county jail.
And they gave us some information on monies that are available. I have it written out. I'll share it with
And we met with that guy that night, from the workforce, and they were asking me the same thing, but we need to set up something with Moody and see
So
if we can get some money.
that would be somewhere a starting point for us to set up a meeting with the labor unions and education unions and bring them in and tell them how wonderful EPCC is and see how they can help with the recruitment. Engage the support of labor leaders and the heads of our labor unions. Identify and target 5 key businesses to initiate new apprenticeships ASAP. Not rely on the ones that are existing already, but new ones that we have not tapped on.
Like what? I mean, just example.
Well, remember we had at the board a presentation on the internships? I was
Right.
later asking, okay, how many of these are new
all the
companies? Because we can't just be renewing the same contracts and not go after new ones, because we're not gonna get any newer students, we're just gonna get a continuation. But then we should be able to say, well, these were former, people or companies that we had, these are brand new ones, we just recruited them this year. Establish paid internships and apprenticeships for beginning students to engage and participating while taking 1 or 2 courses at EPCC. If we could set up an internship or an apprenticeship, where we would be able to say, you come to EPCC, not only are you gonna be taking classes, but you're gonna be part of a program that, that's going to facilitate you earning some money in an internship. And then make a plan to work with the sheriff to begin mapping the way for students to engage in classes at EPCC. I think Dr. Serrata's already tried with the sheriff. Have we gotten any response from him?
No, we worked, I don't remember the name of the individual, but I reached out and spoke to them, and they reached back to me. It was a cell phone that you gave me, a woman. I
Yeah,
can't
he
remember
talks
her
a
name.
good talk and said that we would move it forward, but I don't see the results. I don't mind going back to him and continuing to push the
Sure.
envelope, but
Now, you're working with the sheriff for what students?
the wilds.
I don't know, for what students?
The students that we have at the sheriff's facility on Montana, Montana, over there in East El Paso,
Incarcerated,
incarcerated.
that's what we were just talking about.
Yes, because the majority of those kids are from El Paso. So what are they gonna do when they get out of there? They're gonna go back to your courts or the courts sooner or
The
later.
biggest thing they told me was funding.
And I don't
He's
know.
gonna pay for the class.
And I'm not sure, and I don't know, but maybe Judge, you could shed some more light on this. Is it the incarcerated individuals at our annex and our downtown jail that we're focusing on? Are we looking at perhaps the longer term prisoners that are at the state jail, right? Because I'm not sure how long we have them if they're at the county and the annex. They're not there very long,
They're
if
less-
they're not transferred over.
They're and we talked about that the other day, it would be basically to get them certificate, because they're only there for like a year before they're transferred
Right before they're
to,
ready to get
to
out.
the
Before they
state.
go.
So they could get something in welding, or they can get something in HVAC.
Okay, so there is that time frame that there's still the ability.
Just get a
to-
certificate so that when they do get out, they can go get a job.
Well, not only that, but let's say, for example, that we hook up with a couple of students that are gonna be there only for 60 days or something. When they get out, they can still continue their
But
classes.
who's gonna pay for it? Because a lot
But
of,
those are gonna be eligible for financial aid.
but they're not,
Not
for, no, for
necessarily.
example, if they get caught with, remember we were talking about that once, if they get caught with one, joint, the marijuana industry, that's it, they don't get financial aid anymore. And that was one of the things that I was like, oh, why not, you know,
It's a
the
catch
mistake they
22.
made.
You wanna educate them, get them out.
They don't get it.
But they get penalized for being incarcerated.
So anyway, they gave us places for their funding, so I'll share those with Dr. Zapata.
Please. Yeah, but that's what they approached me the other day at the board meeting.
But if we really wanted to go after them, we could somehow come up with a plan to appropriate some tuition waiver to get them hooked into college, and then they can start, on their own.
Or even work with, I know, and I don't know where they got their money from, but I know when my brother was at the rescue mission, he was homeless at the rescue mission, he was in prison for I don't know how many years before he was there, they put him in UTEP. They paid for it, and I'd like to see where they got their funding from. Maybe if we talk to somebody at the rescue mission to find out where they got that funding, cause they put
Mission
E
him in.
gets a lot of their funding from private donations.
Yeah.
That's the main source of their.
So one of the sources, Dr. Zapata, they call it a college and prison education program. And he said that those are being promoted with funding. Another one was second chance applications are also available. Invest, because it costs more to house them than it does to incarcerate them. So that we should have that kind of promotion going on with our business people, see if we can get them to provide some funding. People in prison are in our community, and this is a county where they belong, give them a chance, or blah. There was another, I guess, organization called Plant a Seed of Hope. Apparently there's over 2 million people incarcerated that we should be tapping into. Let's see, Center on Sentencing Corrections Opportunity Institute. And then there's an FBI program called Faith Beyond Incarceration. Anyway, so they give us
Faith beyond incarceration.
beyond incarceration.
Faith.
Oh, faith.
Faith. But there were some others that were mentioned. So that would be something, and then they suggested we have some kind of follow-up from administration to the board that shows like the activity description, the timetable, who's gonna be responsible for what's the projected budget that we need, and then an evaluation procedure to see how effective that turned out, and when did we keep the board informed. And that goes to, I think, the action plan. Again, what are we going to do is, what are we all agree that we're gonna do, what can we agree on to initiate a plan? When will it be done, who's gonna be responsible, do we need additional personnel or reassignment of existing staff? How much is it gonna cost, and how will we know it's being accomplished? And again, they have, that's on us to expect that. Next, I think that was it. So, out of the box suggestions to bring together local board members, this was an idea that we, apparently nobody's doing it yet, but the fact that we were there with ISD board members, and there were some from El Paso, and the EPCC board, that we could bring board members to showcase EPCC, sell them on the services that we provide for their students, and present the data that we have that points to student success. They had an interesting activity for us, that they had these questions on these charts throughout the room. And your job was to go and read the question and agree on an answer. I think, you wanna describe that a little bit more?
Sure, I think there was about 12 stations, and then they would pose like different questions. I can't remember off
Yeah,
the top of my head, I'm
the
sure I took a
questions
picture.
were interesting, but the way we would do it would be like, for example, how many students do you think come from your district to EPCC? And then you have choice A, B, or C, you know, and then the board members walk around with their little, what do you call them, little stickies?
Yeah.
And they answer the question. And then you go to the next question, and
Yeah.
then you ask another, you know, like how many of those students that come to EPCC graduate, or how many transition to, you know, whatever the question is. But there were 12, and some of them were, like, it really made you think.
Yeah, they called them guiding questions, so they had all these 12 stations and the questions that you were asked, or what are your initial reactions to the data? Anything surprising, what questions are raised? What's the story behind the data? How does it connect to your personal, professional experience? And then ideas to address via policy. How would you address it if the data presented via policy? What other information would be helpful to supplement the data? So like they had here, they had one item here that said degree attainment by race and ethnicity. And then they would show the progression of, let's see, 6-year bachelor's degree completion rates for first-time full-time attendance, for first-time full-time freshmen at 4-year institutions. And then they would show for white students 63%, black 41%, Latino 54%, Asian 72%, American Indian 41%. Their data was a little bit outdated though, because I think it only went far back to 2016,
Right.
if I recall. Another one, access to advanced coursework. Who takes advanced placement classes in America? And then it breaks it down by race and ethnicity. Graduating class, AP exam takers, earning a 3.0 or higher. So
So it was very powerful because everybody, we traveled in little groups, you know, because we were seated in different tables. So like, you know, you went and read one question and you could discuss it with the people that were reading that one question, put your answers down and go to the next question. And it engaged a lot of discussion because you could discuss it, but then at the end, when you went through all the 12 questions, then everybody came back together and then there was a presentation as to the answers that they were given. So it was very powerful because it gave a very strong message.
Who presented?
Oh gosh.
Do you, and the data comes from?
They had it, let me check.
It's the guy that we told him, how come you're not showcasing the data
Davis?
from EPCC?
Davis Jenkins?
No,
Yes. No?
No, he was the last speaker, right? He's the one out of
Yes,
Columbia.
yes,
Davis
Yeah,
Jenkins?
he was the last speaker, but he did not do it was an African American woman from an organization based out of DC, from my recollection.
The Ed Trust?
Yeah, maybe it's that.
And the idea that we had was that we could replicate that kind of an activity with our board members, but with local data, because they're not really familiar with local data. They, on the one we went to was a national data,
Okay.
you know, that they were throwing at us. But if we did this with our board members from EPCs, from the local ISDs, we would use local data and see how knowledgeable they are of what we have and what we can accomplish. But the idea is that we can also sell them on the services that we can provide for their students, present the data we have that points to student success, because that would be important for them to see. And also to find out from the board members, what do they need from EPCC that we're not doing right now? Explain advantages and how they can help their students, and then continue to nurture these relationships in months to come. Because one of the things that happens is that they can drive their superintendents to do more to promote students coming to our schools, not just the dual credit kids. I think we're doing good with the dual credit kids, but all the other students. And then not only the ISDs, but also the other schools schools that are not necessarily, you know, we need to be drafting some of those kids from like Paso del Norte High School, Premier High School, those other high schools that are either charters or that are not necessarily coming to us, but that we need to promote bringing their kids. And I think that was the last one.
Katie Jenner, Ms. Sanchez?
Yes.
So that's what we had to share with you guys.
Good. So what is your idea of this,
So the idea we had was to try and convene these ISD board members and send an invitation to bring them, say, to the boardroom, and then have a couple of activities planned.
is this on a weekend?
I was thinking more like on a Saturday, because a lot of these people are employed, so they're not available
Yeah,
during
that's
the week. Saturday from 9 to 10, or 9 to 11, or 9 to 12, something like that. Offer them breakfast, welcome them, have Dr. Serrata do an overall presentation like he always does for everybody else, and then do an activity or engage them in activities that helps to educate them on what we have at the college, how successful our students are, and what we need from them and what they need from us. So that we would kind of begin that relationship. Because one of the things that also happened at another one where actually Dr. Serrata was a keynote speaker or did a presentation on a panel, you know, and I think I shared that with a couple of you, that I ended up sitting at that table with these Islera people, and because there was no room in the other tables, and then when he talked about that, what the college has done, and how SISD has these early college high schools and all that, they turned around and asked me, you know, so how come he's only doing that for SISD, because you're on that board and blah, blah, blah. I said, you know what, you didn't hire me in your district. You need to ask your superintendent that question, not me, because I have nothing to do with it. You need to ask your superintendent. Why isn't that happening in YISD? And then named the insurance guy, what's his name? The board member that's an insurance State Farm, Rosales.
Yes.
He said, well, wait, what do you mean by that? You know, I said, you're trying to hold me accountable for a job your superintendent's not doing? You know what I said? You need to ask him. The college has offered this to everybody, all the superintendents. Socorro took him up on the offer, but the other ones haven't, and blah, blah, blah. This was, what, a year and a half ago or something. Anyway, he started reaching out to see what, and every now and then that I run into Mr. Rosales, he'll say, is there something else you all are doing over there that we're not doing with you? So, well, I don't know, ask your superintendent to check it out. But they need to know, because they claim that they didn't know that all this was available to them. Because nobody, you think the superintendent's gonna come back and tell them, we could be doing this, but I'm too lazy to get on the ball?
So this coupled with, and I appreciate the great ideas, and I'll get a copy of the presentation, because I know it's on there. Pam has it, so I'll get a copy of the presentation. But I know this coupled with the coordinating board leadership institute that Ms. Pina, Ms. Sanchez, and Ms. Nahira went to. So when Commissioner Keller's, you all were there for Commissioner Keller's state of education address, and so what we're seeing is in that he talks about, you know, the students' financial returns on their investments in post-secondary education can vary substantially by major, degree level, institution, other factors. Still, the data is clear. Most new job opportunities in the United States require at least some post-secondary education. Not surprisingly, unemployment and labor participation rates are far better for college graduates than adults with only a high school diploma. And the differences are not subtle. In 2018, unemployment for Americans with only high school diplomas was more than 80% greater than those with a bachelor's degree. But here's the key that has become somewhat alarming to all of us. Despite these compelling statistics, public skepticism about higher education has been increasing rapidly. Last year, a Pew study found that a solid majority of American adults, 61%, believe that higher education is heading in the wrong direction. Gallup also reported unusually steep declines in the number of Americans who say they have confidence in higher education. So it is, it's twofold, and I truly appreciate it, because I don't think that the economy is an excuse. It's a reality, but I don't see it as an excuse. We still need these students to go. And so I just think that we're all headed in the same direction. I've mentioned this several times, and we're going to discuss it. Even Dr. Wilson has asked that I cover this particular area when we're at the Hoover House. So that'll be Isleta, El Paso, and Socorro. Their boards, their superintendents, our board, and then Dr. Wilson and I. So I'm all in. Anything that we can do to bring light to it is something that I think we should. Go ahead, Mr. Extra, you were going to say something.
I was just going to say, in light of that, excuse me, this last week, I wish I'd got, maybe we still has a newspaper out. There's a newspaper article in the Times, but I think they repeated it from USA Today or something like that, where the majority of high school students, or the large percentage of high school students, are still holding the idea that a high school diploma is all that's needed for a good job. And I don't know where that study originated.
Yeah, and we've hyper-communicated the debt issue. We've let students know, and there's such a fear, and the population that we serve is the most debt adverse. They don't want to take out a loan, and they don't realize they don't have to take out a loan if they come to us.
Dr. Serrata, how much would it cost us if we advertise that if you come to EPCC, the first class is on us? Because I think that if we get students to sign up and enroll for one class, in that one class, we embed into the curriculum the different statistics as to their potential for earnings if they continue their education versus if they don't get an education at beyond high school. What would that look like? How would it? We could even put a limit on it. You know, the first 500 or the first 100 or the first.
So we can do an analysis. Sure, Dr. Graham, we can do an analysis. What I'd say is that we're already doing that for dual credit students. So dual credit, we're waiving tuition and fees if the district has that. And we see that work. We see the matriculation rates, and the course that you're talking about that we cover similar curriculum, not exactly, but similar curriculum is Education 1300, where we really talk about the different aspects. By the way, just so that everyone's clear, and again, these are great ideas, but you know me, I monitor the data on a regular basis. So we do a snapshot, and then after the snapshot, enrollment continues based on mini-mesters, based on all of those. So if we look at today's snapshot, or actually yesterday's, because it's always 24 hours behind. But if we look at yesterday's snapshot, we're down 22 students from last fall to this fall.
I thought we were down. No, we were down.
Remember, that was a snapshot. So right now, if we look at, because the mini-mesters continue, we don't stop. We keep trying to bring in students. So we're at 29,094 students. Last time at this year, we were at 29,116. So we're down 22 students, statistically 0%. I would say it's still, 0.2% or what have you. Contact hours, which is the more important thing, we're down 1% on contact hours. And then if you go through and you start to look at these different pieces, you see a couple of things. And again, I'm not about excuses. You all know me well enough to know that. Mission del Paso is down. Their head count is down significantly. We had the road to the entrance of Mission shut down for construction for over a month.
That was a big.
It was not a good situation, yeah. Rio Grande is the other campus that has a significant, they were down 8%, about 400 students. The construction came up several times, but what you see is now the makeup of the student body continues to shift. And we're seeing, when I got to the institution, 15% of enrollment was dual credit. Today it's 29%. Not unique to us. The state of Texas, a full quarter of enrollment in community colleges in Texas is now dual credit. You have some institutions that are 60% dual credit.
What, 16 or 60?
60. 60. Yes.
And are they getting reimbursed? I mean, we're taking the hit for the 29% and no reimbursement. Well, I think we're starting to get reimbursement, right?
We do get state reimbursement on contact hours, and then we get success points, and those students have higher success points than everyone else. But these are, I'm open to all of the ideas, and again, we continue to hit it hard on these different pieces where we don't stop. So we take a snapshot, and that's what we report to the state. I looked at the state head counts, and Judge Haggard and I was sharing them because as much great work as my good friend Russell Lowry Hart does, Amarillo's down. They went from 10,044 students in 17 to 9,762 in 18 to 9,576 in 19. And so what I see is I think there's 29 of the 50 colleges are down anywhere from less than 1% to I think the highest percentage was 7.4%.
Is that Ranger?
No, Rangers actually, they're down 2.3.
Price.
But you do have some that are up. I mean, this is not, and so that's, and I want to be amongst you. So the one who's up the most is Collin County. Collin County is up at 15, they're up 15%. They're at 38,000 students. It went from 32.
Riches County in
Yeah,
Texas.
from almost 33,000 to 38,000.
Do we know what they're doing?
I don't, but I will follow up, and with Neil, I know Neil well, and I will follow up. What I have noticed is Dallas is up, not as much, they're huge, they're 82,000 students. They're up about 1,000 students, about 1%. They were, but from 17 to 18, they were up 10,000, almost 11,000 students. That was all dual credit, because I looked at the data. They opened.
Are they the ones that are promoting the idea of free college?
Yes, and that's where I was headed. So they're doing a Promise program. So at the Texas Philanthropic Leadership Circle that we had last month, that we hosted, and so John Fitzpatrick and his team at the Greater Texas Foundation and Educate Texas, they hosted a group of philanthropic leaders from throughout the state, some national as well. The Gates Foundation was involved as well, and so El Paso was their tour, and they toured several. I had the good fortune of doing several panel discussions for them. Mr. Hunt was at many of them, and he committed. He says they are going to do a Promise program, because he had mentioned it about a year ago at the Hispanos Triunfadores event that we hosted here at the college. He told me they were exploring it. I went with him and not with him, but with some of the Creed folks to see the Dallas program, and they hosted a conference. I've scheduled a meeting with Eddie Rodriguez for next week to review some additional data. So Eddie's the only paid staffer for Creed. He actually works for Creed. Yes, he's their executive director. And so Mr. Hunt told me on the last day of the event, he says, William, we're going to fund the Promise program. We're going to do it. We're just working with funders. Some funders want their money only to go to a certain high school. And I said, Mr. Hunt, we can formulate this any way that you'd like. And you can set parameters on it. By and large, almost all of our students come to college free right now. I mean, the Pell Grant more than covers 85% of our first-time in college students are on some type of aid. 97%
But
is
you know
Pell
what,
Scholarship.
and again,
Yes.
because I meet with so many parents and their kids, they do not understand financial aid.
Correct.
I even have the name of the kid that told me, that the mother told me, no, because I can't send him to college, I don't have the money. And I said,
Right.
ma'am, you're the only working parent, if you got 4 kids.
That's correct.
He can go,
So
you
what
don't need
happens
the
after
money,
two-
they don't know.
You're absolutely right. So there's 2 things that are going to help. So Senate Bill 25 was passed this last session, and that mandates that all high school students have to fill out the FAFSA. So that doesn't go into effect until next year.
But that's an assumption that they make, that they know what FAFSA is, they don't.
They don't, but that's part of us helping them with it. And so the school districts are responsible for it. Obviously, the college is going to play a key role with that. And if the more that we let know that aid can help them, the better. And so where our community is going the wrong way on college participation rates, we're going down instead of up. So I'm hopeful that this will shift that, but it has to be a concerted effort. So I think when we bring the districts together, obviously that's one. The other piece is my favorite, because I'm sure, I don't know what school districts were with you in Chicago, but they always are a little misinformed, not out of malice or anything of that nature, but they think that their students are going, they're all going to Harvard. And the superintendents are the same, and I share the data with this, I mean, so every single school district,
How many we have represented?
It was El Paso ISD and YISD.
so El Paso has, and so part of what we've done is, let me see.
Oh, yeah, we did have one from Socorro too.
That's right, yes, ma'am.
Socorro,
So-
YISD
so-
and PISD.
So the big
Oh,
three.
and Anthony.
Anthony,
Oh, yes, we
interesting.
did have Anthony represented, that's right.
Can't forget.
So, here we go. No, that's not it. So what we've done is we've actually broken down the data, and this is in cooperation with UTEP. Again, I don't see these, here we go, district goal sheets. So we've looked at their high school graduating classes, and everyone's going down. So even these are, so for instance, Socorro. So I'll start with Socorro because you're most familiar with that one. So, if you look at, went 3,171 graduates in 16, 3316, and 17, 3386, and 18. It's the only district that's growing. In total, 705 went to UTEP, and 918 came to EPCC. So the percentage going anywhere is 57.2 in 16. That went up to 58.8 in 17, and then went back down to 57.1 in 18. And what we've done is, again, in cooperation with UTEP, we've actually turned around and set proposed goals for each high school. So we have it broken down by America's Eastlake. By the way, America's has the highest percentage. 66, Mission obviously has the highest, 82.
Of attendance or?
No, going to college. 80, almost 83% of Mission, and I can guarantee you the rest of them are out of state, right? But America's 66.5% of their 17 class went on to college. On the low end is Eastlake. 51% of Eastlake students went to college. That's the low end, correct. So see, this is where it gets a little surprising. So we've actually established benchmarks for each of these, trying to work with them. And so we have the data ready. So whenever we're ready, and that'll be my role to start coordinating and working on it for some time in the spring. But so same with EPISD. Let me pull up EPISD. Actually, EPISD amongst the big,
I'm sorry, what was the percentage for America's high school?
66. Yeah, and that's one snapshot, 1 year. So I can share with you each of them. But so EPISD, so we have a couple of trustees, with several trustees that represent EPISD, but your courtroom is also an EPISD primarily. So EPISD had 3,860 graduates in 16, 4,072 in 17, 4,007 in 18, and now it's going to start to continue to fall. In 16, 56% of the district went to college. In 17, it dropped to 50.8%, and then in 18, it went back up slightly to 54%. But so, which one of your schools sends the fewest?
Irvin.
Irvin sends.
Parkland.
Let's see.
No, Parkland's
Is it
That's correct. Irvin sends the fewest. 38.6% of their graduates.
What's
go to
that?
college. 38.6.
Ay, ay, ay.
The latest data available.
You see how powerful that information would be for board members?
And the highest percentage, El Paso High. And they're the highest,
I
and
thought
only
Coronado
62%
would
of
be
their
the
graduates go to college.
I thought Coronado.
They're just behind.
El
They're just
Paso High is the
behind.
highest?
They're just behind at 61.6.
But look at all those parents.
Franklin
All the doctors.
All the parents.
Franklin is at 60.
Turn place.
So they're
They're all
but
there.
still, that's,
But remember Franklin.
But
is another
Andrews
building.
is at 44%, Austin is at 47,
So they're in the-
Chapin is at 43,
Ay,
Urban is at
Is
38.
that because of the, do you think the
Franklin
military? That-
Chapin, it might be. That's primarily military.
I have to be non-biased, but I think it has to do with the superintendent.
I agree with you.
Well, and see, here's what happens when you say that. So I go and do a panel discussion with the Texas Urban Council, which is the 11 largest school districts, urban school districts. So for instance, Alief, is not considered urban. Socorro is not considered urban, even though it's larger than Isleta, but Isleta and El Paso are part of it. So Dr. La Torre is the president of that organization, and so 3 years ago they asked the Chamber of Commerce partners to go with them. Last year they asked the mayors to go with them. This year they asked their community college partner to go with them. So Dr. La Torre was the chair. I did a presentation with him, talked about the partnerships that we have. So Superintendent Cabrera's at the meeting as well, and so here's about all the partnerships that we have. He was. And then right away wants to start immediately for P-Tech high schools. When the deadline is the deadline's 2 weeks to get in the MOUs, et cetera, and wants me to sign blank pieces of paper. Just a signature sheet without seeing the plan. So this is where we have to be careful, because you want to go from nothing to 4, and I won't sacrifice the quality. I won't. Now,
And we appreciate that.
well, we can. It's our reputation as well, and so we have to balance it. The reason is not that we have a better relationship with Socorro. It's that whenever I ask Dr. Espinosa for assistance, he says yes. But it's reciprocal. When he asks me for help, I say yes. Dr. La Torre, we have a great relationship with him as well. He focuses on different areas. Superintendent Cabrera, honestly, it's
He's
when
not
he
focused at all.
well, he's got other items that he's got to focus on, I'm sure.
Trying to find a job.
Yeah, and when he comes around, then we have to get his team involved so that we can move forward. But I'm all in. I think it's a great idea. Anything that we can bring to have additional attention on us increasing the educational attainment level of our region, the better. I mean, the data's overwhelming. The more you learn, the more you earn, the less likely you are to be unemployed.
And the legislature changing the truants laws did not be.
Yeah. So we'll continue, we'll move forward with it, but I just want everyone to know that I think these are great ideas. We've done a lot, there's so much more we can do. So we have lots of data available already, so when we pull them together, we can do this. And by the way, those sheets that I talked about, we have them for I think 10 of the 12 school districts. We may not have them for the smaller school districts. Yeah. And the reason is the coordinating board doesn't track. If you have less than 25 high school graduates, the coordinating board won't track that. But I'm all in.
So what do you need from the board to be able to get more aggressive in the area of recruitment, and what do you need from the board?
So there's a couple of things. First, I need the presentation, so I know Pam has it. I'll pull the team together. We'll start working on that and start moving forward with planning the session. I want direction on, you only want it to be the college and the districts. You don't want any other partner there. Do you want UTEP or no one else besides us?
No, we just want you to take the lead on it. Whatever you think is gonna work, that's what's gonna work.
What I tend to do, so for instance, when we did College Bound, so we went forward and created Operation College Bound. I give Dr. Gonzalez, and I've not been shy about the challenges as well as the compliments. I give Dr. Gonzalez credit because I had asked Linda to do this. Linda never moved forward with it. Dr. Gonzalez did. Him and his team moved forward with College Bound. We started with 6 high schools with Socorro. And I find it fascinating because Dr. Espinosa, it's now his, and that's the way you want it to be. That's the greatest form of flattery when it becomes their own idea. And he said yes, and so we started with those 6 high schools. We turned around, that was the first year. The second year we went up to 23 high schools. We're on pace this spring to do 32 high schools, where it's a turnkey event. The university will not register them on the spot. They'll sign them up for orientation. So your daughter waited because we were ready to register her. We actually do registration on the spot for any of these students that are ready.
How many high schools in the county?
How many high schools in the county? 52. So we're gonna be at 32 this spring.
So we're only 20 short.
We're only 20 short.
But I was with her at the moment, and nobody from EPCC knew where to tell her to go to. So she's just like, where do I start? Oh, we'll go to that room over there, and she's in that room, and I was with her.
At the College Bound or on campus?
At the campus, at the College Bound.
At the College Bound.
And then we switched back and forth until finally, Sabina, Yvette Sabina.
Yvette's
she
very
was-
strong. I give Yvette a lot of
And
credit.
man,
She's very sharp.
She was on it. She followed
She knows
her
how to close the
through, and
deal.
then, yeah, she did.
Yeah, I try to hire her.
I tried to convince my own daughter, and I didn't get it, but just because they were so good, and the way they painted the picture, and then when she went in for orientation, they had a private orientation for her because she couldn't go that day. And then when she walked in to the financial aid office, they had a picture of her ahead of time, because when she walked in, they're like, "Hi, Amber," whatever. Okay, now your next step is this office. So she
Sure.
would walk in, "Amber, it's nice to meet you." Well, they knew her name, they
Public
knew,
relations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it
the
was
key. I
just-
think it's the key too.
We need a lot of training.
We do.
Or maybe we
They
need
were really
different personnel in that department. I'm sorry, but the people that are there are not delivering what we expect, then let's put them somewhere else and bring in a new.
But have we conveyed what we expect? Have we given them, so now that's an idea, so have we given them that idea and given them the opportunity to follow through with it?
No, I think that, so
Well, I don't
it is,
think we have yet,
it's a
so-
continuous effort. And we're not gonna stop, so we're gonna continue to get better, and we're gonna continue to do training, and we'll continue to work with individuals, and either they jump on board or they determine that this isn't the best place for them. And that's a process too, and it's not an easy process, cause
Yeah, I know.
there's a difference between being, well, it takes time, not enough, but it takes time. So, so there's, the marketing piece. We have a large enough budget that we could outspend any of our competitors, but is that the right thing to do? I don't believe it's the right thing to do. We spend a decent amount of money on marketing. And I tell folks all the time, so we could spend, Southwest University Park, that's it's $17 million over 20 years. It's $850,000 a year just to have their name on the park. And so we theoretically could afford that, but the taxpayers would have all of us hanging from the flagpole if we did something like that. So we have to be measured in how we're moving forward, and have the right message at the right time. On our data, you do see some really good pieces of our data. And so when you look at our data, technical enrollment is up 12%. And what we did is we added, it's very in line with what we did. We added technical facilities. My focus is to shift our enrollment from 89% academic transfer to about 30% career technology education. These are high-wage, high-skilled jobs that stay in our community.
Is that the fashion and design included
Fashion
in
design
that?
is technical.
Okay.
The
That's,
Transportation
design.
Training Center, I'll name it right, I always change its name. The Transportation Training Center is all technical education. You'll see the Rio Grande, everything we're adding at the Rio Grande campus is all technical. The Mission Building is gonna house a combination of both, as is the STEAM building at Valle Verde. But those three additions, the transportation, the Trans Mountain, and Rio Grande, it's almost all technical education. And these are jobs that stay. So we'll continue to focus. I would say that we look at, we'll pull everyone together and we'll continue to, I'll provide some more data. We have all the goal sheets ready for the districts to be able to move forward. The coordinating board in the 60x30 Texas plan, since we led the state at 58%, the goal here in 2030 is that 71% of our high school graduates will be going to college immediately.
71%.
So now we're at just under 54. Now we have a bigger hike in the next 10 years. Now we got to improve 18% in the next 10 years.
Which is doable.
It is doable. It is doable, and it's not.
It's gotta be a more aggressive approach.
Yeah.
What about putting something together, Dr. Salata, as we're kind of like halfway in the high schools, putting something together with the automotive,
GT though.
the one in Townsend, the
Fashion.
fashion and design, and having those girls explain what they did, that, and even the teacher, the professor that said that, some of the graduates are already in New York working with all this big fashion and design companies. I mean, look at all those girls that, I mean, right now, that would be something that it will really catch their eyes, you know, I wanna be a
And
designer, I wanna be out there, you know?
I think
and-
I think that those are all great ideas and things we need to do.
Yeah.
I've also asked our marketing team, to focus on the technical programs and get these out there, exactly like you're saying, the fashion, the transportation training. And by the way, we held the RAC meeting, the Regional Academic Council meeting, where I'm a member of, and it's Region 19 with the 12 superintendents. We held that at the Transportation Center so that we could
How
tour
did that
them and
go?
so that it went well. And so we already had MOUs with, you all approved them at this last meeting for them to use these buildings.
Did you have good attendance?
I had decent attendance, not as good as I'd like. So Dr. Torre was there, Jeannie Mesa Chavez, Dr. Mesa Chavez was there. I think we probably ended up with 3 or 4 of the superintendents.
Can we gear it more towards like the principals? Cause they're in the, so when
So
it comes
I'm
to-
happy to host the principals,
Because when it
absolutely.
comes to marketing, I mean, I don't think we necessarily need, I know Nina and I have talked not necessarily commercials and stuff like that, but it's more of the one-on-one, which is, and I'm gonna give you an example of Burger King. Since I started at doing just partners in education, just going with the schools, we've increased 22%, by
Yep.
22%, you know, our finance, it makes a huge difference. You know, just that one-on-one,
Sure.
you know, and I'm just one person.
Sure.
You know, I'm going school by school and giving them incentives and doing, you know, career days and
So there's a couple, and I'm more than happy.
and even
We will.
hiring, because I've been hiring the parents, you
Yeah.
know, as managers and.
Yeah.
The hurdle or challenge that you have there is that to pull them off the campus, you gotta go through the superintendents or the assistant superintendents to release them, because
But it-
anytime they're gonna be gone from the campus, especially at a high school level where you got 3,000 kids, the principal.
Yeah, but why can't we go to the high school?
But it's a one-time thing, and then like,
Why
let's say
can't
we
we just go to
host,
the high school?
Oh, no, but she's talking about bringing them for a tour. of
but
the
let's say we
facilities.
host, because you know how they have their meetings once a month, their leadership team meetings. So we offer to host a leadership team meeting,
You think those assistant superintendents are gonna give up a day with the principals?
not a whole day.
No, it's
No,
just
they'll
like
have their meeting
a
there,
overview.
and part of the 30 minutes of their time, whatever's gonna be the tour, an hour of the.
See, that's why I say that you've gotta establish those relationships. I can
With
just
the
tell you that
superintendent.
Socorro ones will not give up the time with the principals, because they plan it for the whole year as to what days they're gonna have the leadership with the principals. And they've got a tight schedule, to where even we can get on the schedule to do some training for, let's say, sexual harassment or investigations or whatever. Well, we can give you 15 minutes. Well, 15 minutes ain't gonna do it, you know? Well, we can't give you an hour. We can't give you half an hour. They're very tight because it's all focused on instruction. I can't speak for the other districts, but I know I can tell you at Socorro, it's not gonna work.
We'll continue to develop and enhance the
We can
relationships.
try maybe the intersession in March.
I think the
See,
intersession is a
might
time that
be
we
a-
could.
Yes.
Yeah.
That we can pull up together and host them here. I find that if you,
Feed them, they'll
if you
come.
feed them, they will come,
And you're the
almost
one
always,
who
and
go-
provide them with
I do it
EPCC
all the
swag, and we should do that anyway.
But if you speak to the, or send somebody to speak to the cabinet and invite them for the intercession, they will put it on the calendar and show up, especially Ms. Jose, you know, the head of the high schools, because that's how they operate. They do everything by committee.
What about, like you said, what can we do as board members? I mean, for me, Eastlake is very close to, because my kids went there, because my ex-students, they, you know, from District Wayne, from our area, they'll know us, you know, and we go and tell them and show them and just let them know what's the EPCC offers. Maybe we can, if we can adopt a high school.
That you
and-
can just go to
Field
the
trips?
to
principal.
the principal,
and
Mr.
they'll open the door.
Martinez, and I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure they will give us the opportunity to talk to, especially
host
when they
field
have an
trips.
assembly, you know, we can arrange that. I mean,
Yeah,
we
it's
can
only
have
pulling them
something.
off the campus.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's
not-
gonna be harder than if we go and reach out to them, that would be, you know, represented to the career connection,
Mhm.
Desert Way. go to the class,
Star-
showing them,
Sparks,
yeah,
Strata.
yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things.
And then see, those people that are like the career connection people at the high schools,
Yeah.
they can get away from the campus and they can come and see,
Exactly.
and they're gonna sell it to the kids.
Because they're the ones that assess that kids, what is it that you're good at, what is it that you want, what is it that you wanna do, so I think
Is
that's.
there any way that we can set up a brainstorming session with
Yeah,
Penny
just for
Gonzalez?
that, yeah.
Just a brainstorming session, not necessarily saying you're gonna do this, but just a brainstorming session, or you tell us who, that we can kind of
Your
just
brainstorming sessions with me.
bring out ideas,
Yeah,
okay?
I'll meet with Dr. Gonzalez and
So
work
maybe
with
we can
him.
do that with you, but
Sure.
if we have more time, cause I think.
So-
on
so-
and on and on and on and on.
But
So-
that's
so
why
there's
this
a-
was scheduled, so we
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
brainstorm more ideas.
So there's a couple of things as well. So, the CCRM, the College and Career Readiness Measurement is in effect as well. So the school districts were provided an additional $11.5 billion in funding this last session. The College and Career Readiness Measurement is an after-the-fact tally where they're eligible, and there is no limit on it, but where they're eligible for student bonuses. So as Letta's team, when I was with them in San Antonio, they don't know, they don't even know this, because they didn't realize it. But if they enroll at the college, they are eligible, after they graduate from high school, they meet these measurements, they're eligible for a $5,000 bonus per kid, per student, for every economically or at-risk student. An additional $3,000 bonus for if they're special needs. So you're looking at, and then even if they're not economically or they're not at risk, it's still a $3,000 bonus. Every student that they will be eligible for. So I would imagine that the partnerships, this is money for the school districts, that the partnerships will be enhanced just based on what they're eligible for as well. That begins next fall. So this high school graduating class that's gonna graduate next fall, they will start to report to the state and then be eligible to receive those bonuses. And there is not a limit on how much money they can receive based on that. Give Creed credit, Creed is on this, and I'm familiar with this is all in House Bill 3. Creed wants to work with school districts to do TSI boot camps, because if they meet those scores, they're eligible as well. So, follow the money, and I would imagine that our partnerships with the school districts will increase as well based on that. And then finally, what I'd say is, right now, there's just not enough going. The majority of students that go to college, they come to us. We just don't have enough of them coming.
But we also need to target the populations outside of the high schools.
So I agree, Dr. Graham. I've not seen anything work with the adult learner yet. So I don't know who's doing it well, but I'm willing to
I
learn.
know that the program that Tony Fraga has is receiving national recognition. He's even gone to present with the White House and stuff because he's doing such a great job with that program. We need to see what are they doing, because some of them are transitioning to EPCC. Now, how many, I don't know, I've never asked, but certainly we could set up something to
Yeah,
meet up with.
because like I said, I mean, I think that the number was 2.9 million or 3.9, somewhere between those two numbers, adults in our state that have credits and no degree.
My wife has 569 credits. No degree.
Credit hours.
You were asking about Parkland earlier. 38% of Parkland high school graduates go to college. 38%.
Oh,
Wow.
The latest data.
What was that data?
For Parkland.
38%.
And Isleta, who sends the most, Isleta High School sends 61%. Obviously,
Really?
obviously Via Verde Early College High School, 85% of them go. But 61.1, Bel Air is 60.
But Parkland just opened their college.
Yeah.
How about
Del Valle.
Jefferson, sir?
Jefferson was Del Valle's at 58. They all have room to improve. I mean,
Yeah,
it's the
Bowie.
pathway to the middle class.
I
And
think
you know,
Urban and Bowie were two.
Bowie was 54%. Bowie's not as bad as people think.
Is what better than Irving.
Yes.
How about 100% because that's a medical method.
What's the percentage of Lake High School, you said?
54.
That's higher than East Lake High School?
Is it Maxine? Is it Maxine
51,
still
I'm
separate?
surprised.
Separate school.
So I guess just to like wrap up the
Yes,
discussion,
ma'am.
because we're already going into 4:15, we'll do
Oh,
the
yeah.
last portion of it. So what's the follow-up then? And we've heard a lot of the ideas. Are we still gonna pursue that? Are we not?
No,
Are
we
gonna
are.
work- Okay.
Yeah, we
okay,
are gonna
all
pursue
right.
it, so what I'll do is, I'll start working, Ms. Sanchez, on looking at dates for the spring. And then after that, what I would suggest is, I don't know if we just wanna send out an invitation, or if we want, board members and I to go to the board meetings, and in public comment, make an invitation
Don't you think we're getting some ideas when we go to the
to,
Hoover Home?
when we go to the Hoover House on December 2nd, I think so too, and I don't.
Well, but
Are we all gonna be able to go to that?
Yes, but the planning needs to start now for whenever, and I think his question is, do we just want to, I think it's gonna work better if we, what if we did both, deliver the
Send the
invite
invitation.
at a board meeting, and then, yeah, under open forum, but deliver the invite there and tell them what the purpose is, because then it's televised that we.
So what I'll start with is, I'll go to Region 19 and to the RAC meeting, and I'll let them know this coming. Because if I was a superintendent, I would want a heads up that one of my colleagues is gonna come to my board meeting and put me on the spot in front of my board. And so I will put this out at Region 19 and let them know that this is what the board wants me to do, and again, that this is a collegial, we wanna work together, we wanna see how we can increase the number of students that are going to and being successful in college.
And you know what else, sir, we need to add the board these people, their team, because they're also in a position to support sending more students our way.
I think so, Dr. Graham. I think right now that our letter may not have been as well received as we hoped. I've had some interesting, Richard Dayu called recently and says that, Fort Bliss says that, you know, that, and I've had calls from TSTC as well, so that Fort Bliss has asked TSTC to come in and
Who's
meet with them,
TS?
Texas State Technical College. They're statewide. There's no TSTC near us. The nearest one is probably Sweetwater. But they've invited, the Fort Bliss leadership has asked them to come in to talk to them, and told them that we do that we're academic transfer. And I know because Elton's a good friend, and so he let me know, and he meets with us when we meet in Austin, the 50 of us. So I'll reach out to Fort Bliss as well. Fort
What is
Bliss,
their position?
I don't know that they have a position. Well, I think they're not happy. They want us to build a campus. I think that's part of it. In addition, their soldiers are there for a short period of time. It's a more difficult population to try and cater to. They're here for 8 weeks and then they deploy. They're here for 3 months and then they deploy or head somewhere else. So it's a little more difficult to it. But I'm not opposed to any of it. So let me reach out, work with.
So you're gonna do then, before we left off on go to the RAC meeting?
Yes.
And then what else?
I'm gonna go to the RAC meeting. I'm gonna describe what we're looking at doing, and let them know that the board would like to have a joint meeting, or workshop rather, with all 12 school boards in the spring.
Is that gonna be okay by then?
It's more like a convening, or what did you
Yeah.
call it?
And then after that, can you give us an update, maybe at a meeting, at one of our general meetings, and then maybe we can discuss how we wanna move then from there, just depending on the response that we receive, and if the action plan then after that is to do a letter, follow up with a public comment session, or reach out to individual board members to kind of get that in their mind,
And that's exactly.
coming down the pipeline.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll do that. I'll let the superintendents know. Then I'll ask for potential dates for a spring convening. We will draft the letter from the board, and then we'll bring that to a follow-up board meeting. I don't know when the RAC will meet next. It's on my calendar, I'm sure. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's when I'm at Saks.
I think it is as well. I think you're out.
Someone's birthday's coming up. No, I'm actually here. It's on the 11th.
Maybe one of the things that could also happen is if you were able to get like phone numbers where we could call some of the board members ourselves and invite them personally, that might also help motivate them to show up.
So maybe the suggestion would be whichever board member has cross jurisdiction with our districts, that we could do that, because I already have all the contact information for my board members that I have cross jurisdictional lines with.
Okay.
And so maybe that's the approach that we go, because we'll have different ones.
That way we can support your effort to get them over here. We just need to know like the specifics, the date, the time, and
Okay. Is
that's
there anything else that I missed? Anything else I need to follow up on?
Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, my pleasure, thank you.
Madam Shaw, you got that ready?
Yeah, I'll get it. We're only 15 minutes.
Well, it's not too bad.
She was not able to join us?
No,
No worries.
she was, I think she's out of town this week.
Understood,
Yeah.
understood.
And when I reached out to her during the week, she was really, really busy. She was working on some other project, but she did manage to send us 3 scenarios.
That's
So,
great.
yeah,
Thank
so
you.
we'll move that.
So I know we're waiting for the chair. He had a phone call from his office, so I know he'll be here shortly. But just as a preface, as the board requested, members of the board had requested for us to look at some of the deferred maintenance items that we have. We also have, I'm gonna hand out a presentation. It's a presentation that we had at a workshop. I have adjusted it slightly to look at the potential. So everyone knows that we're looking at being on schedule to finish the Rio Grande expansion by at least the last date that we had from our project manager was looking at about November of 2020. So that means that if we went forward, we would have all of 2021 and most of 22. And so as we go forward and look at this, we can, I know that in the past I had talked about 24, only because it was a presidential election. I think that the one thing that 2018 taught us is that our state all of a sudden got very engaged. I think Congressman O'Rourke deserves a tremendous amount of credit for that. But we had a massive turnout, and by massive, we were still like 40% of eligible voters. But it was a much higher turnout. So I don't think that we necessarily need to wait to 24. I think we could very much, we'd have everything built, and we would also have a time to see if enrollment is starting to shift and we're starting to see more demand by 22. So what I've done is adjusted this to look at 22 as well, and adjusted all my planning timelines to shift in that direction as well. And this is just context for us to potentially say, okay, what's right? We may not need to wait till 24. We may be able to go in 22. If the board chose and said we need to go in 20, then we can do that as well. I feel a little behind, but it doesn't mean we can't make it work. And we will. Whatever the board chooses to do, I will make it work. But Ms. Shaughnessy, I want you to move forward. Judge, I was waiting for you to get back. Mr. Uxton.
Real quick, just
Yes,
on
sir.
front of this, I see Fort Bliss campus, $50 million complete phase 1. Just real quick, what is phase 1?
If you recall during the master plan, Mr. Uxer, they talked about phase 1 of Fort Bliss would be that initial $50 million. That's just, and if I'm not mistaken, that was a 28 or 29,000 square foot building. Mr. Ball, help me, I think it was in that neighborhood. And that would only be phase 1. The long-term plan was to expand
But
more
we're
than
not
that.
thinking about any building at all now, are we?
Right, well, the direction that I received from the board was to let Fort Bliss know that we could not even think of anything without, and that's where we are.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get that last piece.
That we would not think of we couldn't think of anything at Fort Bliss without a general obligation bond. The data, I'm very transparent about this, the data currently does not support a campus at Fort Bliss, currently. I don't know where we'll be in 5 years if that data will shift. But currently, from my perspective, that wouldn't be there. Now, if you just, since you asked that, if you pull Fort Bliss out, you're looking at, based on the original plan, approximately $100 million. Not counting some of the deferred maintenance. Some of it is in here, but some of it, as I've gone through Ms. Shaughnessy's piece and mine, I think we're looking at approximately, to do everything if Fort Bliss wasn't in the plan, for about 125, including all the deferred maintenance projects. Go ahead, Ms.
That's
Shaughnessy.
on our own without going out?
No, that would have to go out to the public.
And what would that cost the taxpayer?
Well, funny you should ask, Ms. Shaughnessy has that. He said, what would that cost the taxpayer? And I said, funny you should ask, because Ms. Shaughnessy has
It's in your
that.
packet.
I think what we need to do is
Yeah.
pursue that idea, we need 15 cents.
We would have to do both.
And-
You're absolutely
Thank
correct.
You know, given what you said, I think if we have the choice, I'd choose 15 cents over the bond.
It's interesting. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Shaughnessy.
So we actually, Mr. Ryder, we have to set up time, members of the board, Mr. Ortega, him, and guest. Anyway, thank you for giving us the opportunity to update you on the unfunded deferred maintenance and renovation projects. Last time we presented to you, it was probably a higher price tag because we had included some projects that have been identified with the facility condition assessment, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. You have before you a binder, or along with the paperwork that you have, there's a binder that is distributed, and that is organized with your tab number 1, it's this presentation. Tab number 2 is because there was quite a few projects that are being identified in this presentation. Mr. Lovato gave me a description, a very brief description of each one of those projects, so I'm not taking the time explaining what each project is, but if you want some more information, certainly we can respond to that. And that's what Mr. Lovato is here, because he's a whole lot closer to that detail than I am. Tab number 3 is actually a list of current funded projects. It's a lot of information in this binder, by the way. A lot of numbers, okay? But the current funded projects is what's really being funded by Project Reserve Fund. Tab number 4, I have provided for you a 5-year history of all the completed projects that we've done through the Project Reserve Fund. Not the wrong projects, but all other projects. And you will see the kind of things that we have done, that physical plant, along with the contractors that we're able to accomplish with that Project Reserve Fund funding. Number 5 is going to have some funding scenarios that were provided by Ms. Maria Odina. She was Delta Security, she's the financial advisor for the district. And she put that information pretty quickly. She was very busy with other projects, but she did provide some information. It's preliminary, probably still needs some refining, but at least it gives you an idea of what kind of debt we would embark if we were to issue revenue bonds versus GO bonds. And the type number 6 finally gives you those funding scenarios that Ms. Odina had provided to the board back in July when she presented on funding scenarios for GO bonds, and that was during your retreat. So, the agenda is going to be as follows. I know that I have about an hour, and I'm probably the only one who's standing between you and dinner. So, a lot of information in here. I'm going to be speaking pretty fast, so I can cover as much as possible. We'll talk about the unfunded deferred maintenance renovation projects, and then those potential funding sources that could fund those projects if you consider it. How you consider it. So we'll talk about what kind of institutional fund, the access to the loan program for energy projects, the revenue bonds, and the general obligation bonds. So just quickly, back in 2008, if you recall, and I mentioned that at our last meeting regarding this topic, we did a facility condition assessment. It did cost us over $371,000, and that identified deficiencies at a total price tag of $83.5 million. Quite a bit to swallow here. Some projects that were on that list have been completed since 2008. And then, so basically, we didn't want to come back with those really outdated, ugly projects and outdated costs. So Mr. Lobato did a cursory review of what he thinks is realistic, that needs to be addressed to have our campuses in good shape. Now, does it address everything we need? Probably not, but it does address the majority of what just to keep our campuses functioning well. And so it is also now based on our current environment. Things have changed since 2008. And then our facility condition. We do have some new facilities, so we need to kind of also look at that in that light, in that lens. So this next section here is all the deferred maintenance projects that we know of. Okay, I have a caveat here. Okay, I do qualify that we know of, because really, you know, Mr. Lobato certainly is not able to identify everything, but certainly the majority of things that a company like Magellan could identify that cost $371,000 to do so. But certainly, this is a realistic view of what is needed at each one of those campuses. So when we start with Valle Verde campus, constructed in 1978, I still remember my first year here at the college, brand new campus at Valle Verde. And this is in priority order. And at the top of the list, not necessarily the most costly, but that's the one that needs to be done. Yes, sir.
Just real quick, yes or no? Do I understand out of all of this that there is none of these projects outstanding are a regulatory or a requirement that we're deficient? In other words, all of these are discretionary. I mean, they may improve, but we're not in any sense of violating.
The fire upgrades are probably something that is somewhat regulatory.
Yeah.
I think,
We're regulatory, but we're
compliant.
not facing
Correct.
okay. That in all of this presentation, we're not facing any kind of deadline or have any kind of exclusion or something been delayed.
As far as I know, but Mr.
Okay.
Federal, probably as far as you know.
Okay, that's all I know.
But it is very important, it's a very good point. Priority, you know, it's listed in priority order because certainly the fire alarm upgrades, these are the original fire alarms on the Valle Verde campus. So they're definitely in need of upgrading. And so that carries a tag of price tag of $750,000. And if you look at other projects that are very high in cost, drainage improvement, we need to remedy some of our flooding situation at the Valle Verde campus. It is in a very low area and it does get flooded and it does affect all the pedestrians that cross, it does affect Northfield. And so this is really something we need to look at. And then the parking lot improvements, 1 year into. Now, part of that 1.2 million actually has been, well, this is the remainder that is to be funded, but we've been funding parking lot improvement through the vehicle registration fund. So the revenue that we generate from the vehicle registration fee has gone to renovate and to improve our parking lot. And right now, for this year, we have $300,000 that is earmarked. This is outside of that 1.2 million that is needed in the future. So,
did you earmark?
the $300,000 for this year. But obviously it's not sufficient to pay for the 1.2 million. So we've been trying to do this in phases, but certainly we do hear quite a bit of students saying, you know, our parking lots and roads are in very bad shape, and so we try to remedy that, but we have so much funding. So without going through a lot of detail here, you can see all the different projects that need to be done at a total cost of 5.2 million, and this is just for Valle Verde. The major renovation project that has come to our attention, a request for the Center for Students with Disabilities. They feel like they really need to expand. It is not big enough. It is not the best when it comes down to ADA compliance. So right now, this has an estimated cost of about $1.2 million.
Have you received any complaints or notices of any complaints from anybody on the ADA compliance issues?
The ADA staff.
But any outside organization?
Not that we
We're
are.
not been found to be deficient.
Yeah, we're in compliance.
We
Mr.
are in
Lobato and his
compliance.
team does a good job of ensuring that. But we want to do better, and we are continuing to do that.
They're really in a very confined
They are.
area. I mean,
And that's what
to
they're
tour
saying.
the area, I mean, even to turn wheelchairs is like tight corners
It
and
is.
stuff. Sir, does that include, didn't we get the elevator already repaired before, or?
We've repaired it many times. It needs to be
Because I know we used to
replaced,
get a lot
not
of
repaired.
complaints about the elevators,
Is
is
that-
it the same one?
Is that elevator replacement or is a new installation?
That is a new additional
Elevators. Besides repairing what would?
Yes, sir.
An additional elevator, where are you gonna put it?
The thought was we would have, it'd have to be an exterior addition.
Oh.
Glass lined, so they can have a view.
And you can do it on 300,000?
Oh, yeah.
That was the
Outside,
estimate
yeah.
that we came up with, yes, ma'am.
And that's why it said estimated, because between now and the time this gets done, something could change. And of course, all of these are going to be having some, obviously, CSPs or, competitive processes.
There'll be design
Yeah.
issues with this.
Thank you for upgrading the entrance there, it looks really nice.
Oh, the logo did come out real nice. We still need to wax it, but we want to wait until the paint's complete.
But the tiles were all cracking and stuff, and now it looks really, really nice. Thank you.
We have floor issues here as well, as you see.
So Rio Grande campus, this is the oldest campus. Building A actually was built in 1925. We actually purchased the building from EPIC back in 1974, and we moved in 1975. As you can see here, probably the largest price tag is your A and B building. They're having a unit replacement.
No, it's
But
almost
they're
100
looking
years.
those two, it's $2.2 million.
Didn't have any money back.
What was it
Giving
before?
it away.
I'm sorry?
What was the building before?
It was a school building.
It was a school.
Yeah, downtown.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the total here that would be required, $4.5 million. And then renovation project, renovation of Queen Anne building is something that we need to look into at $350K. And then, of course, the Student Service Center, which is housed at the Temple Mount Sinai. We have $12 million here, but it really depends on how we want to transform that building in terms of the Performing Arts Center. So it's gonna be pretty much, originally I think we were looking at $6 million, it grew to $12 million, then we were at $16 million, so.
Isn't that really what would come out of the new bond issue? Essentially we're not gonna, yeah.
This was a sad face.
Yeah, you have, that's why I provided them, because I looked at all the data that was presented, so we provided the presentation. I had estimated 14, just based on, just to be safe and knowing everything. But yeah, that one was in the bond, so.
But that's not so much deferred maintenance as a new,
it's
bond issue, right?
correct.
I mean,
But we own the building and
I was
it's
just thinking
deferred.
as far as.
Yes, yes.
What are they going to do with the Queen Anne building? What is the idea of it?
The exterior of the Queen Anne building, it's in very poor condition.
For
A lot of the
$350,
paint is coming off, the wood is in need of replacement. The problem with that, the reason the price tag is so high, is all that paint is lead.
Yeah.
So we'll have to abate the lead before we go.
In terms of the renovations, I guess maybe the Queen Anne building, are any of these within the historical survey that they're doing or looking at? It's not within that footprint? Okay, that's good.
Although some may be,
Well, I know
they
there's
may be
an association.
considered because of age, but they're not in any historical district.
But
Okay,
it's in your district and you're gonna get lots of questions from the community.
Well, that's why I'm asking, and then, so secondly, but what we're talking about, the historical significance, the other part of it is that there is a historical survey that's going underway right now. It hasn't been finalized, it's in the planning stage, and so there is a footprint of that whole area, so I'm just wondering if you all are aware of that, because there are potential implications for, and I don't know exactly what the standards are, but it might affect what we're looking at here.
Who would we need to
Yes,
contact?
we probably need to contact the county on that. It's not finalized, but just to be aware of it, it's been the subject of some public meetings, so whatever public documents that exist, I'm happy to share that information with you.
Thank you, because
Yeah.
ATSN might not answer you.
Right,
They're
right,
in
right,
the
right,
client
right.
systems, was it just included in the, how did you get that in
It's
the
under-
bar?
it's
I
under
mean,
the renovation
in the new
project.
building.
Yeah, and I don't know.
I
To
split
make the
that,
whole system
looking at the
consistent.
different maintenance
Yeah,
versus the
um,
renovation projects.
Because that was paid for the bond, for the general, not the general, but the tuition revenue bonds.
Were we restricted from using that bond to do that?
It was on for me.
So Trans Mountain campus constructed in 1979, and here you can see mostly those different projects are related to the fire alarm upgrades here again. We want to do fire alarm upgrade at all campuses. Rio Grande, you did not see it because we are actually current, that is a current project. We actually have funded that because this is the one that we needed, the most pressing upgrade for the fire alarm. And then everything else is related to some electrical projects that we need to do. The major renovation project is still unfunded, repurposing the tennis court to multi-purpose athletic and the locker rooms for men and women. So you can see here the price tag for each one of those, $950,000 for maintenance projects and the major renovation project, $275,000. Mission Del Paso, constructed in 1998. As you can see, obviously, those campuses, either we have done a lot of work to them, but obviously, the more we send the campus, the less deferred maintenance issues we have. Here you can see, again, this is related to fire alarm upgrades and other type of electrical or electronic controls upgrade at a total cost of $350,000. Northwest Campus, constructed in 1994. Again, same type of maintenance project. The big thing here is your roof replacement. This is 25 years old. And so $500,000, I mean, that is almost half of the total here, $1.1 million for the estimated cost of these projects. Administrative Service Center, buildings A and B. Here we're looking at mostly electrical upgrades. We do, once in a while, have some challenges with our power, and so. I'm sorry, not as, it is more infrequent, we have to say, definitely. We resolved the bird issue somewhat.
So we need $1.6 million to redo something stuff in this building?
It's to finish out. What we've done is every year, Mr. Uxer, we have spaces at such a premium, in particular at the Valle Verde campus, that what we have done is we've pulled any non-direct student services that don't have direct contact with students out of the Valle Verde campus and relocated them here. Research, what used to be research, analytics, and accountability, research accountability. We moved here. We've been Dr. Pentley's area, which is research accreditation and planning now. We moved Mrs. Chavez's area from diversity here. We moved dual credit. We've moved, who was it? I'm sorry, Mrs.
Grants management.
Grants management from Rio Grande. So we've pulled a lot, and when we bring them over here, we put them in temporary areas first, and then we scrounge as much as we can from the budget. Mr. Robato's team goes forward. We contract, and we have added significant space to there, and that would complete the rest of the build out that we have in this.
But we don't need to add any exterior walls. We're just working, upgrading what room stuff we're doing.
Correct. Yeah. Well, if you saw what it looked like, it's pretty impressive when they first,
And actually, this addresses some space for information technology, and we need an additional IT training room. The current one we have is very inadequate when we conduct training on our, the different for Banner 9, or any kind of training we have in information technology. There was some requests about maybe expanding marketing. So there's some growth that is involved in here.
How does PBS, the television station with Texas Tech, how does that play into this?
Well, we worked out.
Are they going to stay here?
They are going to stay here
Okay.
for a period of time.
Good.
Yes. When they actually do leave, then we'll repurpose that. But I don't see that happening anytime. It's
That's not
4 years.
4 years.
That's not near term.
No.
So this is your cost summary for all these proposed projects. Deferred maintenance project at $12.5, almost $12.6 million. Your major renovation project, of course, is higher because of Rio Grande at almost $16 million. So in total, we're looking at a price tag of $28.1 million.
Chump change.
So we know that it's kind of difficult to fund $28 million worth of project in one single fiscal year within 2 years. So I have listed a number of things before, just to kind of go over gonna be, when you have that kind of deferred maintenance that you need to address, and you have those financial pressures coming from the state, it's really difficult to fund, because we know that the state does not fund infrastructure. So here I've listed all those financial pressures that we've had since 2003. And I'm not gonna go over them, by detail, but what strategies did we use to address those challenges? Well, we had to increase tuition. We had to increase our tax rate, although not very often, as the situation may have warranted. We had to freeze or delete vacant position. We did not let go of any faculty position, but we did freeze and deleted some administrative positions. We postponed technology and equipment purchases, froze salary enhancement, and transfer to plan funds. And we did that probably in the time frame of really 2009, 2010, when you had a major 10% reduction in state funding. That was in mid-biennium. And we also had a decrease of $5.3 million in state funding in fiscal year 11-12, which was during the recession. So, and if you notice, all of these decreases in state funding certainly were not reinstated when the state was doing very well financially. So just this biennium, we got an increase of $622,000 over the previous biennium, which is about $311,000 per year. So we certainly, it's really hard for us to find any extra funding other than going into tuition or property tax. Now, all of this was mitigated because we really used very conservative budgeting and spending, which really contributed to our budget elasticity. And we established a biennium reserve. So with a biennium reserve, it has really allowed us, if you don't spend it in 1 year, you can certainly use it, and it's going to create a surplus, and then we can put that into the budget reserve fund when we don't use it.
How much did we decrease from that this year? Because did we dip into that when we gave
A little bit.
How much?
I remember,
sorry.
If not, I want to say $3 million. About $3 million, we still have about close to 1.8, but have almost $2 million in the biennium reserve this year.
But we utilized $3 million?
Yes. In order to provide for salary enhancement, we had to do that. So, what are the significant challenges? So, it's one thing you deal with state funding, and then you have your national accounting standard board that comes by and says, from now on, all states need to, all your state agencies need to pass along the liability need to pass along to their respective entities that they fund for the unfunded pension liability and for the OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits, namely health insurance. And so GASB 68 hit us, and it was a $22 million hit. But because we had been building fund balance over time, we were able to absorb it. So $22 million is a big hit. And we thought that GASB 75 might have been double, but it was more than double. It ended up being $70 million. And nobody can absorb a $70 million, for us it was $70 million, but you're talking about Dallas and all those very large community colleges that was more like maybe 200 million or something like that. Yes, sir.
What we've OPEB on GASB 68 was, how come GASB 75 all of a sudden was such a big, what was new or?
So what's happened with GASB 68, the state had been basically investing all the different contribution from, our contribution, employee contribution into a fund. Okay, so because here this is retirement, and so they have to make sure they had some funding for those people that are retiring. For the health insurance, it's basically pay as you go, and because it's pay as you go, they were not setting money aside. I think they did have like $20 million for the entire state for health insurance. Well, definitely it's not enough. So that's the reason why. The reason why we were hit so much, they just did not plan. ERS just did not plan.
That was for 68, GASB 68.
GASB 68 was for retirement, and GASB 75 is for health insurance.
Oh,
This is the big
okay.
hit. Yeah, this one is the big hit. Okay? So now to make things a little bit more challenging, they decided, or apparently they look at their assumption, their actual assumptions, they changed them when it came down to mortality rate, when it came down to investment rate, they decreased that investment rate from, trying to remember, 7 or 8% to.
They went down 1 percentage point,
1
probably
percentage
from
point.
8 to 7.
So 1 percentage point may not sound like a lot of money, but when you have billions of dollars that are invested, it's going to make a big difference. So that meant for us this year, just for us, for GASB 68, $1.3 million hit on our fund balance, okay? And then for GASB 75, $4 million. So that was huge impact. Now fortunately, we ended the fiscal year with an increase in fund balance about $11 million. So $11 million, which was recreated, we had the additional binding reserve, we had budget surpluses, so that really gave us some room to absorb that. And by absorbing that, we were able to also set aside, well, and I'll go over that in just a minute. So what did that mean to our fund balance in terms of planning? How are you going to decrease that deficit over time? So what we did is we created a plan. And I had talked about that a little bit when I went over the 6-year model. If you remember on the 6-year financial model, we talked about how we're going to cover that deficit in fund balance. Now, by the way, there are not very many community colleges, at least in Texas, that we know that are doing what we're doing. We're really addressing this the very conservative way, which means planning to cover the deficit, and on top of covering the deficit over a 10-year period, have a little bit more to ensure a 15% ratio of fund balance to the budget, okay? If we were not to consider GASB 68 or 75, you know what our fund balance is? $65 million. $65 million without GASB 68 and 75. That represents 44% of our budget, okay? 44%. We want to be between 15 and 25. So we are at 44%. And bond rating agencies will look at that. And it's very favorable. However, you never know how the bond rating agencies are going to change their methodology on looking at our fund balance, okay? They're saying now they don't look at it, but they have not guaranteed that. So far their methodology is to pull out anything that is non-cash flow and look strictly what our fund balance is without those two GASBs. Okay, so like I said, 44% or $65 million of our current budget. So in terms of funding that deficit, we looked at assuming no additional change to the respective unfunded liabilities, because as you can see, that can happen. It happened this year. We took a big hit, and everybody took a big hit. We're not the only one. So the excess fund balance that is needed at the end of each fiscal year is $5.5 million. $5.5 million per year for the next 10 years to yield a positive fund balance that is equivalent to 15% of the adopted budget. I know this is a lot of information to absorb, and that is also based on the fact that we would have the same adopted budget. We know over 10 years that budgets are going to go up, so that $5.5 million is going to have to change over time.
Where's that money
But
going?
we'll work on it. I'm sorry?
That 5.5 a year, what did you?
Increase in fund balance at the end of the fiscal year, so you excess of revenue over expenses.
I understand where you're getting it from, but where's that money go? It just sits in an
It
account?
sits in the fund balance. It just accumulates, the fund balance is increased every year.
What's gonna guarantee that they don't come back with GASB 88?
There is no guarantee.
They
We
will.
will come back with another FASB somehow, yes. And you know, this is where you look at, okay, how conservative do we want to be? What makes sense? You know, assuming that our bond rating agencies also don't change their methodology. The way we're doing this, the bond rating agencies would probably say, well, you guys are very, very conservative. Very conservative, because again, for right now, that's what they are doing, but it's better to do it that way than to have a surprise. Now, with that said, the $5.5 million is very much dependent. If we do $5.5 million per year, that may be the only thing that we have in our fund balance. We may not have any extra right now, Let me give you an example. So at the end of this fiscal year, we had an increase in fund balance of 11 point some million dollars. We put 5.8 actually in the fund balance, and the rest went into the project reserve fund. So we put 5.5 million in the project reserve fund. And the project reserve fund is that fund that helps us with those projects that we want to do, okay? As our budget gets a little tighter, we may not have that kind of flexibility, so we may not be able to add to the project reserve fund on an annual basis because we are doing this. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yes.
I know this is a lot of information to absorb, but the reason why I wanted to talk about that is because this does affect how much money we put in our project reserve fund that funds all those projects, okay? Right now, our project reserve fund balance, what we have, kind of is about $4 million that we have that has not been allocated yet. I have not sat down with Dr. Sadata to discuss how we want to allocate that. So it always, takes some time to look at those projects that are pending. And we always have to have a reserve just in case something like a regulatory kind of thing that pops up that we need to fund. So we try to have a cushion, just like we have a biennial reserve, we try to have a cushion in the project reserve fund. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. So, planning for funding. So, just quick reminder, institutional budget, physical plant budget is about 11.5 million. But that's for day-to-day operations. We cannot do that for renovation, deferred maintenance, or anything like that. So it's really the day-to-day operations for Mr. Lobato to operate physical plant. Now, we do have an annual allocation about $1 million for district-wide maintenance facility. And that is not deferred maintenance, this is regular maintenance of facility. Make sure that your mechanical systems are working, that your light bulbs are replaced, that your, all kinds of grounds, your maintenance, everything that it takes to run a campus of this size, okay, a college of this size. We do have year-end budget surpluses that are allocated from the unrestricted fund balance, and this is the fund balance we're talking about here, to the project reserve fund. And this is what I was referring to earlier, for major capital and maintenance project. Now, since 2001, we've been able to set aside $16 million. Okay, because we had surpluses, we were able to set aside $60 million. And the 5-year list of the projects that you have in your binder use a part of that $60 million. Okay, of which $34 million in the last 8 years, because we really had. When we instituted the tuition increase every 2 years, well, there's 1 year we did not necessarily need the entire amount because we were planning for the second year, but that was a saving. So that contributed to this kind of savings. We also have, we may have, and we hope we have, unexpended bond proceeds. The 2016 unexpended bond proceeds. So when you hear ECM and Paolo talk about his contingencies, basically, what have I told Mr. Paulo Perez, Rick, no toca your contingency, okay? So basically, is it just extra money that is there that if things are needed for the new project, for the master plan, let's say there is a need, something they did not consider, that is part of the contingency, it needs to be spent, then it comes to this group and we discuss it. But certainly, there should not be any shopping with the contingency fund. I think that needs to be discussed, and if it can go towards the kind of projects that we need to have for fire alarm upgrades, because we need to spend that on money, but we need to spend it wisely.
How long do we have to spend those funds?
So we have to spend 85% of our proceeds within a 3-year period. That's the IRS regulations. It has to be encumbered. It doesn't necessarily have to be spent, but if it's encumbered with a valid contract, we're okay. So they do give us a little bit of flexibility. Okay. Otherwise, then we have to, then they start questioning whether you need to have tax exempt bonds if you're not spending them. And then we are yield restricted when it comes down to the bond interest, that kind of thing. We cannot invest in a yield that is higher than what we are paying for the bonds. There are some very difficult regulations from the IRS on bonds, and we have a department that takes care of that, where we have 1 person to 3 people that can So that is another option, that we have some money left from our master plan contingency. And I mentioned earlier the City Comptroller's Office, the Lone Star Program for Energy Project. That is, up to 3% in loans. So if you want to use that method for energy saving project, it's up to 3%, which is going to be probably lower than what the bond cost is, because your interest on your bonds right now is probably around 3.5 probably. So here, if we can get a loan for 3%, and it's usually over a 10-year period, and then that may be also an option to kind of diversify the way we handle debt. You have to apply for it. We've done that twice here, and we've been very successful in doing those projects. And the beauty about this program is that the energy savings, basically we use those energy savings to pay back the debt. So there's really no outlay from the college, because the debt is paid back by the energy savings. And then you have, of course, for your major funding, you have your revenue and general obligation bond. As you know, revenue bonds are supported by the general use fee and the tuition allocation. The general use fee right now is $20 per credit hour for credit students. There is an allocation also for CE students that we do. And then the tuition allocation, right now we set aside $15 per student per long semester and $7.50 for the summer semester. So your general use fee generates about a little bit over $10 million a year, and your tuition allocation is a little bit under $1 million. And then the general obligation bonds supported by the taxpayer through the election. So, revenue bonds. So we'll talk about the scenarios in just a minute, and the scenarios were prepared by Ms. Urbina. And pros and cons of revenue bonds. So, no voter approval required. So that's the beauty about the revenue bond. We can just do our own thing. We do have to obviously follow some very strict guidelines on issuing bonds, but there is no voter approval required. Now, if we issuing additional debt, we have to make sure we have the capacity to pay that debt on an annual basis. So any additional revenue capacity is going to be needed by increasing a general use fee. So we'll talk about that in just a minute. We do have to have a presentation to the Tuition and Fees Committee. Anytime that we increase tuition and fees, we have to go to the Tuition and Fees Committee. We know the board can overrule their recommendation, of course, and we also try to get our students on board. We really make a presentation to them. We try to really garnish their support, and I can tell you over the years they've been very, very supportive. In fact, one year they wanted to raise tuition, and they were very unhappy that you all did not do that. So, but anyway, because the following year we had to renew it. Now, the one con about the revenue bond is that because there's a lot of sensitivity to enrollment levels, and there's additional debt that is created, then the rating agencies are going to look at that, and there is a chance they could downgrade us if they see we're taking on too much debt, with too much risk when it comes down to the enrollment. So right now, that our enrollment has not been really going up the way we'd like it to be, they could be a risk. They say, I'm not sure that, those bond ratings really, that they support the bond ratings that you have. So there is a risk there, and Ms. Urbina will explain that much better than I can. There's another thing that you have to consider. Anytime that you increase debt, there is a requirement in a reserve fund. They want to make sure that you have a reserve fund on the side just in case, 1 year our revenue goes down drastically, and so you are able to still pay your debt. And so right now we have a reserve fund requirement about a little bit over $9 million. So anytime that you increase debt, you're going to have to add to that reserve fund requirement. And so what happens is we have to fund it from somewhere, so we have to fund it from that bond issuance, which means we'll have a little bit less money for the amount available for projects. So that's really the only thing that you have to worry about here. General obligation bonds. So we'll go over, you have in your packet what Ms. Urbina had presented back in July, and you have all this information in there. She had several scenarios, about 3 of them if I recall, 100 and 150 million or 120, I'm trying to remember. But anyway, what what's important in there too is the very last page on the handout. It shows the tax, the tax burden for the citizen if we were to issue the bond under each scenario, okay? The pros and cons of general obligation bonds, well, the con is voter approval is required, but for us, this will be the third time we've gone out to the taxpayers since 1974. And so, really, as long as we're able to show, we have a lot of momentum because we're able to show we've done a lot of projects on our own without going to the taxpayers. So it's a good thing. The debt coverage is not impacted by enrollment levels. It is a guaranteed flow of revenue with taxes. Unless your valuation goes down drastically, but that would also have the effect of bringing that tax rate up in order to cover the debt. And then favorable bond ratings to that predictability of tax revenue. Now, extensive work is required to basically market the bonds to the community. And there's also the same increase in reserve fund requirement. So that's pretty much if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. If not, we can move on to another it's not on the PowerPoint presentation because it could not fit, but you can go to in your book, in your scenario for revenue bond, and then you can follow with me on this. And I know this is very small, so I'm going to try to bring it up a little bit bigger. Okay. Let's see. Let's do this a bit. If you can follow with me, I'm just going to show you what each column means, and like this you can follow closer with the handout. So this column over here represents the time period for the different annual payments. This column over here represents our current debt service. Okay, our current debt service. And this scenario over here is if we issue $25 million in revenue bonds, assuming a true interest cost of 4.3, which by the way is conservative. It should be under tab 5. Tab 5. Sorry. So right now, this is how much is our annual debt service. Okay. If we were to issue $25 million, this is the kind of debt that we would add to the current debt. And I just want to point out here, I think that Maria went 2 years beyond the 2042 timeline for our current bonds, but that's something that can be corrected very easily. And I tried to reach out to her, but she was not available. But the bottom line is you see here probably the most conservative, scenario here. So in principles, we would be adding $25 million. In interest, for $25 million, $16,109,000. So in total, we would be adding $41 million, more than $41 million in new debt. So we have to look at, okay, how does this annual debt service now, how is that going to be covered? Because we have to have a good coverage ratio. The required coverage ratio is 1.25, and we have, if you recall, our pledged revenue is composed of tuition and pledged revenue, tuition, in general use fee, and interest. Tuition, we pledge 25% of our current tuition. This is only to meet the additional bond test of 1.25. But for us, when we look and see, okay, how much money do we need every year to cover that debt? So if you look at, let's say, 2021, when you're really going to start having an interest payment, on an annual basis, we need $10,791,000. $10,791,323. Okay? Right now, if we go down to this highlighted portion, we are generating 11.6 million. So we are a bit short, right? You say we're a bit short. The coverage ratio here is 1.08, which is taking the 11,675,000 by the 10,791,000. So it is not enough to, we are looking for 1.15, by the way, 1.15. This is what we feel comfortable with. We don't want to go at 1, because at 1, what if you have a decrease in enrollment? What if you get less revenue that you had anticipated? So we look at least 1.15 coverage. So we would have to add $750,000 a year, okay, to cover that debt. Now, if you notice,
1.25.
I'm sorry?
What was it, where's the 1.25?
The 1.25 is an additional bonds test, but it uses a different calculation.
Okay, so that's not the 5.
It's not, but I just want to let you know that in order for bonds to be, I can explain it, that's something Ms. Wapina can explain better.
Okay.
But they always look at an additional bonds test of 1.25 for those bonds to be viable, okay?
Good.
For us to do well with it, otherwise I believe it won't pass and they will not authorize the issuance of bonds, at least we have 1.25 return, okay? Not return, coverage. But that 1.25 is generated by looking at 25% of our tuition is pledged, not used, pledged, okay? So we've always met that 1.25.
Is the interest a little high? Shouldn't it be lower than 4 point?
It could be lower, yeah, she went very conservative.
She added 100 basis points to her
Yeah.
calculation.
100
Yeah.
basis
Conservative for swings.
Yes, because you don't know where the market is gonna be next year.
That's actually 1%, 100 basis points.
Yes, yeah. Right now, it's about, they're selling about 3.3.
And this is not a bond, this is just using our tuition.
Correct, revenue bond, general use fee.
This is
only.
to go out and get you this money to go do all these repairs.
Correct. I mean, there's a lot of work involved, but you don't have to go out to the community. You don't have to sell bonds to them.
Yeah, that's the way we've been funding everything since I've been here.
Since
That's right.
1974.
That's what we've done. So what would it cost the student to generate that $750,000 a year? $1.50 more for general use fee. $1.50. So now it's $20. We would have to go to $21.50.
Per credit out.
Well, yeah, so per credit hour, absolutely. So yeah, it would go up to 1, and I know for some students, that also means when we go to the tuition and fees committee for tuition increase, if this is the plan you all want to look at, obviously we're going to have to take that into consideration in our tuition increase. So not to be too much of a burden.
If they say no, we can still say yes. That's correct.
Yeah.
So,
And if they say yes, we still said no.
So this is for this $25 million scenario. Now, oh, the other thing I wanted to point out here. So right now, existing debt service reserve fund is $9.4 million. With this additional debt, we would have to come up with an additional $1.2 million. And the $1.2 million can be carved out of the bond issuance proceeds to fund that. Okay? So that's the one thing we need to consider. In other words, if we issue $25 million, we're not going to get, even after bond issuance costs, you may be getting $23 million instead of 24 because we're having to cover the $1.2 million. Does this make sense to you? Okay. So if we go to the next scenario, next scenario is for $50 million. By the way, each $25 million adds $1.7 million in debt. Okay, each $25 million adds about $1.7 million in debt. So here with $50 million, you're going to have to increase that general use fee or that revenue stream, okay, which comes from the general use fee, but that revenue stream by 2.6, close to $2.7 million. And that translates to about a little bit over $5 per credit hour increase. That's pretty substantial. Per credit hour, that's pretty substantial, okay? And look at your additional reserve fund requirement. We're having to add an additional $2.8 million to the debt reserve fund. So this is for $50 million. So pretty much.
But tab one of all the deferred maintenance was sitting at 28 million, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we evaluate 50, why would you do 50 if we could meet all of our deferred maintenance?
Those are
for-
just scenarios in case you wanna look at maybe additional
Okay,
facilities.
these are just what ifs.
Absolutely,
Okay.
just to give you the impact.
So just
here.
25 is
You know,
easy.
yeah.
Blue sky.
Dr. Sedata requested a couple, 2 or 3 scenarios, so here we're just giving you, because really, if you wanna look at also some other facilities that need to be considered after we're done with the master plan, so that's just for your consideration, okay? And then
First
if you look
25 we
at,
can get ourselves cleaned up.
It would. Pretty
and
much.
you probably would guess that if we go with $125 million, look at the impact. The impact here is, by the way, $17, more or less a little bit over $17 increase of the general use fee in order to generate the $8.5 million additional revenue stream to fund $125 million. So this is just for your consideration.
We go from 20 to 37.
That's correct.
We've held student population level.
Yes,
Throughout
this
this
is
whole thing.
that.
Okay.
Exactly. So, and that's the reason why we add this coverage at 1.15 in case we do have some fluctuation. So here your reserve fund would have to go up by $7.5 million, okay? But if you're issuing $125 million, that means that you're gonna get a whole lot less in proceeds when you consider everything else that is involved in bond issuance cost. So again, this is so that you have an understanding of the impact of going for revenue bonds at those levels. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. Let's say that instead of going for 25, we go for the 50, or even the other one, but if we go for 25 and later we need some more, it's gonna cost us more to go for another 25 than to go for the 50 now?
Well,
Go
it
for
could,
25 twice costs
potentially.
more than
Yeah.
50 once.
There's certainly economies of scale when you go for, because of the bond issuance costs that are involved. You know, if you're going to 50 versus 25, because for 25 and 50, you have to have the same meeting with your underwriters, the same meeting with your rating agencies, and of course, you know, in terms of bond issuance costs, it's gonna obviously cost, it could cost double. Whereas if you go with one bond issuance for a higher amount, there's probably some economies of scale. That's something that Maria probably can respond much better than I can.
And as far as the time factor of how long it will take to pay it off or whatever, was there any consideration to less than?
Not yet. I mean, obviously we can look at that, but you're probably looking, because it would definitely decrease. Well, your payments are gonna be higher, okay?
Right.
But at the same time, you're gonna save on interest.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we looked at the general obligation bonds, you know, if you looked at 20 years over 25 years, big difference.
Right.
Absolutely. So this is 25 years. We could look at scenarios for 20 years. Traditionally, we actually gone for 20 years versus 25. It just depends what we can afford. You know, how much we are willing, because if you have to make higher payment in terms of principal, then your annual repayment is going to be higher, which means you're going to need probably more revenue to cover that.
So rather than going $5 more per student per credit, I'm looking at maybe twice that much if we went with half the term?
Well, if we go with 50 million, it would cost an additional a little bit over $5. And by the way, all these calculations are based on 500 credit hours. We're a little bit higher than that.
500,000.
Yeah, we're at 500,000, 500,000 credit hours, okay? So, if you multiply that by 20, that's what you get, you know, your general use fee. But for 50 million to generate the $2.8 million, we would have to increase the general use fee a little bit over $5. And again, this is based on, I think it might be less because there are some corrections to this that need to be done, but this is at least a conservative.
What was the thought in the 125? Do you think we would be needing it, or?
No, it was just to give an example. So right now, we're doing approximately 125. We actually issued, I guess, about 100, just under 120. And we had built that capacity over a number of years. So we had increased over a period of time up to $20. When I arrived, the general use fee was 10. We increased it to 20 over a number of years. It wasn't all done at once. we really prepared ourselves to get to this point. 125 is just merely an example. I would never recommend to the board that we do anything near that, where the students are paying $37 per credit hour. That ends up being, that would end up being almost as much, if not more than tuition in that particular field.
Any questions? A lot of information, a lot of numbers.
A lot of good.
Thank you for the work.
I think my only concern is the length of time that we are gonna be paying into it. That I would have liked to have seen more like 15 years.
So I would ask you to look at tab 6, if you can walk us through tab 6.
Oh, that's six, so, and I don't have that on the screen.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, I do not. That's six.
So what I would probably recommend, and I'll let Ms. Shaughnessy get there as she's going forward, is would be a combination. And so you saw the presentation to look at potentially 2022, and that's really what's in tab 6. And then potentially, quite frankly, I think that the renovation of Mount Sinai of the Jewish Temple should be part of a bond. That would be $12 million. That would of a general obligation bond rather than a tuition a general use fee increase. So if you pull that out, that number comes down pretty significantly, which means $2 increase to the general use fee could probably, that's gonna generate enough capacity for approximately 32 million or so, which truly takes care of any deferred maintenance. That building, the amount, pardon me, I have so many numbers on my mind. Mount Sinai, that really is to me a big project that should go to the voters with the general obligation bond. So if we did that number would reduce it substantially. I know Mr. Moses is already crunching them in his head right now as I'm going through.
Why do you think that it'd be better to send it to the voters? I'm just.
Because Dr.
I
Graham,
don't think that they know, that they have a clear idea of the vision that we have for that facility.
and then that's my responsibility to make sure they understand that. So what I'm trying to do is balance, so everything we're doing right now, our students are doing it for us. And then if we put in the deferred maintenance to say we went $2, that would generate probably about somewhere between $30 and $35 million of capacity to do the deferred maintenance, true deferred maintenance projects that need to be done. There's a couple of scenarios that would have to go forward. Ms. Shaughnessy says this would be only the third time. She's absolutely correct. The voters have only passed one, which means the second time in the 90s we failed. The bond failed. So this community has only done one bond. It was in 1974 for $19.7 million for this institution. Everything else we have done through tuition revenue bonds.
But remember that the drawback to that is that the voters have been hit with bonds left and right from
Agreed.
everywhere else.
And
They're not gonna differentiate.
And somehow they've passed them all.
But in all this, if we do this, if we approach the Mount Sinai, that really isn't just a facility for the community college. We sell that as a community asset.
Correct.
Which then is the reason we can take.
Yeah.
But I don't understand this. If we take the 12 million out of the deferred maintenance, we're still only looking at 16 million. We're not
Correct.
looking at 25 or 50 million for
Right.
deferred maintenance.
That's correct.
So 16 million is not, I mean, it's
16 million, we probably could do it with a dollar.
yeah, but
Approximately.
now we have KTSM, the student services did, how did that?
KTSM, we're still in planning, if I'm not mistaken. We have the architects working on that right now.
We set aside 1.5 million.
Yeah, we set aside $1.5 million, and it's for minor renovation. That building, is,
It's a pig in a poke.
yeah, it has a lot of asbestos. That building, we don't want to recommend to the board to invest a significant amount of money, a large amount. $1.5 million is a lot of money, but we don't want to encourage the board to spend $5 or $6 million on that, because we'd have to remediate the asbestos in that building, which would cost us a whole
But if we move that, oh, there's student services, then the student service, isn't that where student services is gonna go? Then actually that really clears the whole $12 million, price tag at Mount Sinai to really go into the bond issue itself. So
That's my
yeah.
thought, correct, that's my thought.
So I mean, yeah.
And then we finish that long-term KTSM, where do we put student services when we do renovate KTSM?
Move back out to Valle Verde, all the space you vacated with by moving it over here.
True, but the students need services at that campus. That's my only caveat. Today's solutions create some of tomorrow's challenges. And so we have to figure out how to do all of those particular areas in a responsible manner. Go ahead, Ms. Shaughnessy, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just tweet back to that because I think maybe we want to see how much it was.
Yes, we have it calculated at 12, I know.
So on the tab number 6, you had different scenarios. And this was from the presentation from Maria
Correct.
back in July.
But when you look at the very last sheet,
Yeah, the last sheet is probably the one that is the most relevant, because here you can see what the difference between a 20 and a 25-year bond amortization for each one of those scenarios. So 1A was for 100 million for 22 years, and the annual tax levy was $22.41. And there would be a separate, by the way, it's a separate interest and sinking fund tax rate. So it does not go into the calculation of our M&O, which is our maintenance and operations. So totally separate calculation. It does not impact our ability to raise our tax rate, except that we have the 15 cents cap, which, by the way, was the other reason we were looking at going out to the voters to also increase our M&O rate. So I know that we talked about the monthly tax rate, that's less than a high school cup of coffee. That's ours. So at 1B, the 100 million was for 25 years, and that tax rate was going to be a little bit over 1 cent, and the annual tax levy would be $20.15. The second scenario was for 150 million, and you can see the impact here on the 20 years versus the 25 years. And again, your annual tax levy for each one of those scenarios of 150 million, depending on the length of the debt, is $33.63 versus $30.23.
so all our scenarios are less than $3 a month.
Yes.
For the average. Now, what we would have to recommend, what we would bring forward to the board though, is we wouldn't be able to just do a general obligation. What we would have to do, we'd have to look at the M&O rate as well. And that's much more difficult to explain. I was talking to Dr. Rhodes and Austin, and that's usually what happens. Austin passed all the money for the bonds, which was over 400 million, but they said no to increasing the M&O. Austin doesn't have to worry about it because their tax base is increasing so fast that they keep their rate at the rate it is, and it provides, on average, $20 million of additional revenue annually.
On this last sheet, I don't understand, 2A is 150 million, $20, 20 years.
Yes, sir.
And 3A is 150 million, 20, what's the difference between 2A and 3A?
There
Two
is.
separate issues of 75 million
That's
with a
correct.
two-phase.
They do it at two different time periods. Thank you, Michelle, for reminding me. They do a delayed issue.
Oh, okay.
That's why. And they do that, Mr. Uxer, to bring down the impact
Yeah.
by doing a delayed
Yeah.
issuance.
Yeah.
And we don't necessarily know we could spend it all at once.
Exactly.
With capacity.
Penny swap.
We don't have penny swaps. We don't fall under those guidelines that the school districts do. I think that the best scenario, and this is purely informational for the board. Obviously, we're not taking any action or asking the board to provide scenarios for the board. We know that we have to move forward. I would personally think that we need to look at a combination of the general use fee, a slight increase to the general use fee, to do some of the pending deferred maintenance, the more pressing, and then look at potentially 2022, where we have finished everything we're building now, to see where we are with enrollment. It's not a matter of if we'll have a recession, it's when. And so we will see a boost in enrollment combined with what was presented earlier to me, where the staff and I will work on meeting with our counterparts and setting up that meeting for the spring and trying to increase the college participation rates in our community. I know it's a lot, and I know we've kept you here for a long time.
Are we not taking a chance on it costing more the longer we wait for a decision?
Dr. Graham, you're absolutely correct. Nothing gets cheaper, unfortunately. The price does go up. What does come down is the interest rates, and right now we're at a very favorable market. What we don't know is how long. The Fed is changing. I sit on the El Paso branch. They continue to change what they thought was the target inflation rate of 2%. They have now obviously changed their target. There's been a lot of pressure from the administration to do that, but their target rate has now dropped below 2. And so what they're looking at doing is that they're trying to mitigate and stave off the next recession, trying to keep the economy bold, and I don't oppose that, but we will have a recession. We're in the longest bull market in the history of the nation.
November's gonna be, really be a big teller. Not only that, but if you start thinking about it, it's gonna change Fort Bliss.
But Dr. Graham, what happens is if we do, then obviously rates will change.
Well, that's
Because
my
they will
fear,
use every-
that we hold off and then later we end up having to pay more because we didn't take advantage of rates right now.
So what happens is, I've talked to Dr. Coronel a lot about this, because in the past, what the Fed would do is during a recession, they would lower interest rates. We don't have a lot of room to lower interest rates. We're nearly at 0 now. So if we do go to recession, actually the rates will get better. It's just when we come out of it. And the last recession started in 2008. It didn't hit Texas until 2011. It took a significant amount of time to come out.
Hit El Paso, but 13.
Yeah.
And this would be fixed rates, right?
Fixed rates, yeah, we would never do variable rates. I'm too conservative, and Ms. Shaughnessy wouldn't let me.
And the other thing you have to realize too is if you go out right now, the guys is telling me you can't find anybody to do any more. And you gotta spend this money. You can't go out and just put the money in the bank. The Fed's getting a little upset. That's why you do it in 2 phases. But these guys are having problems finding all the
How
work.
much time do you have once it's approved?
3 years,
Spend.
if I'm not mistaken. But come to the table, Ms. Shaughnessy.
What, I'm sorry?
Well, you were gonna make one point, you were gonna say something on the rate.
Even though we do issue term bonds, they don't necessarily all at the same rate, but they are fixed in the sense that they don't change. Once they are set, but they're not necessarily at the same rate. Okay, but they are term bonds.
But we only have 3 years to spend it once.
Well, we have a little bit more than 3 years to spend it. It's just that they say that the IRS regulations, they have all kinds of different rules that are rather complicated, but they really want you to spend your tax exempt bonds, usually 85% within 3 years, okay? And when they say spend, again, encumbered, it could take maybe another couple of years, like, we're already in 2019, we issued the bonds 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And by the way, the remaining proceeds that are now invested in the flex repo are going to be maturing at the end of November, and we're going to reinvest those at a higher rate than 1.11, we hope. So, but yes, you don't want to sit on bond money for very long, because then you can lose your tax exempt status by doing that.
Ms. Shaughnessy, my question on that, one of our school districts passed their bond in 16, and my understanding is they won't finish, the estimate of finishing those projects is 22 or 23. Do they have to ask for an exemption? Do they have to?
They probably, well, there are several things that they, and again, I'm not, I would have to go back, and that's something that Maria Urbina can certainly address, or our bond council actually can address, because they are really the expert in that. I think if they haven't committed, they're okay. I mean, as long as there is some significant, I mean, our 2007 bond, we still had a very, very small amount that had not been expended, and it took us forever to expend it. But we had spent the majority of it,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
the school districts are bound to the same rules as we are, because they're tax exempt bonds. I don't know what, I don't recall, I mean, there's so many different, it depends on the elections that you take too. There are some certain elections, when you're signing on all the papers, when you are closing the bonds, there's all kinds of elections that you can take, that you promise to either spend the bond proceeds within this time frame and that time frame, and so they do hold you up to that. So the school, when they issue the bonds, they have different elections that you can take. For us, I believe we took that election of, spending the bond proceeds, within a certain amount of time.
And they could possibly subject themselves to an audit, and so when they do that, they would also, their feedback to the feds would have to still be with how are they coming along with that timeline, and so they are holding you to that timeline.
When I drive home, I drive past 2 big HP projects. Have we heard anything about?
We haven't heard from UCF.
They haven't had a meeting yet?
They have not. December 3rd.
So Dr. Scott, in terms of this conversation, I mean, we revisited it from the last time that we had talked about it. I'm hearing that there's a recommendation. Is it possible to have another discussion on, maybe not, I know we're looking at some other.
Facilities and finance?
Yeah, maybe if we can just incorporate it just to digest the material,
Yes, ma'am.
and maybe come to a consensus then on what the plan is, in terms of giving any additional, if any, direction to the staff, because if there is a decision that I'm not hearing or a consensus to move in 2020, you all would probably need to know that right away. But if not, at least we can get that in place, just set it aside and move on to other items.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the only other thing that, I try to keep a pulse of the community. I hear, that EPISD is thinking, but I haven't, and I've talked to the superintendent. There are thought, they would, if they looked at it, he's shared that they would start with the meetings in January, the planning in January, so that sometime in March or April, they would come to a decision. I know that UMC, their board is considering. I had the pleasure of sharing a fight with Mr. Cintron recently, and so we had a long discussion as well. And it's something also, there's a demand, they need approximately 120 more beds to serve the community, at least that's their estimates now. So they're trying to decide what they would do as well.
Is this for bond? EPSD's think about bonding?
They are. Or at least the superintendents. I don't know where the board is.
Okay.
I mean, I don't communicate with board members. I
Didn't
don't know.
this pass one, like half a billion?
667. That was in 16, Judge, 2016. But you have a precedent now. You see Isleta, and Isleta did 421 in 2015, and they just did 425 in 2019.
I don't get it, Isleta's landlocked, where are they getting the kids?
They're not.
Their enrollment is down, however, he was very strategic on how they planned it. It's, air conditioning for the kids, and all the kids are coming home upset because our campuses are hot. So the parents will go involved.
And safety and security, and I give Dr. Arturo is very good at that. He's and many other things, but this is in particular one of his expertise of. And he had everything ready, and so the architects were working on the plans for all the new projects with the understanding if it didn't pass, then we pay you for what you've done, but everything else stops. So when it passed, they're ready to go. They will issue and they will start building. You'll see groundbreakings probably in early spring.
And look at the awesome job they did
Eastwood.
with Eastwood High School. So they've got, we taught them well at SISD.
But Ms. Sanchez, I will put it on the next facilities and finance map. So
Please,
for
that would be great. Thank you.
And by the way, Ms. Urbina is certainly available to, if you need additional information, probably update the numbers, certainly she's available, because we're coming on to look at the numbers for geo bonds. We did that back in July, and things have changed since then, so.
Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy.
So right now, we're
And I
still
wanna recognize these two gentlemen here for assisting me, and also my office staff, because they're the ones that put the binder together.
The numbers.
And we're gonna schedule another one of these in 3 months.
Yes, so we don't have the decision on the 14th, we're leaning towards not.
Dr. Graham, right now the data just doesn't support it, and we would need Mr. Ortega to help us tremendously on revising that
So we already sent
contract.
that letter?
We did.
We're still talking. Are we adjourned?
That's
Everybody
right.
have a motion for adjourn?
I move.
Okay, all in favor?
Thank you all, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving
Should
to
be all right.
everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.
No,